Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus. Hey, and welcome to the final day of Sew Fest. Hey, man, we're so glad you're here, and we have got a great show lined up for you today. And hey, I'm super excited for a number of reasons. It's the last day, and I'm going on vacation tomorrow, guys.
That's right.
However, we got a great show lined up today, and I'm excited about that as well. We got some great products. And we've got another world premiere exclusive product, guys, that you're only going to see here on Sew Fest today because nobody else in the world has seen it yet. And you're going to be the first people to see it. We're super excited about that. That's going to be later on this afternoon, but you don't want to miss it. But hey, got to tell you a little bit about Sew Fest, guys. So if you're just tuning in, this is your first day here, put a number 1 in the chat. If you've been here all 5 days, you've been here with me from the start, put a number 5 in the chat right now. Let us know. And then also just, hey, let us know where you're watching from. Say hello, because the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms. But guys, how Sew Fest works is, hey, we're going to have products all day long that we're going to show you. And all those products, we've got specials on them. Now, some of them, I can't tell you what the price is because of advertising restrictions from the vendors. What I'll do is say, hey, this is a call-in special. So when I tell you that, just know whatever price we have on the screen, we're going to beat that price, but you have to call into our call center and they're going to tell you over the phone what the price is. Or you could be on our website and talk to the live chat agents and they can tell you, but we can't say it on the air. So that's kind of how it works. So just know that you're going to get some really good specials today if you're looking for some products. And then some of the products, we couldn't even get them on the air because there's so many products. So some things, if you don't see it on the show, give us a call anyway, because there's a chance it could be in the Sew Fest special and they can let you know at the call center. So anything your heart desires out there, just call us and we might be able to give you a great price on it. And then guys, again, could not do this Sew Fest without our wonderful sponsors. They do so much for us. They're the ones that gives us the the really good deals on buying the product. And we're passing those savings right on to you. So that's a really good deal. So I want to thank our platinum sponsors was Brother, Handy Quilter, Baby Lock, and Grace Company. The gold sponsors, Janome, Floriani, King Quilter. The silver is Dime, Husqvarna Viking, Bernina, Elena, Juki, Stay Perfect, and Wonderful. And then the bronze sponsors are So Steady, OESD, and Durkee Hoops. And then our associate sponsors were Synchrony Financing and Laura Star. So thank all the sponsors for what they did for us. It's been a big help. And, excuse me. Also, during Sew Fest, we had a contest, and it was a home decor and a garment. We had 2 different categories that you could enter your project in, and then we opened it up for voting. Now, some of the rules that were in place that you had to have certain criteria with the pictures that you took to send in, and also it had to be made this year since January, and it couldn't have won any other contest anywhere. So that was our criteria. And so we had a bunch of entries, and then we had tens of thousands of votes. People, y'all really, stepped up and voted on them. And so this year, our finalists that we have in the garment finalist side of it, that category, is Laura Campbell, Marie Tallard, and Laura Pylan, right? Pylan. I think it's Pylan. So Laura Pylan. So those are our garment finalists. And the home decor finalists are Ella Bly, Judith Cooper, and Denise Looney. So y'all are guaranteed a place. That's our top 3 places in each category. And this afternoon, we're going to tell you what place you actually got and see who gets that golden scissors trophy for the first place. And then every one of y'all are going to win a prize package. So those were our finalists for that. And what they're winning, first place is going to be winning that Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine. You see it right there on the screen. Second place is going to win that Baby Lock Jazz 2 with that trolley. And then third place is going to win that Brother SE 600 sewing and embroidery machine. So great prizes, and we're super excited about giving that stuff away. Now, also, you get to win. And so at 1 p.m. today, we're going to pick our fifth finalist, our fifth finalist for that $27,000 Dream Studio. And so basically, at 1 o'clock, we'll announce that fifth finalist, and then you're going to see the stuff on the screen. Now, just because you don't get in the finals doesn't mean you still can't win prizes, because we're going to be giving prizes away at 1 o'clock and then at Pacific time. And then again, at the end of the show today, we have other prizes we're going to give away that everybody has a chance to win. But we are going to pick our fifth finalists today live on TV for that fifth spot. And then this afternoon, we'll put all their names in a hat, and I'll draw 1 of 5 out that gets to win the Dream Studio. So that's going to how it works. It's pretty cool. So I want to say a shout out to some of our viewers that are watching today. We have Linda Van Bank is watching. Penny Carter, good morning. How are y'all doing? Patricia Winters, Rose Moore. We have Marie Gast is watching. Carol Yamello is watching. Cindy King, Christy Gray, and Lynn Thacker. So good morning to all you and in the SMP Nation out there. And we're really excited about today's show. And so one of the things too, I wanted to let you know how to win. So if you're, even to get to be that fifth finalist spot today, you still have a chance to do that, but you're also going to be able to win all the other prizes we're giving away. And how you do that is if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go stop right now and go subscribe to it. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, like our Facebook page, and then share the video to your social media pages. And then just ask questions and make comments. And that will actually increase your chances to win doing all those things. And we will pick a winner from all those people who do those things. And you have a great chance to win. So we're at 1 o'clock. We got a bunch of stuff we're going to give away, and then we'll announce that fifth finalist. And then this afternoon, we're going to give all the prizes and awards away, and you'll still have a chance to win some of the random things we're giving away then. So before we get going, though, guys, I got to talk a little bit about my co-host. We don't have Jane in the house today. Jane had to go to a wedding, but Angela Wolf is here. And if y'all don't know Angela by now, I don't know where y'all been hiding. Angela is just like I would almost call her, wouldn't y'all, the face of sewing almost? She just does everything. Angela is the host of that, PBS show. It's So Easy, a very popular show. If y'all haven't seen that, you ought to watch it. She's also the host of many podcasts and Facebook Live shows and things and streaming for Brother. She's a Brother ambassador. She's an entrepreneur. She has her own business. She has a wolf pack. I mean, who has a wolf pack, guys? Angela. She has her following. They call themselves the Wolf Pack, and it's pretty awesome. We have a lot of the Wolf Pack members in here today, I know. And so we're super happy to have Angela Wolf. So Angela, y'all make Angela welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine. How are you?
I'm good. So do you have your yellow shirt on?
I do, but this is, I realize that yellow and a green screen don't work because it disappears. So I'm wearing it now, but I'm going to be like Jane and I'm changing clothes before the next segment.
Well, hey, I love the backdrop. That looks pretty. It looks like you're at the same studio I am.
I couldn't resist. Yours, that pink, I love it. And by the way, thank you for such a nice introduction. And I see a lot of the Wolfpack here and all the sewing friends. Blaine, I have been awake since 3 this morning. I don't know if it's because I'm so excited about this or I'm sad it's the last day. One or the other. I don't know.
Well, I'll probably be sad tomorrow, but right now I'm extremely happy it's the last day because I'm going on vacation tomorrow and I cannot wait. And it's been 3 years, so I think I'm due. And so we're trying to have a great day today, and I'm super excited about the day because we've got some great presenters today. We got some great educational sessions as well. We've got Carly Bell. Everybody probably knows Carly Bell. She's out of Louisiana. She's a YouTube influencer. She is just a embroidery guru. And then we also have our very own Candace Trevino. Everybody has seen Candace on some of our YouTube shows. She's going to be on today. She's a serger specialist and great sewer, and she's going to talk all about how to work with patterns. And so they're going to be talking about some things that are just near and dear to your heart. So those are 2 great educational sessions we're going to have today. So we're super excited about that.
Very excited. I have to ask Blaine, where are you going on vacation? Can you tell us?
I can tell you. So my wife is like a, I don't know what you call them, the platinum diamond something with Carnival Cruise Line. So we're doing a cruise to Mexico, going all in the Riviera there. So
Oh,
I'm pretty excited about just getting out on the water and relaxing and having a good time.
oh my gosh, that sounds fabulous. So all day today, we're gonna have this awesome sewing, awesome deals, and you're gonna be thinking of the beach.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Kyle was talking about this morning. He said, you're in such a good mood today. You get crazy when you get in a good mood. So you never know what I might do. I may throw some extra things in to give away today.
I think that sounds fun. Your giveaways yesterday were amazing. I saw a lot of the people, I recognize a lot of the names on here that won. Congratulations. And you have four. Who are the four now for the finalists?
Well, let me,
I think I
excuse me.
have them. I
Let
have
me,
them here.
yeah, let me tell you. So the finalists on Monday was Wendy Shambori. She was our Monday finalist.
Mhm.
Tuesday was Miss Zana W., which is a Wolfpack member.
Yeah.
She was our Tuesday. Wednesday was Pamela Mason, and
Oh,
she
I
was
recognize.
our Wednesday finalist. And then yesterday, on Thursday, our finalist was Sharon Siles. Charlotte,
Charlotte.
I'm sorry, Charlotte Siles. And so those are our finalists so far. And the day at 1 o'clock, we're going to pick that fifth finalist. And then one of those five are going to win that $27,000 Dream Studio.
Oh my gosh. I can hardly wait. What a fun day today we have planned. So excited. We'll miss Jane though. Jane, we miss you.
Yeah. So Jane's going to a wedding today, and I forgot. I think it's her niece. I can't remember who's getting married, but she's going to a wedding, and so she had to fly out. But she told me, she said she may be like, pulling her mobile phone up, watching it a little bit throughout the day.
Sounds
So
good.
I know today, yesterday you did a educational session that everybody absolutely loved. But Angela, so far, what has been your favorite part of SewFest?
Oh gosh. Well, I can't, there really isn't one. I absolutely love watching all the demos of the products, even if it's something, it might not have even been on my radar to purchase. But like the yesterday with the Sally tomato bags, I love Jessica. She's so cute. And to know that they combined with Dime, I knew a little bit about it, but those bags were adorable. So there's so many things that unless you go to an actual physical show, you either don't know about, or like these cabinets. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I should have bought on day one or the last day today because they keep getting better and then the deals are better, but you want them all. That's the hard part. But seeing demos on the machines, I had no idea the persona, and I'm a brother ambassador, so this is embarrassing, but I'm not the only one. I had no idea the persona could do free motion quilting. So that's just like one example. You learn so much. Your deals are amazing. And also, your giveaways are pretty stinking fun.
Yeah, everybody always asks me too, what's your favorite part? And it's hard to decide, what you like the best because, so many things. But one of the educational sessions that I kind of keep going back to was Callista Nye from Wonderful.
Yeah.
I knew a lot because I guess I'd seen, like Rhonda Pierce with needles, and, I've seen things on fabric, but I really have never seen that in depth of a thing on thread. And that really kind of opened my eyes, and I really enjoyed that part of it. And then I really enjoyed having Chris talk on yesterday. That was a big hoot. He's just funny as he can be. So
He's
I really like
amazing.
that. And then, just the machines, man, there's so many great machines. And, probably everybody goes, oh, that's Blaine's favorite again, because they are. I love all these machines. And, I love multi-needle machines. I'm fascinated by how they work and all that. But, so we have the Baby Lock Array on, which is an awesome machine. That Persona, I've loved the Brother Persona forever.
Yeah.
I've loved that machine ever since it came out. And so, I like that machine. And then just some of the, other machines we've had have been pretty so cool, So I'm looking forward to today. We got a lot, some great machines we're going to show. And then this afternoon, I guess I can let the cat out of the bag a little bit. From Durkee, we're going to have a world premiere of a brand new product that nobody's seen it yet. It's going to be the world
Oh.
premiere on this show. So y'all will get to be the first people to see it. And we're excited about that.
From Durkee. Oh my gosh, I love Durkee. I love Durkee hoops, by the way. Absolutely
Yep.
love them. if you haven't ever tried them, you have to. But now there's something new. Oh my gosh, what did he come up with this time? Because everything he comes up with is amazing.
Well, Brent is always working. I mean, that guy works nonstop on trying to come up with new products. And, you know, again, he didn't surprise me. He come up with a new product, and we're going to show that today. And I'm pretty excited about it. You know, we're Durkee's #1 dealer in the world, and we're going to try to keep that status. And you know, we're constantly showing everybody his new products, and you know, we love them because of just how easy they are to use, and they last forever. I mean, you're never going to damage one of these frames, and so that's the great thing about it. And we have so many good products. You know, today we're also going to have, you know, we have a new product it's made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus, and it's that Stay Perfect 2-tier table, and we introduced a brand new single tier table. That's a 48-inch by 30-inch table, electric lift, all position table. We introduced that. We're going to have that on again today. And so we're super excited about some of these new products we're getting to show people for the first time.
That's very exciting. I can't wait to see that new hoop, though. Now you got me intrigued for the whole day. The lineup was already fantastic. I was just going through it, and I was like, oh, the educational parts are amazing. We've got sewing, we've got embroidery. I mean, this is going to be great. But now you had to throw that in. All right, I'm in for the whole day.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? I'm acting kind of crazy today and feeling pretty good. Why don't we just go ahead and give something away, Kyle? Can we do a $100 gift card?
Ooh.
What do y'all think? Y'all want to give $100? Hey, you know what? Let's just do two. Let's do two $200 gift cards right now. What do you think, Angela?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. So I don't know if Kenny, can you get your wheel spinning early this morning?
We are bringing it up right now.
What do y'all think? Let's just get crazy today and give some stuff away. So we're going to give 2 customers watching right now a $100 gift card each, and you can spend at Sewing Machines Plus. And she is working right now to get that spin the wheel up. And I threw a little curveball to them because they weren't expecting it this morning. And so she wasn't quite ready, but hey,
we're almost there.
It won't take her long.
I would love to read the comments. If you win that gift card, what would you purchase with a $100 gift card? I think
I want to know if you win the $100 gift card. That's a great idea, Angela. What would y'all win? Put it in the comments right now. What would you win if you get the $100 gift card?
What would you buy? And stock up on thread. Totally stock up on embroidery thread.
That's a good one. Yeah. All right, so we are ready when you are.
All right, so you ready, Angela? I'm gonna let you call the winners out, Angela.
All right.
All right, spin that wheel, Kennedy.
All right, let's do it.
I'm really glad those letters are so big. I don't even have to put on my glasses.
Isn't that the best?
Oh, Christina. Is that Christina Cunningham? Short for Christina Cunningham or Christina Cunningham something. Christina, congratulations on YouTube. Love your photo too.
Awesome. Okay, we ready to go?
All right, so Christina, what we need you to do is just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page, and you'll say claim my prize. Fill out that information and hit submit. And then once Kyle gets that information, he will email you back a gift card code. And all you'll need is that code. And if you're in Southern California, you can go into the stores and use it. And if you're nationwide, you can go right on our website and use it in the checkout.
Awesome.
All right,
congratulations.
Let's spin that wheel for another one.
I am spinning.
I recognize so many of these names. This is so much fun. It's like Friday tea time. Dominga Bilardo, congratulations, watching on Facebook. What a cool name too. And she's got a great photo.
So congratulations, Dominga. And how you're going to claim your prize, again, go to smplive.tv. And once you get to that web page, just scroll down toward the bottom and you'll see claim my prize. Fill out that information, hit submit. And then once Kyle gets that, he will send you an email with your code to be able to use your gift card.
All right.
Sounds like a plan, guys. So Angela, I know you're going to be around most of the day today, so we're excited about that. And we're going to be, co-hosting back and forth. So, but we got to get going this morning, and we'll start our first one. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes, okay?
Sounds good. Oh, my hand disappeared. See ya. See you
All
later.
right. All right. See ya. All right, guys, we're ready to start the show. This is our first demonstration up. And guys, we are going to get in the house of Baby Lock. We have Lisa Knight here. And Lisa is a national educator for Baby Lock. She specializes in all the top of the line machines. And today we're going to talk all about that Baby Lock Pathfinder. And so y'all help welcome Lisa to the show. Hey, Lisa.
Hi, good morning. And my little shtick, because I'm in Las Vegas, I am the Las Vegas Sew Girl. And I'm so excited to be here. And I've been watching all week. It's just been a lot of fun to see what's going on at Sewing Machines Plus. I love your store. I've been out there many times.
Well, hey, I love your city. So thank you for being here, Lisa. We're super excited to see what you have for that Pathfinder. So I'm going to let you get started, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes, and we'll help show everybody how they can get one.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks so much. Well, good morning, everybody. So we're going to get started because we just have a little time to talk about this fabulous machine, the Pathfinder. And I'm going to switch my camera over to the Pathfinder and start telling you about it. So here we have the Pathfinder, and the Pathfinder is a fabulous machine. It's an embroidery only machine. It has a gorgeous 7-inch by diagonal screen. It has the needle beam, it's sensor pen for auto positioning, never miss needle threader, stadium lighting, but we're going to get started to show you the screen right now. So I'm going to reach over here. And I'm going to get our sensor pen because it's going to be the easiest way for me to show you the different features. So you have your edit screen where you can do editing and pull up designs. We've got our exclusive designs. We've got beautiful scroll designs. We've got floral, lots of floral. We've got some real pretty delicate designs. We've got quilting, and I love how Baby Lock has incorporated quilting so that you can actually even quilt some of your blocks. You've got some home accents here. And of course, you can always use your own designs that you've purchased, that you have a collection. You've got cute things for the kiddos. These guys look like the little Chevron cars. Really pretty little nature items and some novelty items. So lots of cute things to play with in there. But let's just choose one. We're going to choose this little dolphin. And one of the things I love about this machine is once you have chosen your design, you can add to it. So this one is a beautiful dolphin. And I can add my fonts. We have 19 fonts. We're going to choose this one. Oh, too big. You know what? The thing I forgot to do is I did not tell it how big I wanted the letters. So let's try that again. So once you click on your first letter, you need to let it know what size you want your letters to be. And then I want to go to my lowercase. So, and it's all on the same screen. So you don't have to jump back and forth, which is really nice to be able to just type it out and fix it. All right, where is my Y? There it is, down there. Now, I can set it and just have it here, or I could array it. So let's array it, which means you can create an arch. You can create an arch. You can make it more arched, less arched. You can arch it down. You can do all kinds of things with it. But for this one, I just want to bring it up to the top of my little dolphin's head. Let's bring it over. That looks pretty good. Now, I'm going to go back to this screen. I can actually change the color of the text. You know, one of the great things about embroidery machines is that you you choose what color you put on the machine to stitch. And we're ready to go. I click on embroidery. And this is a very big design. And this machine comes with an 8x12, 5x7 and an 8x12 embroidery field and hoops. So you can do this design. It does beautiful large embroidery. You also have, we need to attach the embroidery frame. You have the ability to put a basting stitch around it. You can do single color embroidery. You can rotate. You can do all kinds of fun things with this. So let's return out of here and delete this. And actually, let's put an embroidery hoop on. Oh, I am sorry. Let's fix the camera. We have an embroidery hoop right here, because I do want to show you this feature because I think this is pretty stupendous. I have these ribbons on a piece of sticky stabilizer, and I'm going to show you how the sensor pen can work to position your letter wherever you want it. And I've got a little friction pen. Let me open that up. And I'm just going to make a nice little X right here. Hopefully y'all can see that there. And we're going to put this in the machine. Let's see. And you have on board, you have your bobbin winder. And let's bring this a little closer so we can see it. So hopefully I'm not making anybody seasick. So you have your bobbin winder here. You have an extra spool pin there. You have the ability to put your spool on here, several spool caps. Your never miss needle threader, your foot up, foot down, thread cutter, and needle up and needle down features. Very easy to operate. So what I'm going to show you is actually, let's get out of this design. And I want to make sure that you're able to see the screen while I do this. We're going to go into our fonts. We're going to choose this one and choose an M. And I want that to be a medium size because I'm checking the size of it. It's a a little bit over an inch. I want it to be the medium because I don't want it to be bigger than my ribbon. And I'm going to click set. Click embroidery, and this brings up this button here, which is your sensor pen. And it's asking me if I want to revert to the original angle. Say yes. Keep your hands clear of the embroidery frame because it is going to move. And it wants me to tell it where on the rib, where I want the embroidery in the frame. So it's in the lower right side of the frame. And I'm going to say, okay. Then it wants me to use the sensor pen to touch the area on the ribbon. I'm going to adjust this so y'all can see it. Let's move that and bring it over where we can see the screen and the hoop. So let's adjust that just a little bit. So what I'm going to touch first, and my sensor is a little hung up here, so let me get that. So I have a little bit more cord to work with. I'm going to touch number 2, and I don't know if y'all can hear that. That's indicating where that is. And then I'm going to, on the screen, say okay. It's letting me know that the embroidery arm is going to move, which is all very good information. And at this point, I'm going to turn on my beam light so that I can adjust this just a little bit. I don't know if y'all can see the beam light. And we're going to just jog it over with our, oops. If you hold your finger down on it a little bit long, it just jumps. I love the beam light. It makes it so easy to get just where you want to go. Now for this item, I like to use a little bit of topper because this is one of those little burlap style ribbons. But just think, you could put this design on any, and for some reason it rotated. You know why? Because I rotated. I did it backwards. I touched the items backwards. So we're going to get a W instead of an M. And it's going to start stitching, and it's going to just look absolutely beautiful. So while that is stitching, I'm going to bring up some samples to show you some things that you can do with your Pathfinder. I love that it has 11 inches from needle to the arm of the machine, so you can do some pretty big items. And this is stitching really fast. We'll be done in a second. And then I can bring the samples up. Now, one of the things I do want to show is that never miss needle threader. I absolutely love this. In fact, my machine needs to go to the spa, not this one, but the other one, and its needle threader is acting up, so it's going to get a repair. So I'm going to take the thread out and show you how easy this is to thread. So, oops, open that. You're going to take your thread up here at the threading point, hold it in one hand here, and you're going to go through the threading paths, which are all numbered. Bring it down here to 6, 7, and then you're just going to touch this button right here. Well, we have to tell it we're done sewing. And there you go. It threaded the needle. So you do not need to be able to see to do it, which I love because I can't see that well anymore. And then you've got your needle down, needle up. You can cut the thread. This is a wonderful machine, super easy to use. So close your eyes. I'm going to bring this up to the table so that it can take a view of the things that we can get. So let's see if we can get this. These are all the items you're going to get with your machine. You're going to get all of this. It has 2 USB connectors, a US so that you can transfer your designs to it. You're going to get bobbins. You're going to get everything you need to get started. Cord, and you can actually connect it to your computer. You're going to get a cover and an additional bobbin case to do bobbin work. Some tearaway, fusible tearaway stabilizer, just all kinds of wonderful things. So I am going to bring, and you're also going to get the 2 embroidery frames, the 5x7 and the 8x12. It will also fit accessory frames if you want to buy additional frames. You'll get the quick reference guide and the instruction guide and reference material. Let's see if I can just put the samples over top of this and if it will work. So you're going to get 19 fonts. It has the exclusive font, which is this one. And then there's a smaller font where you can get lowercase, which is it's nice to have too. You've got all kinds of beautiful fonts to work with. I love the fact that you can add embroidery too. So you can add text or personalization. This is a really pretty one that you can create. It handles all kinds of threads. This one was done with variegated thread, and just I think it turned out really fun. And I used that button to turn off the thread changes. And then this one is also adding some different text, and just in time for fall. I think this is going to turn into a bench pillow. So let me bring the camera back to me for a second so I don't make you seasick. So while I switch it back, because I do want to show you a few other items on the machine, but I don't want to make you dizzy. Let's see what the view is. That's not what I want. Right, because I do want to show you the onboard lessons and things like that, which are really nice because, you know, sometimes one of the things that I feel we all are concerned about is how am I going to learn how to use this machine? Well, you've got the books, but you've also got the settings page, which shows you all the different things that you have control over. You can turn off the sound on the machine or turn it up if you need to hear it better. You have the ability to add a mouse in one of the USBs, and you can change that the mouse settings. You can work with the needle positions, needle up and needle down. It's got settings so that you can have it in the language you need it in. You can turn your lighting up or turn it down or turn it off completely if you want to. It's got this gorgeous stadium lighting. I mean, I love that. Just having such bright light to work with. The sensor pen function, if you don't hoop something straight, you can rotate it, as you saw where I created a W instead of an M. You have all your information there as far as how long the machine is, how many stitches. You have your max speed of 1050 stitches per minute. You can change these settings and they're all there, easy for you to select. And it does have that basting feature. So let's close this and then look at the question mark. On the question mark, you have all kinds of ability to look at different things. You've got a troubleshooting area, basic embroidery operation, if you want to know how to use stabilizer and which stabilizers and things like that. And anytime you see that there's more pages, you've got more information on how to do it. Maintenance, it shows you, you know, basically the only maintenance with this machine is to keep your bobbin area clean. That's pretty awesome. And change the needles. But it gives you all the steps. So if you're a visual person and this is very helpful for you, informs you what the buttons are for. You can actually lock the screen on this so that if you are going to be away from your machine and maybe you have pets or grandkids or kids, they can't come in and move and touch any of these buttons. And just remember you locked it so that you can unlock it. Embroidery Edit is where you have frames. There are 160 different frames here, and you can create appliques or just add a really fun flourish around something. So I'll select this one, but let's make it a heart. And we're going to select the heart. Then let's add a letter. Let's add one of these. And we're able to make that smaller or larger. We can center it. We can do all the things we need to do. So the frames are really fun to play with. And in Embroidery Edit, you also have the ability to save to the machine, to a flash drive, or have your designs be brought in through your computer or through a flash drive. You also have these designs over here. Lots of fun little designs. Let's use the pen. I just wanted to bring this little guy up because we have another item in here that's really fun, is our Embroidery Connect. We can add embroidery or we can divide each one so we can have several different ones, and those can be edited all over the page. And you can use your sensor pen or your finger, or you do have a stylus with this as well, your stylus, to move things around the page. So just so many different features. You can also mirror your items. When you're ready to embroider, you just, now because we moved that all around and I have a 5x7 frame, it told me that we need to choose a different frame for this. And if you wanted to add text to this or another design, so let's do add a design. Let's go back in here. Let's add this, and we can move it. Let's see where we are on time. We are almost out of time, guys. Time flies when you're having fun. So the other thing is that you can actually picture it in the frame. You have a zoom feature, so you can zoom in, zoom out. It's going to show you the frames that will work for this design. You can delete. Let's bring in, okay, we'll leave these designs. And then I want to show you how easy it is. Let's delete that one. How easy it is to save to your machine. You've got the pocket. You just go right there and it's saving it to the machine. So when you come back, you can find it very easily. If I wanted to add a basting stitch around that, it's going to add the basting stitch. If I wanted to have it all in one color, it's going to make it all one color. Super easy, super fun to use, a great machine. So delete it. So if you're looking for a machine that can fill all your needs embroidery-wise, the Pathfinder by Baby Lock is fabulous. And I just absolutely love this machine. I think it is a fun machine. You can actually even do zoom in here so you can see it a little bit better. I love the fact that you can see your designs on the screen. It's very helpful. So you can rotate 90, or you can rotate in increments of 10% and 1%, left or right. So that's a very helpful feature right there. And let's go back over here. Let's delete this and get back to our home page. Now, if you just don't want to do any editing, you can go and put your designs in here. But most of the time we do want to do some editing. So it's always a good idea to start. Oh, and bobbin work. I almost forgot. Beautiful bobbin work. And bobbin work is where you put a thicker, heavier thread in the bobbin and stitch the design with regular embroidery thread in the top, and then the bottom half of your embroidery has this beautiful texture to it. So there's lots of beautiful bobbin work embroideries, and you do have that extra bobbin case for that. So I'm going to go back because I think
Well, hey, thanks, Lisa.
you're very welcome.
That was a great demonstration, and I love that machine. So we're going to tell everybody how they can get one of these because we've got a great call-in special for it. So, and thank you so much for coming on the show and doing the demonstration. I love the feather on your head.
So headdress.
Very Vegas-y.
Very Vegas-y, yes.
All righty. All right, guys.
All right,
and
thanks a lot.
Thank you. We got to thank a big shout out to Baby Lock too for being one of our sponsors. But guys, we got to tell you how you can get this great embroidery machine. This is the Baby Lock Pathfinder embroidery machine. And guys, this is one of their higher end embroidery only machines. And again, the price is $4,299. We have a great show special on it. You have to call in to get that special price. But we do have Synchrony financing available as well. 36-month available. It's going to put that payment under $120 a month. But we do have a little bit better pricing if you give us a call. And guys, again, this is an 8x12 embroidery field. So it is a big embroidery field on this. So there's plenty of room to do almost any kind of design you want. And this, you can actually do very large designs on the back of jackets. So really like that. It's got that LCD color touch screen. It's a large LCD as well. It's got the really good vivid pictures you can see on it. This thing, it measures 7 inches diagonally. So that is a big screen. 260,000 different colors that will come up on that. So you can see all your designs just like they are. It's got that never miss automatic needle threader, makes it so easy. And then again, it's got that needle beam. You know exactly where the needle's going to drop when you're going to do a project. And that's so important when you're doing embroidery, to know right where your needle's going to start and making sure that you've got that embroidery project, centered and all that. So it's got the sensor pin that you can use that comes with it. That's awesome. And again, that's the sign, in design, the positioning and placement, just simply touch the fabric with that sensor pin and the Pathfinder will know where, to place the design. And that is a really great feature on these high-end machines. And I think, Lisa also talked about, it has that enhanced stadium lighting. And you saw on hers when she was doing the demonstration how bright it was lighting up the work surface. And again, it's, they're all LED lights. And then it has the USB port. So, again, you can expand your design library. You can upload your own designs to the Pathfinder just by using that USB. It has 263 built-in embroidery designs. So you're going to have a ton of designs to choose from with that library. And again, guys, the frames that come with, you get the embroidery hoops that come with it are, you're going to get the 8x12 and you're going to get the 5x7. So you're going to get those 2 hoops that come with it. And you're going to get 140 frame combinations, 19 font styles, including script and alphabetical characters, large floral, vine alphabet, 166 Baby Lock exclusive designs. So really a great assortment on this machine, guys. This is such a good machine. And if you're wanting a high-end embroidery machine, I would highly recommend, taking a look at the Baby Lock Pathfinder. Again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and talk to one of our sales team on the phones. They can help answer all your questions. And then again, if you're on the website, just go to smplive.tv. You'll find that Pathfinder product on the day's lineup. Just click on that. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all the specs about it because there's a ton of things that come with this machine. And there's so many features that it has and benefits. And then you can also talk to one of our live chat agents. They can advise you and help you as well while you're on the website. But again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you're local in Southern California, stop by one of our 2 retail superstores down here. And we have plenty of people on the floor today to help you. And we have the machine on the floor as well that you can give it a try. So again, guys, let's continue on. We are going to have Grace in the house. And guys, we are going to talk all about the True Cut system. And guys, if y'all have not seen the True Cut, this is an incredible cutting system in rulers and set. And we have a really, really good Sew Fest special on it today. It's going to be 20% off of all your True Cut products. All you have to do is go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar, just put True Cut. It'll take you to all those products, and we're going to do 20% off all of them today. However, you can go to SMPLive.tv, and you're going to see the individual products they're talking about today, and it'll take you right to the product page. But I'm excited about that. We have Jarrett Ersnoznik back, and we have Jana Matthews back from Grace. So y'all welcome them to the show. Hey, guys.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, how you doing?
Thanks for having us again.
Fantastic. Doing fantastic. I love the True Cut products, and it's, when y'all show all the different things, and I know y'all don't get to show the whole lineup today, but I really love the product, and we're excited to see what you got to show. So I'm going to let y'all get going, and then I'm going to come back in about 25 minutes, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it.
Great. Thanks so much. So Jarek and I were just talking. We were like, we're so sad that it's the end of Sew Fest. It's our last time here. So we want to know, are you sad that it's your last time at Sew Fest? So we want you to put a heart in the comments.
Put a heart in there. If you're sad that it's ending, if you want it to go on longer, go ahead, show your love.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like maybe it'll never end, right?
That would be fantastic, yeah. So of course we're here to talk about True Cut. We love the True Cut system, and we wanted to tell you a little bit about how it got started for those that don't know. So
a lot of hearts, Jana.
A lot of hearts. There are a lot of double hearts.
Triple hearts. There's a lot of hearts going on there.
Everybody's not wanting Sew Fest to stop just as much as us. So the True Cut system started when our owner came to us and said, how do we solve problems? We want to do a cutting system, but we don't want it to just be another cutting system. We want it to start and solve problems for our quilters. So that's what the True Cut system is. It's a way to solve all those problems that you constantly have with your cutting. I know a lot of people love piecing, they love free motion or actually quilting, but cutting, that's the least favorite, right?
And you know what, Jenna, there's like a lot of problems that can come up with cutting, and even today, there's a lot of systems out there that just don't solve the problems that this True Cut system does, and that's why I think True Cut is really great. And sometimes I joke, like I go to shows and I demo this, this really, I don't need to tell you why, I can show you why you need it, but I don't need to try to convince you why you need it, because this just really solves the problems that you're facing in a really great way.
Yeah, so the first problem we were trying to solve for everybody is loss of fabric and loss of limb kind of thing, right? I have so many people who tell me stories about, I've accidentally cut off an edge of my finger, or I cut it really, really bad. And it's like everybody has that kind of story. And then the other story is, as you're cutting for a long time on a piece, they tend to veer off, and then they have to recut, or they go over the top of their ruler and just damage blades and the ruler itself.
I have a lot of people who come to me at shows and they'll show me their Band-Aid on their finger. Like, you know what? Speaking of, loss of limb, I just experienced that today. I'm like, we got to be careful. Another thing that happens too is, my cutter is uncomfortable. Also another one that True Cut solves is my blades are dull. So we'll kind of walk through how this solves those problems that we were just walking through right there.
So let's do the first one, the fact that you're accidentally cutting yourself or the ruler or not the fabric correctly. So we have here our True Cut guide system. So we're gonna hold it up so that you can see this here. It's got a lip on the edge. So as we're going through, you can see this is connected right on there. So as it goes through the track, it's not gonna come off. Yeah,
it
so
goes
you can
right
see. And
on
as I
there.
put it down, you can see here, as I'm trying to cut, I can't veer off. Even if I try and veer off, it just moves the ruler with me.
Yeah, see, look, I can move you back.
Yeah. But I can't go to the left, I can't go to the right. It's all stuck on there. And that's
someone's saying it's like a train track.
Yeah,
It's a lot like that.
Yeah, so it's stuck on there. There's not going to be any problems. And so let me show you here as I cut it. I'm going to bring my fabric down and line it up. I'm going to remove my guide. And then as I come along here and cut, perfect, and I didn't have to veer off, right? Because unfortunately, without it, I tend to go that way. That's the direction I go.
And, especially when you're doing a lot of cutting too, we get tired, and it's easy to start to get like a little bit lazy. You're not paying attention for just a second. Next thing you know, you got a big arc on your quilt, right?
Yeah.
And fabric isn't cheap.
Right.
So
and then you have a weird triangle piece that you're going to try and have to fit into a triangle quilt, right? Like we want our pieces to be perfectly shaped.
And let me just, while we're here, throw out a quick tip. When you eventually maybe decide to get one of these, which I hope you do because it'll help solve this problem for you, what you're going to want to do is kind of come in from the edge, because I just want to demonstrate how easy it is to do to kind of get onto this track. A lot of people, they're trying to like kind of guess, oh, am I here or there? But what you do is you just kind of rotate onto there, and then you're right on there, right?
Yeah,
so,
and that's nice, because I have seen people accidentally get the blade on the side of the track.
We don't want that either.
We want the blade on the side with the fabric and the guide on the other side. Now, what we're demonstrating here, this is the 3x18 ruler, and I want to show on the back side here, we have these little grippies. These are our true grips. And they're designed,
the light there,
trying to shine it a little bit there.
Yeah.
These are excellent. They're right here on our little front section if you want to grab those. There's 30 in a container or package envelope thing, right? So 15 large, 15 small. But I always tell people, don't forget the little diamond section in the middle, because that you can use as well. They're great on the back of your rulers, because you can see here, if I flip over my ruler now, and I'm moving it around, it's just sliding all over the place.
It just slides all over the place.
The part with the ruler, I can move it if I'm forcing it really hard, but it's got those grips on there. So we're not going to go anywhere as we're doing our cutting.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have heard of True Grips, and maybe they don't realize that we have an entire other cutting collection here that's just as good as the True Grips themselves. What's good about these two is these work with any sort of rulers you already might have at home. They can really add that extra grip on there to make sure your fabric and your ruler are not becoming misaligned.
Yeah, that's a great point. And then also, even though you might have other rulers, you might say like, oh great, I got a True Cut cutter, but I want to use my old rulers. And is that possible? Or I have another ruler, I have another cutter, can I still use it with the track and guide system? Well, the answer is yes, you can use each of the cutting tools that we have come with a guide for either the track and guide or this one. You can see it's smaller, so it'll fit right on the edge of your ruler. So each of them come that way, so you can do either your old rulers or not. Now the track and guide system though will only work with the guides that we have and our rulers. So even if you have the track and guide and you're trying to put it on your ruler, there's no track to stick it on. It's kind of like driving your train track on the middle of the regular road.
So you can use them separately, but you get the most benefit when you use them together. Now, Jana, I just want to point out here, it kind of looked like you were holding kind of an odd looking cutter there in that example. I'm sure people might be wondering, who are not familiar, kind of what this is right here.
Right, so we were using our straight cutter. So this is, easily used, left or right-handed. It's wonderful. I'm just going to show really quick, one of the benefits of the straight cutter is it does have a magnet on there now.
And it just makes it so convenient.
So when I'm changing my blade, it just pops right up.
And the quick release.
Right, and the quick release. So as I come and grab it, you can hear that click, and then I'm just going to put it over the top here and push it on, and I'm ready to go. Now so these are both the 45 millimeter.
Jen, I want to point out here too, there's a lot of people in the chat saying that they have this system and how much they like it.
Wonderful.
So I just wanted to point that out, I guess hear from the people that are using it, that are the people that are actually, your colleagues and stuff doing the same thing as you, they love it. So
that it's not just us saying this is a fabulous product, and it's not a Sewing Machines Plus thing, it's a fabulous product, that we have a lot of testimonials coming in. Thank you so much. So with the 45 Comfort Cutter though, you can see it's a different style, and it is designed so that you don't have that problem with cutting, right? A lot of people will do this with it, and you can see right here I have a lot of pressure on that finger. If I hold it with my thumb, I can hold it too tight with my thumb, and then you can also see on the other side I start to have pressure points. But the best way is to wrap your hand around it so that you have an easy grip in your hand. Your thumb comes around, and then the pressure comes from the top of your hand straight down. There's no pressure on any joint as I go along and cut. Now, we have a lot of people who are excited about this, and then they go, well, I'm not right-handed.
Yeah.
What do I do? Because the straight cutter can go to left to right.
Yeah.
The 45
Can
quickly
also
switches.
ergonomic. So let me go ahead and give you a demo of how easy this is. I'm going to go down from a top-down view here just real quick. So all we do is we're just going to release this out. And then there is two parts we're going to want to release. We kind of pull this back and pull that out. And then this side as well, we just push that out. So you can see that this is the same on both sides. Now I'm going to put this in on the opposite side. And this just slides right in like that. Then I'm going to take this and put this in right there, put that back up, and just voila, just like that.
It's all ready to go left-handed.
Now if you're left-handed, boom, like
Yeah,
that.
and I know a lot of people who come up and say, you know, oh, I'm left-handed, but I've been forced to cut right-handed. Well, now you're not forced to cut left-handed or right-handed. You can do whatever way is most convenient for you.
Yeah, another thing I really like about this that I want to mention is, you know, the ergonomic part of it and why it is shaped like this. So because we're holding it in that way that Jana showed, really, you know, we're directly over the pressure. You can actually cut through, I would say, about 3 layers for the same amount of pressure you do for 1 layer with a straight cutter. And that's because with a straight cutter, you know, we're getting this white knuckling and our pressure is all just behind here. So you're not transferring much of it directly down into the fabric.
Yeah.
So with this one, you can see again, you know, I'm right over here. My wrist is what's pushing and cutting with that.
And your wrist is straight. So anybody with carpal tunnel isn't going to have those issues at all. And people have said, well, I have shoulder problems. Is it still going to be an issue if I'm using it coming straight down from my shoulder? And it's like, you're not going to have any issues with the shoulder because all that pressure comes straight from the top of your hand. So you're not going to feel it in your joints at all.
It's less pressure and more direct pressure.
So now we've shown the comfort cutter and we've shown the back and forth and we've shown the straight cutter. Now the other thing that you mentioned was the fact that when you're cutting, things can be
dull.
And what do we do when our blades are dull? Stick them in a baby food jar with some oil and put them on a windowsill, right?
I always joke about like the quilter's secret stash of dull blades because, you know, I'm sure there's some of you out there, maybe you can put a 1 in the chat if you have a secret drawer, maybe it's not so secret, of, you know, stashed blades that maybe one day you might use.
And because they were expensive, blades aren't cheap.
They're not cheap.
And so you feel like, oh, I need to use that again. How do I use it again? And we've got that solution. We have 2 different ways that you can sharpen your blades. We have a linear sharpener that allows you to sharpen on the go.
There's lots of ones coming in.
Oh, there's lots of ones. See, everybody's got those blades. We know because we live that life too, right?
Absolutely.
But the other way is with our electric sharpener. So the linear sharpener is when you have this guide on there, where it's just the regular guide, so that when it goes down in, it will go across those blades. Now, the linear sharpener, if you want to just grab it right there to show everybody, it's just right here.
Oh, right, this one right here.
Yeah, you can see. So you just put it on the your table, run it through one direction, and then you flip the guide around, run it through the other direction. So you're all set to go. You don't have to take the blade off of your cutter.
Yeah, that makes it really nice because, you know, it's one less step to take it out. But fortunately with ours, right, if you're using our brand, it's incredibly easy to pull these out. So it's not as big of a problem with ours specifically. But those, you know, you don't have to get all of our set to use our cutters. These work with anything that you might already have. It doesn't matter what blade it is, it's going to work in this one.
Yeah, now the only ones I would recommend not using are titanium.
Oh, yes, yes.
Because titanium does have a film on it. So when it comes straight from the factory, it has that film. So by the time you get the film off and then you're starting to try and get the titanium done, it just doesn't work. So that's the best thing about the linear sharpener is that you can just do any blade and any cutter. So you're not limited on that. Now, if sometimes like me, when I'm cutting with or sharpening with a linear cutter, you have to make sure it has the right beveled edge. So if you tilt it too far, you can end up dulling it. So for me, I like to use the electric sharpener.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, some more physical effort. You know, you have to keep running it through there, you know, a good amount of times to make sure that's sharpening. And that's also, like you said, you have to pay attention to the angle. That way you're not actually dulling it. It's easy well, not incredibly easy, but you know, it's easy enough if you're not paying attention to start actually dulling
All
your
this
blade.
paying attention, right? Like
yeah,
pay attention while you're cutting, paying attention when you're sharpening. Yeah.
We're just trying to make this easier.
Yes.
So the easiest solution is definitely going to be the electric sharpener, because this does all that sort of thing for us. So I'll open this up. This comes with a little paper in here. It just talks about how these are all tested and QC'd, because something that I get asked a lot, you know, does it work?
Does it work?
We'll touch on that again in a second. But I'll pull this out of here. Now, what we can do is look at this from a top down here. This has 3 different sizes, and I'll hold this up here so that you can see it. So there's 3 different size ridges right here. So there is the one for the 28, the 45, and the 60. So all your sizes, all those ones that you have in your drawer, this will work with it. Now this has 2 stones, one on the top and one on the bottom, and these are diamond grit stone. So these are going to last a very long time, you know, forever. You don't have to, the life of the sharpener, the life of the motor and the electronics in this is going to last. You're never going to have to buy replacements for that.
Yeah, and the other thing I love about the electric sharpener is people will say, oh, can I do those other blades just like the linear? And it's true, yes you can, as long as it has that tri-wing design. So I'm going to show you what the tri-wing design looks like here in our top down. Let's see if I can get that close. You can see there's a 3-ring, kind of like a little section there. As long as it has that shape, it will work in the electric sharpener. If it's just a circle or it has a 2-wing design, you can try it. It's not guaranteed to work, but that's what it's designed for, the tri-wing.
And again, with the titanium too, those are not going to work in here for the same reason as with the linear sharpener. Now, someone was asking, you know, is this battery powered or does it plug into the wall? This comes with a cable to plug it directly into the wall. So we don't have to worry about keeping the batteries and switching them out. Just make sure you have outlet, plug it right in. And then what you do, I'll kind of just run through what you would do for a process.
We'll get this blade off of here and you can kind of go from there.
So yep, you would just put this right in there, put that right in there, and what you want to do is make sure that is all the way in the groove right there. Because if it kind of comes off a little bit, you're going to have the same problem that you would have with the linear sharpener if you're not keeping the right angle. So you want that to be settled in there. Now you're going to push this down and hold it down. You're not going to want to lock it down, you want to hold it down. That way you're getting the right amount of pressure on there, and the motor doesn't spin correctly when you're locking it all the way down. So just hold it down, and then what you're going to do is you just press this button for about 30 seconds, and then what you're going to want to do is take this and then flip this blade. Its stubs come with some tweezers that we don't have to touch it.
You don't have to touch it and worry about nicking your fingers.
And then what you're going to do is just push this down for another 30 seconds.
And the reason that you do that is even though there's the blades on both sides, sometimes with the gravity, the blade will kind of sit more on that bottom blade. But one thing that I always do, and it's a trick that Jarek taught me, was on the edges of the beveling, I take a little black marker and I mark just the edges of the blade in like 3 spots on both sides. So when I put it into the sharpener and try it out, if that marking is gone, then I know that it's sharpened enough. And if it's still there, then I know it needs a little bit longer, because you can do it for 30 seconds or 15 seconds or whatever, and you think, oh, it's sharp, but how do you know for sure? And that was the trick that Jarek told me was, hey, just mark it, and then we're set to go. Yep,
just mark some Sharpie edges on there, and you'll see when that Sharpie kind of gets rubbed off, you know for sure that it's making contact all the way around. And that's why it's good to do it in a few different places. And I'll just go back to, you know, does this work? Because that's definitely going to be the top question I always get asked, because there's a lot of other sharpeners out there on the market that I've heard that just don't work for people. So with this one, it absolutely does work. And there's a lot of other testimonials out there. You know, I'm sure there can be some people in the chat here that have it and also have a good experience with it. But the most important part is following those steps that we were talking about there. You want to make sure to do it on both sides. You want to make sure to do it for the 30 seconds and kind of just following the process, holding it down right. Those are going to be the important parts to make sure we're getting your blade sharpened for you with this great product.
And with the straight cutter, now that it's all sharp and we're ready to go, I've got that magnet. All I do is come here, my magnet pulls it up, and then I can put it on my guide and start cutting again. So we're all set.
One other question I get asked, Jana, on this is, how many times can I sharpen my blade? You know, I usually say at least 1 time. Now, now 1 doesn't sound like a whole lot, right? You might be saying, oh, I can only sharpen it once, but let me help put that into a little bit of perspective for you. You know, that is going to be 50% off of your blade price.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it depends on the type of blade. if you're going to a place and finding 10 blades for $1, you probably can't sharpen them very well. But our blades are a special steel that we get done so that you can sharpen them over again, so you can continue the value of the blade by sharpening them with either the electric or the linear sharpener.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you can absolutely sharpen it a few more times. This is mainly dependent on the quality of the blade. Like Jenna was saying, if we're getting, the 10 for however many, right, those are not going to be able to sharpen very well. But if we're buying some quality blades like these True Cut ones, 2 or 3 times, absolutely. And what you can kind of do is you're going to want to just do it a few more times, like a few more cycles if you're not getting that edge that you want on there. But what happens is, how fast is that metal grinding down, and there's not going to be enough metal left there to get that sharp.
That sharp edge, yeah. The other question we get a lot is, will it take out nicks? And no, if you've run over something that causes a nick in your blade, or you have one of those rotary cutters that does the dots, it's not going to be able to sharpen those, because it does need that whole section to sharpen through it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've talked about cutting, we've talked about sharpening our cutters. Let's talk about some of our fantastic ruler sizes that we've got. Now on the table here we have our 3x18. This is a pretty standard size ruler, and you'll notice in our ruler we have holes, and people will ask all the time, why do your rulers have holes on them? Well, one thing is when they're poured, they're from a plastic carbonate. They make it more flexible. So how many people are right now just worried that I'm going to snap this ruler in half, right?
Yeah, whoa, what's going to explode on me there, Jana? Yeah, slow down.
So these holes also help it when you're dropping it, that it's chip resistant. And then also my favorite thing is when I'm cutting and measuring, I can hold not only my ruler down, but I can also put some fingers down here in the little holes and hold my fabric in place at all, so that, I'm not going to slide it back and forth when I'm holding them and I'm cutting. It's just firm in place.
Yeah, and again, these are super durable just because, the material, you can really go to town on this, and there's really
I think you're worrying everybody again.
I know, I'm worrying them. I just want to prove to them, we're not just doing this for a second because it might actually break. I can keep going on this all day, and that retains its edge and everything. So because of the plastic that this is made out of, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so we have this in, we have 3 different rectangle sizes. We have a 6.5 by 24.5. the 3x18, and then a 6.5 by 12.5. Then we have 3 square cutter or rectangle. Square rulers, saying rectangle rulers. Square rulers, a 6.5 square, 9.5, and a 12.5 square. And then we have 3 triangle rulers, a 90 degree, a 60 degree, and then 120 degree. It's a kite, so it's got the 60, 90, and 120. So one question that keeps coming up in all the comments I've noticed is, okay, you've got the coupon coming up, but is there any bundles, different things? Yeah. So we have here, we wanted to show, this is our Quilter's combo. It comes with a 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, and a package of True Grips. This is a, super
it's absolutely fantastic place to start.
Super popular, and you get the cute little bag to carry all your True Cut stuff in it.
The bag and the style is important.
Exactly. Okay. Then you can stick all your items in there. You're all set to go. It's a great bundle. And so that is also 20% off. So any of the True Cut products, it's not just individually, any combos that are available, any of those things, it's 20% off the whole thing. So that's fantastic.
One thing I was seeing in the chat, Jana, is some people were saying, this would be a great gift. And you know what? I agree, right? We're coming up on the holiday seasons. If you're thinking about giving a gift for someone, this is going to be, surprise them with this. And it's going to be a really great addition to their tool set that they might not even have thought about. So they're going to love that.
Now, one thing people might say, well, I'm quilting with my family. I want to give one to her. What if our comfort cutters get switched up? Mm-hmm. Well, one of the best things about our comfort cutter is it has this little section right here where you can take it out and customize it. So this little paper comes off, you can put a picture in there, you can put fabric, you can flip it over and put your name, but that way you don't have to worry about, how do I take home my comfort cutter at the end of the day when we're done all quilting?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I think they look really pretty too. I think they chose a really nice color with all this as well. That's just one thing I like to talk about too, because it does make a little bit of a difference when you like the way your tools look. It makes you want to use them more, right? Mm-hmm. So that's just another thing.
Well, and the last two pieces I want to talk about before we send it back is we want to talk about our 360 circle cutter. Now, I saw this the first time and I was amazed that from 2 inches to 12 inches, you can see here all the way, and it twists here. It has a little spot right here where a pivot point comes in, and then the blade is down here. So do you want to demonstrate really quick how to cut
absolutely.
that?
Yeah, and Jana, I gotta say, I was like blown away when I first saw this. Like, were you blown away, right? When the first time you saw it, you're like, wait a second.
Great. It was like, that's how easy it was?
Yeah. So what I'll do is, we'll just go on a top-down view here, because this is just really cool to show you how easy it is to do a circle. So I'm just gonna press down on this top
and
section here.
what size are you gonna do
You know what,
here?
I'm actually gonna go for like a 5-inch circle.
5-inch, okay.
Oh, I'm landing in there. So, all right, we'll go back to here. I'm just gonna push down on this, and then I'm gonna go all the way around, just like that, and...
Oh my goodness. And then you have your circle. The thing I love about the 360 circle cutter is not only can you do a circle, but then you can set it up to just do a half circle. You can make sure your pivot point is always in the same place. And then you can do a ring, so you can continue to like a small circle and build it out as you go along. Again, that 2 inches all the way up to that 12 inches, perfect cuts. And now the one thing about this, people always ask, can the cutter in here go in the sharpeners? And unfortunately, no, this one is just a little bit too small. It's just right here on the bottom, as you can see right there. So it's not available to pull out, but you can get replacement blades. You don't have to buy a whole new cutter just for that.
And something else I love about the circle cutter, Jana, real quick, is that it just opens up a lot of fun, creative, like circle designs that you wouldn't have thought of. I just like threw some together right here. You know, maybe this could be some sort of bug, but you know, you can start to turtle.
I know, there's like so
you can arrange this down here. It can have like really long legs, just all sorts of, you know, maybe it's a face. You know, you can just really unleash your creativity with some of these circles, because circles are usually something that's just really difficult. You have to go out of your way to make. So this makes some really fun, you know, applique or piecing or shapes that you can come up with this.
Yeah, that it's not just limited to the things that you've always done in the past.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then lastly, we want to talk about our cutting mats. They're a 5-ply cutting mat. You can see we've got the bias edges on there. The other thing about our rulers, as you can see, they're clear, so no matter what mat you're doing, you can easily see in between there, where's my lines, what's everything going. Now these are double-sided, 5-ply.
Yeah, let's show that a little bit here, right? So we got the same exact pattern on the other side. So we're not just paying for one. You know, we have this printed on both sides. You can use it twice as much.
Now I get questions all the time about the cutting mat. They'll say like, oh, is it self-healing? And it is, but you have to give it time to self-heal. So if you're doing a cut, say if I'm going on this line right here, and I am cutting on this line all the time, eventually it's not going to be able to heal. So you have to give it time to heal. So you'll want to move along different sections so that you allow that cutter pieces of the plastic to come together each time. So we've talked about the TrueCut cutting system, we've talked about the blades, we've talked about the sharpeners, we've talked about the rulers. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we throw it back to Blaine?
You know, I think we've covered everything here. Just again, the ergonomic cutter, honestly, this is going to be like my favorite thing. If I were to recommend anything, that the ergonomic cutter with the guide, it just makes such a big difference, and you don't have to worry about swerving off or, you know, cutting yourself. It just reduces all that struggle that you run into with cutting and make it easier and safer and just like a more enjoyable experience in general. And then the sharpener, that's just like a huge money saver over time. You know, honestly, I say it starts to pay for itself pretty quick. So it's a great investment, something to use all those blades that you've been stashing.
Yeah, it's true. And all our cutters come in 3 sizes, the 45 millimeter, and then we have a 60 millimeter, and it goes down to a 28. So that's in the straight and the comfort cutter as well. So Blaine, we're gonna throw it back to you. If there's any other things you want to talk about on the TrueCut system?
Well, hey, thanks guys, Jarek and Jana. Thank y'all so much for the TrueCut. I'm a big fan of the TrueCut, and I know everybody out there is. I saw some comments, they were loving it, and we're going to tell them how they can get this, guys, because it is a great, you know, Sew Fest special. Again, guys, all the TrueCut products you can get that you saw on the show, and every single one we have on our website are going to be 20% off. So you're going to use a coupon code, just TrueCut, TRUECUT. TrueCut is going to be your coupon code. You'll put that in at checkout, and it's going to give you 20% off all the TrueCut products today. It'll end today at 6, or no, I'm sorry, it ends tomorrow, Saturday, at close of business. So 4 p.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow on Saturday, the sale ends. And that's all the products that you've been seeing on Sew Fest end on 4 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. You can still get all those deals. Give them a call tomorrow, even if you need to. But right now, go to the website. Just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar, type TrueCut. Or if you're on the SMPLive.tv page, you can go down to where you see the TrueCut products. Click on that. That's going to take you to the category page. And any of the products you see in that TrueCut category, you're going to be able to get the 20% off using that coupon code. All right, guys, we're going to continue on the show. Let's bring Angela Wolf back in.
Hi.
Hey, Angela.
Okay, Blaine. I begged for pink and I begged for leopard, and it didn't win. But I decided to break the rules and wear it myself.
So you got a pink leopard shirt on.
I do. I do. I covered both bases at the same time. Check.
There you go. All right. Well, I'm going to let you take it away because I know you got a very special guest coming up next with another great product from Brother.
I do, and she is a good friend. She's been on a gazillion episodes of At Your Side Virtually. She's a brother educator. Heather Banks is coming in to show you a fabulous machine. Heather, join the party. I read your bio, and it says you've been sewing for years.
A long time.
I didn't think you were old enough for that.
I know, Angela. I don't know what to say. I think so.
That's awesome. I hear an echo, so I'll talk to you and let you take it away.
Okay, hold on, because I think I can also fix that. Hello, everyone. Does that seem any better? Hopefully we can get rid of any echoes, but it's so good to see everyone. I am going to talk about the SE1900 today. That is a sewing and embroidery machine combination, so you get both for the price of one. It is a really great machine. It's right behind me, and I can't wait to talk about it. My mom has this machine and she loves it, and so we like to get together and she sews with it as well. But this is Sew Fest, and so I thought I'd take a little bit of time and talk especially about the sewing features, although it absolutely embroiders. And you can import Disney into this machine as well using Brothers Embroidery.com feature. So keep in mind that you're never limited with Brother when it comes to Disney as well. So let's switch over to that machine so you can see it completely and in its full glory. So this is the SE1900. Like I said, it is sewing and embroidery. All of the sewing stitches are listed up at the top of the machine. It is not a gigantic machine. So if it only weighs about 22 pounds, which makes it a great travel machine as well. So here you can see that I have the sewing bed, so I can always just slide that right on so that I can sew. Now it does have one of those flip open compartments, of course, you can store all of your feet and whatnot. But it's very simple to change over between sewing and embroidery. So let me take the sewing arm off, and we'll come over here. And this is the embroidery arm. So you can see it's lightweight. I can do it all by myself there very easily. I'm going to turn the machine off, slide that on, and that's all there is. We are now ready to start embroidering. So if you were concerned that it would take a lot of work or that you wouldn't want to go to the trouble, it's really very simple to do. Now I am going to slide my my sewing arm back on and turn the machine on so that you can see more of what it can do. Now there are 138 different embroidery designs built into the machine. So you get quite a few built in right off the bat. Let me go to my larger hoop. So you can see that this has a full color touchscreen, which I love. So you can see any of the designs very well. You can make them even larger. So it's a very simple to ease and easy to use machine. Everything has a button. Like you can see, this is sewing, this is embroidery. So let's go ahead and go back. It has fonts built in as well. There's actually 11 fonts built in, so you can customize and personalize with this machine. If you're looking to add names or you want to do a monogram, that is absolutely doable with this machine. So as I mentioned, we're talking a little bit about embroidery, but I really want to talk about sewing a little bit more. So this is the embroidery side, and here is the sewing. So there's just 2 buttons. There's not a lot of back and forth to remember. This is the sewing side, and we're going to look at this a little bit more detail. Before we do, let me also tell you a little bit more of what you get with this machine. So we mentioned the embroidery arm. We have the sewing machine. This is the 5-inch by 7-inch hoop that comes with the machine. Now you can also use a 4-inch by 4-inch and additionally a smaller 1.5 by 2-inch, but this is what you will get in the box with the machine. Also, you're going to get 7 different sewing feet and an embroidery foot. It comes with a bobbin winder, like I mentioned, the full color screen, the flatbed attachment, a scissors button so that you can easily cut your thread after sewing. It has an advanced needle threader, which I'll show you. You can also lower the feed dogs for free motion quilting, which is amazing. And you can save up to 128 kilobytes in this machine. So it has a USB port on the side. You can bring in any kinds of designs as long as they fit in the hoop, and that will work. So let's go ahead and do some needle threading so you can see the system. I'm going to lock my screen. If I push this button, my machine no longer functions, and that is a safety feature. Now, I know you won't be able to see it in high detail, but I'm just going to walk you through that this is a one-handed process, and it is numbered. So I'm just going through 1 through 6, and there we go. And let's come up to this part of the machine. So you can see I brought it up behind the needle bar. Then I'm going to go right in front of this number 7. And if I can do this without looking, there is a thread cutter on the side. And now what I'm going to do is press this button right here, and it threads my needle for me. So let's go back here, and you can see that is all there was. So this really is an advanced needle threading system. It's very fast and easy, and it doesn't require you to get up close. And I know I need that. I don't want to have to try to get in there and thread my needle. So once we've done that, let's talk a little bit about what else you can do with it. This, like I said, has 240 built-in stitches that are just for sewing. It has a category up top that we would consider our utility stitches. So you're going to get straight stitches, zigzags, overcasting. You get piecing stitches if you're a quilter that automatically moves your needle 1/4 of an inch away from the edge of the foot. So there's a lot you can do. Let's go back. The first stitch, we'll go back to the left justified sewing stitch, and I'm going to put a piece of fabric down. Now what I want you to see is how easy it is to change seam allowances. So I have my foot up against the edge of the fabric. If I sew and I just begin sewing, this is automatically a 1/2 inch seam allowance. If I go into my settings, sorry, wrong one. If I go into my settings, I can move this over just a little bit. And now when I begin sewing, I will be sewing at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm just going to go ahead and leave it here. And then if I move it down up a little bit more than my width, as a matter of fact, is what I'm moving, then what I will now get is a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. And notice I didn't have to pick up my fabric. I didn't have to move anything. And let me show you more close up what that looks like. So right here, we have a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Then I moved to 3/8, and then I moved to a 1/4 of an inch. So just a couple different movements with your width button makes it very simple to change your seam allowance. So let's take that back to what it was. Now notice too, this does a beautiful sewing stitch. So all I'm doing right now is a 2.5 millimeter sewing stitch, kind of like our normal one we might piece with or sew in general. And let me go to a close-up. And here you can see it's just a really nice, beautiful stitch. So it does a great job. It's got a white bobbin, so it's a little more difficult to see. All right, so we're just talking about stitching on cotton, but let's talk about stitching on other fabrics. So for instance, here I have a piece of denim. It's just a brown denim, and I'm going to go ahead and fold it over and do 2 layers at once. So here I have 2 layers of denim, and you can see it's very effortless, no issue at all. Let's pull that out and look. And again, just using a regular straight stitch. So that did a great job. It's a very strong stitch. Let's pull that, and you can see. Now let's go ahead and double that, and we'll now have 4 layers of denim. Go ahead and stitch through that. Now, as I'm coming off these 4 layers of denim, let's go ahead and add something really silky. And I mean, this is just so sheer, right? Let's go ahead and put that down right as it comes off of the denim, and watch how it continues stitching without absolutely, oops, it's stuck on the denim, without absolutely any issues whatsoever. So I'm able to go from something as much as here, this is 4 layers of denim, straight off onto the sheer fabric, and it's just easy peasy, and it does a great job. So the stitch quality with this machine is really fantastic, I have to say. Okay, let's try out something else that you might do with your machine. And then in this case, I'm going to use, oops, wrong way, what's called the R foot. And this is a blind hem foot. So I'm just going to pop my new foot back on. As easy as that to change it. Now this foot has a guide underneath, and I'm going to go ahead and change to a special stitch just for a blind hem. So if you're not familiar with a blind hem will do something, let me show you, that looks like this. So if this were the hem that I was working with, you can see that I have just the tiniest little bit of stitches popping out, and the inside looks like this. Now, I would never do this in a contrasting color. I would want it to blend in, but for the sake of you seeing it, we are going to do it in another color. So let me pull out my fabric. And what I have here is a piece of fabric that I have pretended is my hem. And so my hemline has been folded up. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold my hem back down towards me. And when I look at it from the inside of the hem, what I have is this piece that overlaps the fold. So let's go to a close-up. Now what I'm going to do is put the extension in the middle of the foot right along that fold, and then we're going to start sewing. And if I keep that extension in the center of the foot right up against the fold, I'll show you how that works when we pull it out. Then you can see that I have a beautiful stitch, a beautiful blind hem stitch. And that was just, I mean, very simple and easy. So if you are ever asked to do hems, this might be the foot for you to know how it works. Super. I appreciate you guys are liking seeing that. It's certainly something that I like to get use out of. All right, let's go back to our machine. Now, what about sewing on a button? So I was working at a show this weekend, and someone was saying, oh, I bet next thing you know, the machines will sew the buttons on for you. And I said, oh my gosh, how did you know? They already do that. So I'm going to take my button and I'm going to slide it into the foot, and I'm going to line up the two. Let's see if I can turn it so you can see it. I'm going to, let's go back here. Line up the 2 holes in the buttons with approximately those red lines. And it just needs to be approximately. So let's get it in like that. And now this foot will pop off. And I will place my button sewing foot on. There we go. And now I'm ready to sew on a button. Now, all I have to do is change back to a different stitch. So I'm going to go back to the main sewing screen, and I'm going to go to the buttonhole stitches. Now you can see there's 10 different buttonholes built into this machine. If I go all the way to the end, then you will see the one that looks like a circle with a line through it. I'm going to go ahead and press that. Now it's ready to go in button sewing mode. And I don't know if you know this, but pretty much all buttons have that same distance between them. So all I need to do, let's put our fabric underneath first before I double check, is I'm going to lift this foot up, place it down exactly where I want my button. And then the only other thing I want to do is double check that my needle is not going to hit the holes of my button. That looks good to me. So let's go ahead and stitch that. And that is it, guys. I mean, I use this feature all the time because I don't want to ever sew another button on by hand. And it just does such a great job. So if you also ever need to sew buttons on, and I don't even just mean for clothing, but if you do button crafts, this is a really fast and easy way to get a button onto your fabric. All right. Speaking of buttons, let's mention the dreaded buttonhole foot, because, you know, sewing buttonholes, those can be scary for people, and I understand. Let's go ahead and pop off this foot. Again, it's very simple to get your feet on and off, just like any brother machine. Now I'm going to need my button. Well, what do you know, right? I need my button after I sewed it on. So I just took it off. Now I'm going to take the foot, and I am going to place my button in the very back, and this piece comes out to adjust for the size of your button. So as long as you make it adjusted to the size, just like that, then you will get the exact size of buttonhole that you need. Whoa, slid off the back. All right, I'm going to put this down and attach my buttonhole foot, so it should look like this. And then the last thing I need to do is lower a lever that's right here. And I want to put it in back of that little notch. And this will travel back and forth between this notch, giving me the perfect size buttonhole. So let's go ahead. Yeah, it did run away. You are right. It absolutely, my foot did run away from me. Okay, so I'm going to place this down on the fabric, and then I'm going to go back over to my screen. Let's go back one. Let's go to the buttonholes. Really, I can choose any one I want. So you have quite a few. You can choose from keyhole buttonholes. I would suggest just trying out different ones. I think this is the most quote unquote normal one. It's telling me to have my A foot. It's showing me what the stitch will look like. I can change the tension, which will increase the density of the buttonhole. So let's go back and watch it stitch. So I've lowered my foot, and now I can press the start button, which, by the way, is just the green button in front of the machine. Every time I press start, then that is what I'm doing. So let's go ahead and watch it stitch a buttonhole. So notice it's bouncing back and forth and doing it all on its own. There's no force step. You don't have to drop the lever, move it, come back. Very simple and easy. This is a great sewing machine. It really is. If you are looking for a sewing machine and then you love the extra to have the embroidery combo on the other side, I highly recommend this one. Like I said, I wouldn't have steered my mom wrong. Okay, let's pull that out, and you can see this is a gorgeous buttonhole. I mean, really, it is beautiful, and it required no effort on my part. And I know now that since I had the button in the back, that this will now match and let me do that perfectly. So something else to consider if you've ever been concerned about stitching a button. Okay, I'm going to change a little bit of gears. We're going to go back to the main stitches. And I'm going to scroll over to 1-06, which is kind of like a, I call it a stem stitch, and I didn't make that up. I'm sure someone else called it that. And it's it's a little bit of a zigzag, a little bit of a straight stitch. And if you like to sew on knits, you know, they're so popular nowadays, sewing knit tops, and they can stretch, the seams stretch and you can pop stitches. So it's recommended that you stitch with a zigzag or something similar to this stem stitch that I'm going to show you. So let me put that on there and let's check out what this seam will look like. Let me double check. Got to put there we go. All right, let's go ahead and let that stitch. And then you can kind of see how this fabric can go ahead and stretch. So if you like knits, you don't be intimidated. You can absolutely still use this machine to sew, even if you don't, for instance, have a serger. So look at that. I got a really nice seam. And this, by the way, is the stretchy part of the fabric. And you can see that it does a great job locking it up. So don't worry or be intimidated if you haven't moved into a serger land yet. Use a zigzag, use your stem stitch, and you can get a really straight stitch. Now, like I said, this comes with 7 feet. We haven't mentioned a couple. We haven't mentioned that it comes with a zipper foot. It comes with an overcasting foot, excuse me. So again, if you don't have a serger, this does a nice job making a finished edge. And then, of course, we have a monogramming foot or an open toe foot so that you can really see your stitches underneath. And let me show you that really quick because I think that is really fun. Now, in addition to the built-in embroidery fonts, you can also use the sewing fonts. So I'm going to switch this over to the end foot. And then I'm going to go back to my screen, and we're going to go to the home screen. Now, down here in the bottom left corner, you have a choice of 4 different fonts. I'm going to choose the top one. And let's see, you can spell, let's go with SEW. Now, you can see that it's just going to stitch it once, or I can come in and make it repeat over and over. So with this button here, I can sew the word once, I can sew it over and over. I can reverse it. I can make it stitch off to the side. Oh my gosh, we can stretch it out. There's a lot of editing options, even in the sewing side. So let's head back to a close-up and check out what that looks like as it stitches out this word. Now notice, do you hear that? The machine is automatically moving from right to left on its own. So it does that all on its own in between letters. I'm not sure. I'm trying to get us to the last letter. I think we hit it. And now it's starting over. So let me pull that out so you can see what it looks like. All right. See, I mean, pretty fantastic. And that's just in the sewing side. Of course, you have the embroidery fonts that you could use anytime. So there are a lot of things you can do. And I didn't even talk about the built-in decorative stitches. So don't worry if you think you are limited just to straight stitches. There are a lot of built-in decorative stitches as well. And just to kind of give you some of my favorites, like the car, the Volkswagen, the bee, and notice that I can combine. So at this point, it is adding those on, or I could just make it one row. So let's go back out. So, oh my gosh, and I know we're getting close here. Let's see, we have a little bit more time, so I'm going to keep going. So we've talked about all the different stitches, the different feet that are included. I wanted to also show you something here, and that is called My Custom Stitch. So if you want, you can create your own stitches very simply and easy. And I'm just going to kind of play with this a little bit. Now, you've probably seen this if you've seen a Brother machine. And basically what it allows me to do is it allows me to move my stitches in really any way that I want. Let's take a peek at what that would look like. So that's a stitch that I made all on my own. And Renee, I am so glad you're sold on this machine. I just caught that in the comment. But you can see that's just something I made right now, just off the top of my head. Now, if you're thinking, I'm not so sure I want to do it all from scratch, if you come here to the bottom left corner, you can actually take any of these built-in stitches. I'm not sure which one to choose. Let's go back to the beginning. Any of the built-in stitches, and you can make adjustments to them. So see how it's popped up on the screen for me, and I can now add, let's do that one. And then I can now delete parts of it. Maybe I just want the first part, and I'm going to now add something else to it. And I think you probably get the point. And that's actually what that stitch would look like when it was stitched out. And I actually think it's pretty cute. Let's take a quick peek at what that would look like. So you are not limited to the machine's built-in stitches. If you have any ideas in your mind of something you would like to make, oh my gosh, sky's the limit, right? And you can see it was not a terribly difficult thing. Oh, sorry, you weren't on the close-up. And that's what my stitch that I just made right now while we were talking looks like. So pretty cool, I have to say. I love this feature. I think it's a great additional option. Oh my gosh, we're getting really close to the end. Angela, do you guys want to show this price? Because this is a pretty awesome machine. Let me come back.
Hey, Heather.
Hey, how are we sounding? Any echoes?
No.
Yay. Okay, I fixed it.
Good. I was. So there were so many questions, but the SMP people were chatting away. That weighs about 22 pounds. That was a common question.
It is 22 pounds. That's right. It's really not a overly bulky or heavy machine.
And does that machine do sideways sewing?
Yes, it does. Did you want me to show it really quick, or just wanted to know?
Yeah, just show them where it is real quick, because that was like 4 questions, because that's been the biggest thing. If you have a quick sec, show it.
Yep. Okay. Let me go back to the machine and the close-up. Sorry, that was on my list. I didn't get to it. But if we go back to our main screen, sideways sewing is right here. And you can just very easily, and I know you guys are so limited on time, but let me show you. If I choose sideways sewing, and it can also, you are not limited to straight stitch. It does sideways sewing zigzag too. So you can see I went sideways here and straight down. So definitely does sideways sewing for both zigzag and straight stitch. It's an awesome machine.
Love it. Love it. And, you know, I think a lot of people don't realize that's been on Brother machines for a long time now. And so you just have to check for that little, I use it for sewing bags when you're making that cool strap with the triangle.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. That's a great function for it.
What is the largest embroidery hoop? I know you mentioned it, but I think some people came in a little bit late. What's the largest one that comes with that one?
Largest one is a 5x7 hoop, but you can also use the 5x12-inch hoop that you can get for this machine. It would just require some additional positioning. The very largest design you can stitch is 5 inches by 7 inches.
Okay, wonderful. And I think a lot of the other questions were answered. If not, keep asking them. The Sewing Machines Plus will answer them. Heather, you'll have to go back and read the comments. Everyone loves you. You do such a great job demoing. Your camera angles are just, you sold the machine to Renee.
I know. I saw Renee. I'm like, Renee, call me. We got to talk. It's an awesome machine.
So Heather, you show up at your side virtually quite often on the Brother channel, and you also have, don't you have a Facebook group with about Scan and Cut?
I do. If you join Cindy Hogan and I, you come to The Education Connection, you can join us in our private Facebook group, and we love to talk Brother machines. We'll answer your questions. We'll show you what we're working on.
Awesome. Hey, thanks, Heather. And I think Blaine has a fantastic deal on this machine. Of course, it's a call-in special because they can't bring it up. And I don't know, I might have to ask Blaine to join me. I know that these Brother machines this week have been flying out the door. So Blaine, do you have these? how are we doing? Like, I know that a lot of people, this is Friday, and a lot of people call ahead to get the orders. So do we have anything left?
Yeah, the some of the machines were really flying off the shelf, especially the ones that Sarah Vetzer was doing earlier in the week. Man, we couldn't keep those in, and we got more. They just came in, so we got everybody covered. But we're sitting really good with the 1900. We made a huge order of those right before Sew Fest, so we'd have plenty. We got a great price on them. So guys, we have got a really nice price on this machine. The normal price is $19.99. We've got a really good Sew Fest special. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we have 0% interest financing available too. So ask them about that. But Angela, this is a fantastic sewing and embroidery machine for all the things you do. And it's got a great accessory pack that comes with it. Not only it's a 5x7 embroidery hoop, but you're getting all those feet that come with it. It comes with a ton of feet. And like she showed, the sideways sewing. I mean, this thing does just about anything you want it to do, and great for the buttonholes and things. So if somebody wants a great combination machine and not spending a ton of money, this would be a fantastic model. And Angela, this has been one of the Brothers' most popular machines this year. It's been a really good seller all year. And I think the reason why is because you're getting so much, features and things in a very inexpensive package.
Well, and Blaine, they added so many features in this machine that are on the higher end machines. It's amazing. I mean, as she's going through that, I'm watching the comments. They're like, oh my gosh, this machine has that. I've actually myself, as a Brother brand ambassador, I've worked on this machine quite a bit. It is so easy to use. The embroidery is beautiful. And I actually have an older bag, like one of those, bags that sometimes would come with machines, and it fits the machine, it fits the embroidery hoop, the embroidery attachment, a couple hoops, and I've been carrying it back and forth to the cottage to work. It's so lightweight. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think it weighs 22 pounds, and that's extremely lightweight for all the things you're getting. And then with all the built-in stitches and designs it has in it, again, it's just a great bundle. And so again, everybody, if you want to take a look at this, you can go to smplive.tv. On that product page, or the product, you'll see that SE 1900. Just click on that. That'll take you to the product page. You can read all the specs you want about it. And then, give us a call at 800-401-8151 to get that price. And then ask about the financing if you need some help. And then also, if you go to that product page, we have live chat agents standing by that can help you out. And then again, if you're in Southern California, you're close to San Diego, stop into one of our 2 superstores. They have this machine on the floor, and they can give you lessons and tell you all about it right there. So, all right, Angela, another great offering from Brother. We love the 1900. So we're going to let you keep going, because I know you got our first educational class coming up, and we got, the rock star herself, Carly Bell's in the house.
Carly Bell. I'm very excited about this. Carly Bell, she's going to be showing us how to personalize your sewing projects with embroidery. But not only that, she's a full-time mom and crafter. I don't know how you do it, by the way, but she does gorgeous work. I cannot wait to learn from you. This is our first educational series of the day, so grab your tea. Carly Bell, come and join the party.
Hi, Angela. How are you doing?
How are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
You are so busy. But your designs are absolutely gorgeous. I love the way you personalize things. I love watching you when you're on with Blaine. So, and I know everybody here, if you haven't met Carly, what part of the country are you from?
I am south of New Orleans, Louisiana. So southern Louisiana.
Awesome. Who doesn't love Louisiana? It's one of my favorite places to go. All right. So today you're going to be talking about personalizing items with embroidery, right?
Yes, we're going to talk about how we can add that little touch of personalizations to the projects that we're already working on.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you take it away, and I'm going to enjoy my coffee and watch too.
All right. Thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm glad you could join us. I'm so excited to be back on Sew Fest. So today we're going to talk about embroidery. Now, when I first started, I kind of didn't take the same path that most people take, because I jumped straight into embroidery and had no sewing experience whatsoever. So I went straight for all the baby things. I have 2 little girls, and after my first one was born, I wanted all the baby items with all the monograms and the names and the applique. So when I started, I purchased items and embroidered them. And now over the years, I am slowly getting into learning how to sew. And what makes this, combining these two, so much better than embroidering items that you purchase already made is that you can hide the back of the embroidery. So what I'm going to give you an example, and what we're going to stitch out today is this cute little baby lovey blanket. And so this is flannel and minky, and I've embroidered a monogram on the bottom. But what's great about it is you're not seeing that embroidery on the back because we embroidered it before we sewed it all together. So that's what we're working on today. So let me show you. Okay, so this is a little bit more up close of the blanket. And this is really basic. And for me, who is a beginner sewer, I can do this. Anyone can do this. It is straight lines. So, but what intimidates most people is the embroidery. So if you have a machine like the SE 1900 that Heather was just showing, and have only stuck to the sewing side, which has, you know, all those amazing features, but haven't played with the embroidery side yet, this is a great project to start with. So what you're going to need is your fabric first. So we have some, what I just did was I wanted my finish blanket to be 12 inches by 12 inches. So I cut 12.5 by 12.5. So I give me some seam allowance from there. So I have a piece of flannel and I have a piece of minky. What we're going to embroider on is just the flannel. So you're going to take your hoop from your machine. So this is a 4x4 hoop. Today I'm going to be showing you this example on my Baby Lock Altair, which is a embroidery and sewing machine. So I could do all of this on one machine. But I have a 4x4 hoop and I have hooped some tearaway stabilizer. Okay. Now, normally tearaway is not great to use for, the flannel really doesn't have any stretch to it, but on any kind of knit or woven materials, I think a cutaway is best. So what I did was, if you can't see, I used the fusible no-show poly mesh stabilizer, and I ironed just the corner where I know I'm going to embroider on the back of here to stabilize it even more. And what we're going to do is we're going to float it onto this hoop. So the first thing you want to do is figure out where you want to put your monogram. And this could be a monogram or it can be a name. It's whatever suits you, or it just can be a cute little design. If the baby's coming and you don't know a name yet, or you don't know the gender yet, you can do some gender neutral and it's just a cute little animal or something like that you can embroider in the corner here. So with placement, I had an idea of what I wanted before I started in my head, and I knew I wanted it down in that corner. So I like to use the grids that come with your embroidery hoops to guide where I place things. So I take my grid, this is a 4x4 grid, and I am just putting it in the bottom corner and giving myself that eyeballing a 1/4 inch seam allowance there. And I have a, this is a Dritz fabric disappearing ink marker. So I know a lot of people use friction pins. I haven't played with those yet. This has always been my go-to item for placement. So they have these little holes in the grid and I just stick my marker right in there and I get some dots. And then I use my ruler to draw some crosshairs like that. So this is me figuring out right where I want my monogram to be. And I think I'm going to go over the lettering and stuff with you, but this is like 1 3/4 tall by almost 1 3/4 inches, maybe a little less, 1.5 inches wide. So if you're not sure how it's going to look, if you're using embroidery software, you can always print it out and then hold the little piece of paper to see, okay, where is it going to look good? You want to, make sure you don't get it too close to the corner. Or if you're going to use the fonts on your machine, just cut out a sheet of paper and see, okay, I know my lettering shouldn't be any bigger than this or any taller, so that it looks good when you do it on your machine. Now, we have our placement marks here. I'm gonna go back to my hoop. I have my tearaway already hooped. I'm gonna put my grid in here and I'm gonna do the same thing. Because of where I am putting my monogram, it's right on the corner. So it's not gonna be possible for me to hoop this. So to get around that, we're gonna float it. And that means we're just going to, we only hoop the stabilizer and lay it on top. But I have a little, I have some basting spray. So you could get some temporary basting spray, and I just lightly spray the stabilizer. I try not to get too much on my hoops. My hoops do get really dirty though over time, but you could wash them just with some soap and water to get that adhesive off if your hoops start getting dirty from the spray adhesive. So I have marks on my stabilizer and I have marks on my blanket, and now it's really just eyeballing it. And like I try to start with these 2 dots and line them up right here. And then I'm following this line down, looking underneath. And same thing here, and that looks good. And now we're just gonna press that down and you are ready to go. The flannel is not really a fluffy material. If you are stitching on something fluffy like Minky or another soft material for the blanket, you may have to worry about the stitches sinking into the material. So if that happens, if you're working with that fluffy fabric, then you're going to want to cover your top of your material with a water soluble topper. And what that does is it prevents the stitches from sinking down and getting lost if you're doing a towel or anything fluffy. But with the flannel, it worked well. I didn't need any water soluble topper. So that is our ready to stitch. So quickly, let me show you the monogram. Now you have 2 choices. You can either use embroidery software and fonts that you purchase online to create something on the computer and then send that over to your machine. Or almost all machines come with really nice basic fonts where you can create this on the machine itself. So what I did today was I used, this is I think the Varsity font from my friend Dawn at Creative Appliques. And I created 2 sections. Where's my embrilliance? Here we go. Where the B and the C, and I chose to make it vertical, going up and down. And then I used a larger of the same font to make the last name. So I did that, and with Embrilliance, and I have the Baby Lock Altair, I can send this wirelessly to my machine. And I've already done that. So let's go over to the machine now, and we can talk about, if you don't have software and don't want to buy fonts online, you could do it all on your machine as well. Okay, so this is, oops, the Baby Lock Altair. And if I was wanting to create a design on the machine, I could simply go to my fonts. This looks just like the Varsity font. And let's see, what am I doing today? This is Bow. So it is B. And I could hit enter and C. There's BC, and I can hit set. And I could put that there. And now I can add font. And last name is M. But I need that to be bigger. I don't know. So right now it's showing that just the M is 1 inch and 1 inch 1.3. So I think I can hit set, move that here, edit, size, and make that M bigger. Now whether or not I can make it see exactly what I want, I could play around with this and make the B and C smaller, select a different font that allows me to go bigger, but you get the idea that you can create these monograms, simple ones like this, or just a name on the machine itself. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my home screen because I have already, oops, I've already sent the design I'm doing for this one here. So I'm going to hit embroidery, and there's a little wireless button here. It's thinking. All right, and here's my monogram I sent. So I could click it, hit set, and embroidery. So now I would load the hoop onto the machine, push it in, and then I want to make sure none of my material is in the way and is going to come back and get stitched on itself. I also like to double check that my needle is falling right where I put my placement mark, and it is close enough. It's like right next to it, so that's good for me. And now I have my thread loaded. I'm doing this all in one color, and so I can put my presser foot down and go. So now it's going to start embroidering the monogram, and let me zoom in on here for you so you can see it a little bit better. And with the Altair, between all those letters, it's going to cut the jump stitches, so I don't have to worry about any threads jumping over and having to cut that when I'm done. It's going to cut it all for me. All right, I'm back at my computer now so I can see if there are any questions. All right, I see Jeanette on YouTube said, what embroidery file is it for the Altair? And it is a PES embroidery format is what is needed for the machine. All right. Yes, Kathy on Facebook says she loves when the machine cuts the jump stitches. That is my favorite as well. All right, so while that is stitching, I'm going to go ahead and show you some other things that you can embroider and then sew and put together. So, like I said, I'm just starting to get the hang of sewing. I'm trying to quilt, but now I'm playing with quilting on the embroidery machine, which is a whole nother section of fun. But I really want to start learning how to make bags, and I figured the best way to start is with a very, very simple zippered like pencil pouch. And so I made this, and this has an applique, and it's my daughter Elise. I made this for her for school, and the back I did with this fun cork. And because I made it from scratch, the first thing I did was I just embroidered this piece of faux leather, the white faux leather on the front, and then I assembled the bag. And it even, she has all kind of stuff in here. She has all kind of erasers. But because of that, I have the liner in there, and now I don't see the back of my embroidery showing through. So this is a really fun project that you can do where you just embroider your panel with whatever you want, and then assemble your bag. And the same can be the case for if you want to go back to baby items, because I love all the baby stuff. You can put a bib together where they have the back of the bib to cover the embroidery, and burp cloths, a bigger, larger blankets are fun. And then if you are embroidering and constructing like a full dress, then you can embroider like the panel on the front of the dress and then add the lining in after. So those are all fun things where you can add a touch of personalization to your sewing projects using embroidery. Other fun projects are baby stuff. The pacifier clips. Those are fun, where you just embroider a piece of ribbon and you can put the name on it and then sew the little pieces of hardware that hold the pacifier or pinch it to a shirt. This is a project that was a gift to me, and it was what sparked my interest to learn how to embroider. These are the kind of gifts that I got from my oldest daughter when she was a baby. And this is, I don't know how well you can see, but it is a little dress, and then it has this cute little piece where it ties. But this is a fun beginner project, and this is something I think that I can do. I'm gonna give it a try. But it's a basic knit shirt that was cut and then serged with another piece of knit fabric to create the dress. And then you could sew this belt piece on as well as you'd like. But that way you can embroider the shirt and then serge on the little contrasting material to make the dress. So that's another fun project. So let's move on with the baby blanket because I don't want to run out of time. But when it is done stitching the name, which actually it is almost done, we're going to pull it out the hoop and we are going to ready it to sew to the back fabric, which is the minky. So let's go back to the machine. All right, and see, we're almost done. Yeah, see Dawn's the great little dress. Like, there's so many cute things, and that is what really sparked my interest and love to learn how to embroider. All right. So, okay, I see someone asking about the wooden round. I got those on Etsy, and I have a link for it. So, oh, just to go back, everything that I am showing you today, I went ahead and put on my website, carlybell.com. So you can go to carlybell.com and you scroll down, and I made a picture of the blanket and where you can click, and it will link all the supplies that I used today, more info on the machine with Sewing Machines Plus, and all the little knick-knack things like the stabilizer, the wooden beads, and then we're going to get to the fun part of the snap in a minute. So that is now done stitching. All right, we're going to pull that off. Okay, let's go back to the craft table. All right, so we have our embroidery is done, and because this is tear away, you can literally just tear it away, and it's wonderful. And you can pull some of this stabilizer off the back, but it's fine if it stays there. All right, so this is the back of your blanket. So now we're going to hide this, and here's the front. And don't worry, we're going to get rid of these lines later. It goes away with water. Also, a Tide pen works really well to get those marks away. But you're going to want to pin your blanket together now, right sides together. So I have my minky. This is the pretty soft side, and I put this on top like that, and I would pin it, and I would go back to my sewing machine and look, ta-da, magic, just like cooking on TV. We're going to sew I did a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. However, I left an opening right here, and this is up to you. This is about 4 inches. If you can go smaller, go smaller. I don't like to fight with things with turning them right side out. But we have this right side sews together. So now we can turn this out. And you can just use your finger to push those corners, or if you have a turning tool, you can do that as well. Oop, here comes my little one. I hear her little feet. I'm almost done, baby. All right, so we're going to turn that out. Close the door, please. All right. Now we have the blankets. So the last step, which, hold on, we're not to that part yet, Lacey. Okay, once you have this done, now we need to close this hole. And you can use a little piece of double-sided tape here. Thank you for pointing. No, I don't have it right now, baby. And then, or some, you could even just use some glue. And then what I did was I went around the whole blanket and did a top stitch. And that is going to close that hole for you. So top stitch. All right, now the last step is making it to where your wooden ring will stay. And what I used for that is a snap. And this is my fancy press for snaps. They have a lot simpler ones that you can just do with your hand, but I really like the pink one, so I needed that one. All right, watch out, Lacey. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Watch out. All right, so I have all my snaps here.
Snappy.
Now, you can just poke the snap through, but I find it easier if you punch a little hole where you want the snap to go.
Oh.
All right, so
Yeah.
what I did with this one, let me see. What I did with this one was I basically just folded a corner in like that, and that's where I wanted to put my snap. So I'll do the same thing with this one. I'll just fold it in like that, and then kind of eyeball where I want the snap to be. About right there.
Yeah.
And that made a little hole on both sides. And then I take
Ooh.
the snap
Snap.
and
Snappy.
I put the flat side on the bottom. And then there's a, yeah, they got two pieces of a snap. They have a male and female. So you just put one on either side. And then I have to change with this tool. This is a cam snap press. And like I said, I have links to everything on my website, carlybell.com, and you could go to /SewFest and you'll see it all. And you put this here and it will press. And now we take our other one and we stick it with the hole we made.
Oh, yeah.
And we need the other piece. Push it in. Oop, and we got to go back. Okay, and we snap that. And then let's put this here. And boom, we have a baby blanket with the wooden ring. So, okay, Lacey, go to the side for a second. Right here. All right, so Angela, I'm sorry, I know I'm running close to time, but that is a quick sewing project that you can personalize with embroidery.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
gosh,
Lisa's
Carly,
very
I'm
excited about
over
it.
here. I'm trying to watch you, but all of a sudden I see an extra hand come in. I'm like, where did that come from? What is your name?
This is my daughter Elise. Unfortunately, she has the flu. Can you tell?
One of those excuses to stay home. Hey, you did a great job. You are a really good helper.
Tell Miss Angela, thank you.
So Carly, I love your tutorials and I love all the pink. So a lot of people were asking where they can get some of the things that you have. Sewing Machines Plus has those. I'm sure Blaine has a deal on those on stabilizers. Someone was asking
Yes.
that. Yay! But you can go to her website, carlybell.com,
Yes,
and she mentioned, in case you missed it, she has a list of everything she's using. That pink snap holder. I have to find that.
That I saw actually another YouTuber friend that has it, and she makes a lot of bags and she uses it for rivets.
Hello.
No, Lisa.
Hello.
And okay, get down for a second.
I think mine's blue. I might have to do a video on painting it pink. Maybe that's what I'll do.
Yes. And I've seen people get them and they'll spray paint them whatever color that is their favorite, and goes with their craft room and stuff. But
So-
it's a great tool, and there's so many interchangeable things with it that you can get, so that it's good for all kinds of projects.
Awesome. And now you sell a lot of these on Etsy, right?
No, actually, I don't have an Etsy shop. I want to have one, but I need to find the time to make the things to put on it. But no, my website and YouTube channel is just dedicated to teaching. So I know I struggled when I first got my machine. I did not live close to a store to give me lessons and teach me how to use it. So I wanted to bring that education to people like me who didn't have a store nearby. So I teach people how to use the embroidery machine.
That's awesome. All right, one last question, because I know we have to run and Blaine's going to be joining us. But you had quite a few people that had never heard of topper to put on top of like a minky or something like that. So I think that was kind of the wow moment of the day.
Yes. So I am a huge fan of toppers, and I typically use them on almost all of my projects, even like the baby onesies and shirts. When you're doing a satin stitch, which is the kind of stitch we did today, it really helps your stitching be very crisp on the edge and not sink into the fabric. But definitely a must-have when you're stitching on fluffy blankets and towels.
Beautiful. And then the bag that you made for your daughter, did you design that embroidery?
No, so that so I do a tutorial every other Friday we called Sip and Stitch. And that was a tutorial we did a few weeks ago. And I go over where I got this that's hers, this applique font from, and how to put it all together in the embroidery software to make something cute like that.
Oh, very nice. So everyone, you go to her website and go back and watch that, because everyone was like, where did that come from? It's so cute.
Yeah, I obsessed with all things applique. I love it all.
Well, thank you so much. It is always a pleasure to have you here. Everyone go visit her website, and I hope you feel better. You look really sick.
Really sick, right? Yeah, actually, I forgot to mention, tonight I will be live on my YouTube channel for Sip and Stitch, and we're going to make this in the hoop bracelet. So if you noticed, if you saw it when I was on the craft table, we're going to make this tonight for Sip and Stitch. So you can tune in for that.
What time is that?
That's going to be 7 p.m. Central, 8 Eastern.
So it's after the SMP ends. We can all go hang out with you for a little bit.
Yes.
Fantastic. So Blaine, are you coming in to say hi? Because I know he loves when you're on here because you're so talented. I know he's coming. There he is.
Oh, there I am. Hey, Carly.
Hey, Blaine.
Hi,
Did you
Blaine.
see the extra set of hands coming in?
I saw that. That she was getting plenty of help there, it seems like. And, hey, Carly, everybody make sure y'all go see Carly tonight. After the Sew Fest ends, Carly's going to have her show. It's going to be 7 p.m. Central Time. And she always teaches a lot of techniques and things, so y'all don't want to miss it. And so, Carly, thank you so much for coming on the show. I know you're busy, full-time worker, full-time mom, full-time educator on YouTube. I don't know how you do it.
It's fun. It makes it easy when it's fun.
All right. Well, thanks so much for coming on.
All right. Thank you, guys. Bye.
See you
Bye,
later.
Carly.
All right,
Oh my
Angela.
gosh,
Hey,
Blaine.
the thing on, we have a lot of the products that y'all saw her, especially she was using the Baby Lock Altair. Guys, we have a great call-in special on that right now. So if you like that machine and you're on the fence about it, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And then, Angela, all the stabilizer she was using is our Stay Perfect stabilizer that we have made exclusively for SMP. And y'all can get that. We have pre-cuts, and we have it in the Stay Fresh tubes that you can get it in the rolls. So either way, give us a call.
There were a ton of questions coming through. Is the stabilizer on sale? I'm sure it is during Sew Fest.
Stabilizer is on sale. Tell them to call in, and they have to call to get the show special. And but we have it in the pre-cuts already, and we have it in the Stay Fresh tubes. So either way you want it, we have it. Any stabilizer you can think of, we have it for you.
That's awesome. That's amazing. So Blaine, I think it's your turn. You're taking it away right now. You've got another couple awesome guests coming on.
I sure do. And we're going to get right back into it. And I'll see you in just in a little bit. So guys, we are going to have Handy Quilter in the house. And we're going to talk all about that Amara again. And guys, this is a great 20-inch quilting machine, long arm. And I think we've got Kelly and Denise here today. So welcome back to the show, everybody. It is.
Hey, you're really close,
Hey,
really close. It's actually Kim filling in for Sarah today.
Kim.
Yeah, Sarah had to.
Okay.
Yeah, she had to check out for
I
a
didn't
while.
know who
so
I
I'm
was
here,
getting.
Denise.
Everybody was guessing, and I was like, okay, maybe it's Kelly, but it's Kim. Hey, Kim, good to see you.
Hey. Yeah, it's good to see you too. Name starts with a K. It's a good guess. It's a good guess.
So
yeah, excited to be here today.
there's a little thumbnail for the back when you're in back stage, and they were all looking like, who is that? Who's it? So I was like, yes. And well, hey, thank y'all for coming on. And again, we're going to let y'all get going, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes to tell everybody how they can get this Sew Fest special on the Amara.
Oh, sounds great. We have a lot to share, don't we, Kim?
We do.
We love this machine. It's a favorite of both of ours.
Absolutely.
Okay, what should we talk about first?
Well, let's just talk about how amazing the Amara is. This is our top selling machine for so many reasons, right?
Absolutely.
Such a great machine. It really has, I like to think of it as the machine that has every feature
Everything
that a quilter wants. So let's talk about some of our favorite things with the machine.
Oh my gosh.
The speed.
The speed is amazing.
It's great.
We've got stitch regulation. That's another thing. Another favorite feature, pinpoint light at the needle. Shows me exactly where I'm laying down my stitches. I love that feature. Let's talk about how we control our machine. Like we've got these great handlebars.
Oh, I love the handlebars.
Position's okay for what I want to do right now, but what if I wanted to do something else? Did you know I can just adjust them and put them into different positions? It really helps me keep quilting longer because I am always comfortable while I'm quilting on this machine.
Exactly.
Fabulous.
It's a great thing too if you happen to have a friend that wants to come over and use your machine who's a little taller than you are, like Denise and I. We got a little discrepancy between the two of us here.
I'm like, Kim, just crouch down and I'll stand on my tippy toes and then maybe we can be the same height because you're like almost a foot taller than me.
I'm a bit taller than Denise is. And it's really great because we don't necessarily have to adjust anything else on the machine.
That's right.
You can easily use it. I also love, I will change the position of the handlebars depending on whether I'm standing or sitting because you don't have to just stand up to quilt.
I know. I've actually watched Kim quilt when she's doing her micro quilting. She actually pulls up a chair. She's got a little stool she pulls up and then she just kind of camps out. She adjusts her handlebars and she's just sitting and she's really comfortable. And gosh, I think I've seen you go for 20 minutes at a time like that. Just
easy.
Comfortable and just she's got her headphones in and she's in her own quilting world
listening to a good book. It's the way to go. So yeah, we love the handlebars.
We do. Another feature not too far from the handlebars that I love, my scissors are always really close to me, Kim, because we have a magnetic collar right here, this little tool minder. I just keep my scissors right there and they're right there and available for me whenever I need them. I'm not fumbling for them or stitching them into my quilt if I laid them onto my quilt.
Never do that.
Never, ever do that.
No.
So just some of the many features that I love about this machine.
I agree. I love the tool minder. I actually keep my little screwdriver that I use to adjust my bobbin tension there too.
I know.
So think beyond scissors.
Yeah, we've got a lot of things that we can fit there. So it's really nice to have your tools handy. They're always available when you need them. No fumbling around looking for them. So
exactly.
That's pretty great.
So the Amara comes, you can actually put it on 2 different frames. We can do it on the little foot frames. So if you're a little short on space, that's a frame that's only 5 feet. You can easily fit that really anywhere.
Anywhere. We were talking yesterday about how I've got a second home. I've got a little apartment. And I actually have a really small amount of space to quilt. And I have a frame set up in that really tiny little space. But the little foot frame would fit there greatly and great in just that little bit of space because it's 5 feet wide. And I've actually got my frame on casters. So I can move it around if I need to also, which is pretty awesome. So all of our frames have casters that we can use on them so we can move them around, we can clean, we can change the position we need to. Really, really handy. The other frame that we actually have our quilt loaded on today is our Studio 2 frame.
Right.
And this is really fantastic because we can load with that, keep our frame mounted system loaded to liters. And that way we can really control how we advance our fabric. We don't need to pre-baste anything. We just load it and start stitching.
Exactly.
The stitching's my favorite part.
I
We should
totally
probably
agree.
get to some of that and show them how amazing this is and how quiet this machine is too. It's really very quiet quiet, nice machine. So
a nice little hum in the background.
It really does.
When I'm listening to that audiobook while I'm quilting.
Audiobook, yes. So I've got a little grid stitched out here to help guide what I'm stitching today. Also, Kim, do you see what color thread I'm using? Let's puddle some of this up.
You've got the yellow. I know Denise filled me in on the color of the day.
The color of the day.
We matched.
We matched
with the thread.
Yes, with the thread. So, and actually, I filled Kim in on the color of the day after she arrived today. So it was kind of too late for her to go home and grab something yellow to wear. But I remembered my yellow. I saw Blaine was wearing his yellow earlier. So Kim grabbed some yellow thread.
Yes.
So we're ready to rock and roll.
Little nod to that. So we're going to do some grid work, right?
Maybe we could do grid work. I could just use the grid to help me with spacing my elements. There's so many things you can do with a grid. But yeah, let's start with some grid work. I'm gonna start down here.
Always fun to do. I love stitching on a grid. A lot of quilting, when you've pieced it together, it ends up essentially creating grids.
Oh, really
and
does.
It gives you points to quilt towards without having to do any marking. That's the nice part, right?
It really does. Yesterday I did a modified kind of clamshell design. I think today I'll do another one, but I'm going to spice it up a bit today. I'm going to just do kind of a little.
You're doing the twist.
A little twist here. Isn't that fun?
It is fun. And I love this design, like watching you quilt this. It is such a fun fill. And it's exactly the same design, just quilted on all four sides. Oh, you're going to do a little repeat in there?
Yeah.
I love this.
Fun?
I really like that. And that yellow thread, fantastic against the black.
Oh, isn't that gorgeous? Now I've got to say, Kim, I've got this little grid stitched on here. But if I were really stitching this on a real quilt, I would have stenciled that. So even if I don't quite hit the mark, nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to see that because I'm going to make all of those grid marks disappear and nobody's even going to notice that I was off a little bit. So and I've actually gotten myself backwards just a little bit. So let me think about what direction I'm going here next. I can't talk and quilt at the same time. Can you? I just get too excited.
I will commentate. So Denise is sitting in the corner waiting for inspiration to decide which direction she wants to go. How's that? Okay, I see what you're doing. So now you just need to head back.
I need to head back the other way.
And then you can continue to work
I know.
your way
I got
up.
excited and then I lost my direction. So... But really, and I think a lot of it is, I'm going to blame the machine on me losing track of where I am because I get so excited and I just love stitching on it. It's fluid, it's fun, and it's just really a marvelous experience. It's so easy to use. My husband says this is like a fancy car with heated seats and all kinds of features and
automatic Bluetooth.
Yeah, really, seriously. Like it'll do everything but order dinner. I mean, seriously.
Exactly.
But something else I really like about this too is we have adjustable lighting. We've got a lot of lighting here. And right now, because of our camera being on, we don't even have the lights at like
they're
full
like
setting. They're at a pretty low setting, but I do have the light turned on at the needle and in the throat space area. If I have that like all the way on, like I could land a plane in my quilt studio. It's really very bright, which is great for me because I have some vision issues. And so it's nice to be able to control the light when I need to. Sometimes when I'm doing ruler work, I'll actually turn the light off at the needle and that way it's not glaring and coming back. So I can control the two lights independently, which I think is really fantastic. I am in complete control of this machine and I can bend it to my will. So it's pretty awesome. All right, should we do a little more quilting here?
Yeah, let's keep rolling with the quilting there.
All right, I'm like...
So I know that you're using, let's see, you're in one of our regulated stitch modes. I'm guessing you're in precision because of the way that the machine's working. Is that right?
It's not quite right. I'm in cruise, but I've got my cruise set really low. It's just enough to give me those nice sharp points. Matter of fact, let's move over here and let's start doing a design that has a pointed shape so you can see exactly what I mean. So I'm just going to kind of come up to the middle and do a little point. And you'll notice, Kim, when I get to these little points, I kind of pause for a second. I like those little pause points. I take a second to breathe when I'm there, but also it gives me that just really nice, great sharp point. Isn't that fantastic?
It is.
I
It is.
really,
And
really
that
love
point's
that.
important for the design. The design would be a little different if it was rounded there at the top
really
rather than having a point.
Yeah. So I'm just going to keep that little pointed to design going. And it kind of emerges into this fun little flower shape. If I remember which direction I'm going. I lost my direction again. So we'll just make different types of flowers.
Talking while quilting. It's kind of like chewing gum while walking.
It absolutely is. Okay, maybe I need to go out of a grid-based design and just do something else that I think is fun. How about some little heart shapes?
Do a little heart there. That's fun. And if you do one of those go into each of the corners, it's going to make a fun little flower.
It does.
This is once again where you can do that easy grid-based design. And as Denise mentioned, if the grid was pounced or just drawn in with some kind of a marking tool that's going to go away after you get done quilting that you can easily remove, nobody would even realize that you quilted that on a grid.
Nope,
which is
they
the real
would never
advantage to using a grid-based design. It gives you precision. It helps you be consistent, but it's easy. It's really, really easy to do.
Yeah. So I'm going out of the continuous curves and I just used a little flower shape. I paused and made those nice little sharp points, but it just kind of emerges like a little flower.
I love it.
Really, really fun, but still a grid-based design, which is helping me manage the scale and keeping track of where I want to place things. So
exactly.
I usually have a grid pounced in the background, regardless of the style quilting I'm doing. That way I can really keep track of the scale, where I'm quilting, and just kind of monitor the size. So
keeping things
it's really
consistent, right?
It really is. And there's so many different things you can do. I know a few weeks ago we were quilting some of those mandala designs.
Yes.
And we had started off with marking some of our markings there first and just kind of filled one little section at a time until the pattern emerged. So it's really just so much fun, so relaxing. You can do whatever you want. You don't even have to mark something if you don't want to. You can just kind of go freestyle if you want to, and that can be fun too. So
using the piecing or just an all over, essentially like an edge to edge design. Exactly.
Absolutely. And it's just so much fun. I'm just gonna change up what I'm doing and just kind of do a little, maybe a little half a feather there. How fun is that?
I love that. That's great.
And then I'm going to come back and just kind of echo down the middle of it.
Fill it in a little bit.
Yeah, how fun.
That's great.
Kind of a little hook design, but you'll notice, Kim, as I'm stitching, it's just effortless. It's floating. This has an 8-track system, or 8 wheels under the carriage that just make it flow right over the rails. It moves smooth. It's just really such a delight. I can't say enough about this machine.
No, it's a great machine.
So yeah, I bought an Amara when they first came out and I have never regretted it. It has been an amazing machine for me. I think the last time I checked, I had over 40 million stitches on my Amara. So yeah,
that's some serious stitching.
I really love stitching on it. It's really a lot of fun. So, don't be intimidated that this machine has, the big throat space or different bells and whistles, because we can control everything through the touch screen right at the front of the machine. It's just so nice and easy to use.
It is.
And it's very intuitive. So we always make sure that you've got a lot of support available as well. So if you go to the Handy Quilter website, we've got a link there that you can go into education documents, get some help. It's just amazing that we've got, I think really the #1 support.
Oh, we do.
At Handy Quilter. We just really want to make sure everybody's successful using their machines and having as much fun with them as we do.
Exactly. Let's talk about a question that we often get on these machines. What is the maintenance that we have to do on these machines? It's actually pretty simple,
I'm so glad you asked. It is really, really simple. So the only maintenance I do is each day because I do quilt every day.
Mhm.
I
course.
actually take
Who
a small
doesn't?
piece of batting because I have batting scraps.
Mhm.
It happens.
Shocker.
I dust off the top of my machine. I dust off my rails. I plug my machine in, push on my power,
Mhm.
and I start stitching. When I run out of bobbin, I stop and clean out my bobbin area with a little puff of some canned air,
Mhm.
add 1 drop of oil, put in a new bobbin, and I start quilting again.
It's
simple,
super
simple.
super
Mhm.
simple.
Yeah.
So I just saw a question scroll by there asking if it has a built-in bobbin winder. So the answer is no, but it comes with its own separate bobbin winder,
That's
which is even
right.
better.
I think it's way better
Mhm.
because I don't have to worry about only being able to wind bobbins while the machine is running. Often I will get ready to do a project the night before
Mhm.
and I will wind a few bobbins and my machine's powered off and
Exactly.
tucked away for the night. And I'll wind a few bobbins to keep me going the next day. So, and I love our bobbin winder.
Yeah.
I get a nice, smooth, consistent wind on
Mhm.
my bobbin,
Yep.
and it's very, very easy to use.
It is. It's
Yeah.
super easy to use. It's great too because I just have it sitting over on a shelf in my sewing room, my quilting studio to the
Mhm.
side. It's out of the way, easy to use when
Yeah.
I need to.
Always accessible,
Mhm.
and it's very, very convenient. I actually really prefer having the separate bobbin winder. So I
totally
think it's
agree.
really great.
So I've been looking to see if there's other questions there. Everybody very much agrees that the separate bobbin winder is a total bonus. We absolutely love that.
Mhm.
What is the name of the bobbin winder? Are you ready? It's the bobbin winder.
Mhm.
It's the Handy Quilter
Handy
bobbin
Quilter
winder.
bobbin winder.
We include the same bobbin winder with all of our machines except the
Mhm.
Moxie. The Moxie has its own separate special, but it's still a separate bobbin winder.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you really get everything you need to quilt when you buy an Amara. You get the frame, you get the machine, obviously, you get the oil, you get bobbins, you get needles. Like really, you're just bringing some fabric. You're loading your fabric and you're starting to quilt. Everything comes with it. It's ready to go.
It's ready to go, which is absolutely perfect. So speaking of that, why don't we show everybody, you mentioned some micro quilting.
Yeah.
Why don't we adjust the handlebars?
Let's
and
do that.
Denise was
I'm just
talking
gonna
about
come
me
in.
doing some micro quilting. Maybe we can have Denise show us a little bit of micro
Absolutely.
quilting.
Oh, I would love to. So I'm going to adjust my handlebars. I'm going to rotate that down. The other thing I like about these handlebars is I can actually program some of my favorite features into them. And so I can have my tie-off feature available. I can control the machine from just one handlebar. If I want to change, I've got a special programmable button on each side. So I'm actually going to go into my screen and should we go to manual mode?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah,
okay, so I want to answer a question really quick that I just saw. Somebody asked if the machine comes with the two of us. Now, while we're not going to pop out of the box, but you can actually watch us. So Handy Quilter releases a new video every week.
Every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday. And we do education every week, new topics, showing you things. So although we're not in the box, we're easily accessible.
Absolutely.
So,
yes. So kind of. I guess we do come with it.
We kind of
do. Oh gosh, I don't know about you. My husband would love me to go home with somebody else. Okay, so I made an adjustment. I'm in manual mode.
Okay.
I set it so my needle's going to move 725 cycles per minute.
Okay.
So we're going to do some.
We got a good speed here.
Some speedy stitching here, and I've got my handlebars all comfortable. So let's hit that play button.
Yeah. Let's do a little bit of this. So to answer another question I just saw go by while Denise is doing some of this awesome micro quilting. Do these machines use the big bobbin? Yes, they use the M-class bobbin. I like to think of M-class as monster size. So they absolutely use that big bobbin, which is great. It means you have to wind less bobbins. Denise, your quilting looks fantastic. So just so everybody knows, micro quilting can be different for every single person. And what micro quilting really means is that you're just quilting the design really, really small, okay? So I see Diana's asking us what the weight is of the thread we're using right now. We are stitching with a 40 weight tri-lobe polyester. This is actually a really heavy thread for what we would normally do micro quilting with, but it works best on camera. So that's why we have it here. It's a gorgeous thread though, and it really pops against the black here. So that looks so fantastic, Denise. You can see how comfortable it is for her to just sit and stitch, enjoy this. I can tell that Denise is getting in the zone. She's just
What? Were you still talking to me? Sorry, I lost track. I can't quilt and talk at the same time. So if she's still talking and I'm in the zone, I'm just going to start quilting. If I start chatting, that's when I lose track of where I am. So
it's one of those fun things when you're just really using the machine, you get comfortable, you're doing it. I've actually had people when we're in the quilting studio, in the education studio, they'll walk into the room and I won't even realize they're there until they walk up to me and they like pat my shoulder and I completely freak out.
Yeah, she does this big, you know, like, yeah, but no, it's really easy to get in the zone on this machine and just find a rhythm and find what you're doing. And whether you're doing regulated stitching or you're doing manual mode, you're just going to find that rhythm, and it just kind of takes over. Your body just starts moving into it and you zen out. It's so relaxing. This machine is my therapy.
Yes.
I love this. It's great. It's
fun. I'm going to answer one last question about our machine with therapy. Somebody was asking about the bobbin we're using in here, and they were asking if we're using a smaller weight bobbin in here. Absolutely. We're using a pre-wound.
Yes, we are using a pre-wound 60 weight. Yes. Yes.
Totally fine to do that. We do it all the time.
Trying to remember, what did I wind this morning? I'm like, yes. So, and I like mixing up my weights. I don't know about you, Kim.
Me too.
I'm going to match the colors. So my bobbin color is about the same color as my top thread, but it is a different weight because I like keeping that 60 weight in my bobbin. And it doesn't matter what I'm using on top. So I prefer that for my bobbin.
Yeah. And the real advantage to using the lighter weight thread in the bobbin is it holds more thread. So you don't have to wind as many or change your bobbin as often.
That's right. That's right. Because, I want to keep quilting as long as I can. So
exactly.
Oh my goodness.
No
what other questions did we get?
I know we've had lots of good questions today. This has really been fun. We always love coming on and showing what the machines can do. I don't know if there's any questions you guys wanted to highlight there in the studio for us. I've been trying to kind of catch them as they've been going through. It's been fun to see what everybody's saying today.
Kim, you're doing a good job of catching them because that's are pretty much getting all the questions. And the guys, we got to tell them how they can get this. Thank y'all so much, for coming on and demonstrating that. And as always, Kim Sandberg is a awesome educator, and thanks, Denise. Sure do appreciate it. And we will see y'all again really soon.
Thanks. We'll see ya.
See you next time.
All right, so guys, we are talking about the Handy Quilter Amara. This is the 20-inch machine, and guys, we have got a great Sew Fest special on it. And let me tell you a little bit about this machine. Again, the price on it is $11,795, but we do have a little special you can call in to get that special. We're also throwing in a free $500 thread bundle you're going to get with that purchase. And again, we have Synchrony financing available, and you can get 0% interest for 60 months. And it is going to come with that 5-foot little foot frame for that price. But you can upgrade and get that Studio 2 frame in that 10 or 12 foot length. So it's very versatile. You can get with that. But right now, the price we have on that is with that 5-foot little foot frame. And if you want to upgrade to the Studio 2, just let them know when you give us a call in. But call the call center at 800-401-8151. And if you've been in the market for a long arm, this is a great addition to your room, your sewing room. Again, great price on this. And you can get into this for well under $15,000 for a 12-foot, 20-inch long arm machine. So great offering today from Handy Quilter. So let's bring Jane back to the studio. So
Jane's not here.
I mean, Angela.
So,
all right, I'm going to blame this on the crew because they had your name down here.
Hey, that's okay. It's probably because I'm not wearing yellow anymore. And just for the record, I saw some of you come in and thought I wasn't playing nice. I did have yellow on today. Did I not, Blaine?
Yeah, that is true. You had yellow on, and when you started the broadcast out, but y'all got to realize she's using a green screen behind her to put our backdrop up, and she was disappearing.
Okay, I can make my arms disappear, and all the yellow is disappearing.
All we saw was just a head.
Oh,
Well,
Blaine,
Amber,
that
we're glad
last
you're back in, and apologize for calling you Jane. And so anyway,
Hey, that's a compliment. No worries at all. But I had to tell you, I was watching that last one. That is an awesome machine.
Oh yeah, it's people that are wanting to get into long arm quilting. The handy quilter machines, every single one of them are just such a good quality. And I always just tell everybody they're bulletproof. A quilting machine is basically a big giant, straight stitch machine. So there's not a lot to go wrong with it. And we get people calling us all the time, and I can tell you from experience, 99% of the problems that we have with any kind of machine is most of the time it's user error. And it's just little simple things. And I'm so guilty of it too. I'll try to come in the store and sew on a machine or get on a quilt machine. In 5 minutes, something's wrong, and I'm blaming it on the machine. The text will come out and say it was you. So, happens every time. So, and I know your experience with that too. It's like, you have to kind of learn as you go on certain things.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're not going to go down the mistake avenue today.
But the biggest thing about it, I tell people, don't be afraid of the machine. Don't be afraid to change. That's the biggest problem. People are afraid to change their tension. Don't be afraid to learn how to do the tension. And quilting machines are extremely easy to me to set the tension on it. And so that's one of those things. Don't be afraid to, change the knobs and experiment and just do some practicing. Practice on some quilts before you want to try to start that major project. But that's the biggest thing. If you want to get into it, I mean, what a better company to get into with it is Handy Quilter and all their equipment. We are their #1 dealer, and we sell a ton of these things. So all of our folks at the call center are experts on the Handy Quilter machines and the frame combinations, robotics. They can teach you and help you get the best thing for you. And so they're so knowledgeable. And then we're shipping all that stuff free nationwide right to your doorstep.
So I have a question for you then. Yesterday, you and Chris were talking back and forth that you're going to maybe do a quilt challenge or something like that before Quilt Fest. So are you going to quilt, or are you going to up your game and use something like that?
I can't tell you, because I think you're going to be part of this quilting challenge. So the gist of it is, we'll just let everybody know, Chris Talk has never quilted. You've never quilted. Jane has never quilted. And I've only quilted one time. I did a project. I did a table runner, and because I was challenged by some of our customers, we were selling these ready to sew quilt kits, and they were like, I told them it was so easy, anybody could do it. And so they made me put my money where my mouth is, and I actually did a table runner. It took me about 3.5 hours to build it, and I did it, and we showed it, and everybody loved it. So I've got a little experience on my belt, but I'm coming up with something now. I've got this idea in my head that I think I'm going to blow y'all away, but you may surprise me and beat me. So
I'm looking forward to this. Yes, no, I'm worried about quilting though. You want to know why? Because some of these machines are so amazing. And of course, I'm a Brother Ben ambassador. I'm using the XP3, and you can use my design center and add all these fills. I'm afraid it's going to be really addictive.
Well, it probably will, because I tell you, that's what I did. We're going to kind of have to set a few little rules that we do, but we're going to kind of just leave it open to anything, I think, between us four. And what we'll do is we're going to do it way ahead of time. So by Quilt Fest in March of 2023, we'll actually have them prior to Quilt Fest, and we'll let the customers actually vote on their favorite one. We're not going to tell them whose is whose. And then I think we just do a big reveal on the show. Ooh. And show everybody the final quilts and who did what, and see who wins the prize.
I think that sounds like a great idea.
I do too. I think it'd be awesome.
Time for that.
Well, that's me. It'll probably take me 3 or 4 months just to do it, because I don't get to work on it very often. But I'm going to start. I've already kind of got a plan in my head, and I'm going to get with Deb and Candace and Lynn and say, y'all, here's what I'm wanting to do. Am I crazy? And let them give me a little guidance of how I need to start doing it. But then I'm going to jump on it and try to figure it out.
All right, I'm in.
Right.
I think you should just give us dimensions that we have to stick to, so they're all the same size, and then don't make it a king size, or I'm out.
Yeah. We're not. We're going to make it a little bit smaller, so it won't be so time consuming. But we're going to make it just that, and that's probably the only rule it's going to be. You have to do it yourself. You do it yourself in this size. That's it.
I love it. I love it. I can see the comments. Everyone's like, "This is going to be fun."
Oh, I think it will be. So that's something they can look forward to for Quilt Fest in 2023 in March.
Perfect.
So, all right. So, hey, I'm going to let you get going. I know you got some of our Stay Perfect tables coming in house, and I'm going to let you get going and introduce our next guest, and we'll go from there.
All right, that sounds good. I am so excited. I actually went to the website because I was like, what are these? These are so cool. I've got Valerie Webster and Jessica Quinn. It's so nice to see you guys from Stay Perfect and they're going to show a 2-tiered all position table. Oh my gosh. Okay, mother and daughter duo. How are you guys?
Good. How are you? And I have to apologize for yesterday. I got a little bit off on my times, and so Blaine needed you to come in quickly, and you almost killed yourself.
Oh.
So a little bit of apologies for that. I was just looking at the wrong clock and got all kind of messed up, so I was rushing through, and then at the end I had more time, and you saved me, so I want to appreciate it.
You're good.
We met last year at the
was that when the spider came out, or was it the other time I tripped? Because I had a few of them.
Well, one of them was my fault, so I do apologize for that for sure. And it was very nice meeting you last year in Houston, too. You're a wonderful designer, and I look forward to showing the table, and I'm excited to see Blaine's work.
Oh, my gosh, I cannot wait. So I will stand in the background and let you guys go, and I'll watch the questions and bring you up at the end and see if there's any. So I cannot wait to see this new exclusive product.
Oh, well, thank you. So since yesterday was a little off of my times, there were some things I didn't get to show, and I got all kind of turned around. So there's some things I really wanted to take some time today to go over more clearly and precise. I'm going to let Jessica go over pretty much all the features of the table before we get started in talking about all the different things that it does. She can give you the weights, the heights, and all the different aspects of it.
I'm going to give you the technical features. So one of the most obvious features would be the fact that it's electric lift. You have your control panels. Now, the best thing about the control panels is it has settings on it, and you can program all the different settings that you prefer. So you have 3 different settings you can put it to. So if you like to sit down and quilt, the first setting can be that. And then if you prefer to stand, you can put a second setting. So that's one of the main features. It also has an anti-collision on it. So when you have both tables going up and down, there's no way for you to run them into each other. So that's a great feature for that one. With that being said, each table has 2 motors. So it makes it very sturdy. It can hold up to 225 pounds because it is dual motor. Also, it has steel legs, very, very sturdy legs. As far as heights go, the adjustable heights is it goes as low as 27 inches. And it raises up to as high as 47 inches. Now, that is before you add in the casters. So if you add in the casters, you're going to probably add about 3 inches to that. So if you're a little bit shorter, you might just want to keep the sliders on, and then it'll stay very low. One of the other features is the size of the table. So the upper dimensions are going to be 54 by 30 inch. And then you have the inside dimensions, which are 13.5 by 36.5. That's the top table. The bottom table is going to be 24 inches by 44 inches.
Yeah, and just to reiterate also, each table holds up to 225 pounds. So this is going to hold your most extreme quilting tables. And there's so many out there. Of course, we're with Sewing Machines Plus now. And they have ambassadors for many machines because all machines have great qualities. Every single different machine has different qualities. And so some of us are Genomes, some of us are Baby Lock and Brother and so on. And each one has its own great qualities. So this will allow you to hold the top line, the heaviest machine. Right here, I have the M7. This is what I have. So right now on there we've got the extension table on it, so it fits flush. So if you're trying to do that quilting or your design work, or you just need that extra space, one of the big things when you're piecing, it's not so much of a big deal when you're piecing because your pieces are light and you're piecing different things. But once you start to get into maybe the quilting aspect, or you're trying to quilt that maybe wall quilt, I mean, let's be real. I know people that do king size quilts on this because of the throat size on this particular machine. So when you have those heavy quilts that you have, there's so many accessories that you can buy for this table. I know there's a lot out there where you can put clamps on, and we'll go over that in a minute. You can put clamps on that hold your quilt so that it takes a little bit of the weight. But having that flat surface, everybody loves their extension table. I don't know too many people. I've been in the industry a long time. I don't know too many people that don't use an extension table or buy an extra extension table that they want bigger. What this table does is it allows you to have an extension table on your extension table that gives you that perfectly flat surfaced front and back. And I think there was a
yeah, someone was asking about the stability when using the Baby Rock Solaris, and one of the bigger ones while embroidering.
And while we were in California, the Solaris, when we were in California and we were talking to Blaine about the table, we actually had one on there. And one of the good things about the Solaris was when you're using the embroidery arm, you can pull this table up. You can put this table just a little bit down. So when this table goes just slightly down, you can put that arm for the Solaris, I believe, has a extension arm for the embroidery, and it will actually fit over. It helps you give that arm in the back that little bit of support that it needs. So you can, and that's one of the great things about adjusting, so that you even if you have your embroidery system on your Solaris, you'll be able to do that as well.
Again, the height adjustable for the tables, the lowest setting it's going to go to is 27 inches. And that's before you put the casters on. So probably about 30 inches with casters. And the highest it goes is 47.
And I've been in the industry a very, very long time. There are quite a bit more short people than there are tall people. So there is always that issue of your feet hitting or your, if you take the casters off, you're going to be at the 27, which is going to be most people. It's going to fit. But those out there who just say, for me, it's just, I just need that little bit more. There are different things on the in the market, or even people that make boxes for underneath their table. Because of the space and the movability of this table, you would be able to build yourself a little box where you could put your feet on and put your foot pedal on as well. So if you guys have any kind of storage, if we're going to jump to storage, if you have any storage, those rolling bins will roll right under this table. So if you have a rolling bin that has 3 drawers on it, you could put it over to the right, to the left, slide it under when you're using it. When you're not using it, you can then pull it out. And as we're talking about storage, everybody needs storage spots for their bobbins, their little scissors, all the little things that you need for that sewing machine, whether it be your little tool to get your bobbin, to get your base plate off, to change your feet, to do whatever it is you need to do. There's a little drawer that will come for this special, for the Sew Fest special. What is going to happen is this drawer is going to come with it. It's a little plastic drawer. It fits right underneath. You put it to the underneath side of the table. You can put it anywhere you like it. You could even, if you really needed to get a couple more, you could get a couple more. You could put one here, or you could put it over on Jessica's side to be down by your sewing machine. You'll get one with the table, but you can also put it down by your sewing machine so it's handy. Because when we talk about storage, quilters never have enough storage space. It's just crazy the amount of stuff that we can store and we can, have in this little workspace. When we talked yesterday a little bit, but I didn't move the table out to show you. And we talk about, it's not just about this. If you're sewing or you're quilting, here underneath this table, you could put a little bit of wool on that side where you can iron it out a little bit. You've got the bottom table, still all the space underneath. You'll still have access to all that space. That's what allows you to put the embroidery unit on the table as well. So when you put the embroidery table, you'll have all this underneath space to use as well. But when I was in California, I had so many people say, my space is so limited. This is just a space. But again, when you're talking about space, let's go ahead and lift this up. We talked about the tables nesting. Now we've had this at a standing height so that if we were standing up to sew, we could. And if Jess can come over here, and you can see when you're going ahead and you're sewing, you're standing up. You're at this table right now at a height. So when your back hurts, your shoulders hurt, you got all that neck pain, you can't deal with it. You can just raise your table up. And like she said, with the presets, go ahead and hit that preset for 1 when you get tired. You hit them, you stand up. When you're ready to sit back down again, you just hit that preset 2 and you're back sitting down again. And you don't have to readjust all of your settings. And I'm going to bring it down to its lowest spot in a minute. But what I wanted to show you is these are so easily to move. I mean, it's that easy. So when you pull this out, let's say I wanted to make this a nesting table, because these are 2 separate tables. What we can do is we can slide this out like this. And again, If you can hit that, Jessica. We'll lower that one down just a little bit. Now, while you're sitting there sewing, your embroidery machine is either sitting here or your embroidery machine is sitting there. You can watch your embroidery while you, I mean, nobody here has one sewing machine. And if I said a raise of hands, if you guys want to make a comment, I've never seen a true quilter that has under 6 machines. A true quilter that has under 6 machines. So as you have these tables up, you can just make this a little nesting table so that when you're doing your sewing, you can put your embroidery machine here. You can put your serger here. You could have 3 machines out. So you have 3 different stations. You have an embroidery station, a serging station, and then you have your sewing station. And it may be that you don't have that space. And when you're done, you're going to put your machines in a closet and you can put your table back up. And once you put that table back upright, again, space is an issue. A lot of people are sewing in bedrooms. You don't have a lot of space and you need a lot of space to cut. So as you're needing all that extra space to cut, you don't want this big, huge table to be out. Again, we're going to lower this one all the way to the bottom, as low as it will go. And we'll go ahead and we'll turn this back around. And we'll go ahead and put this one up as high as it will go. And so now we can put this table underneath all the way back. Keep it going, Jessica. We got the cord here, but you can put it all the way back. So now in your room, when you're not sewing or you're quilting and you're in that bedroom and you need that extra space, it's all nested. And again, you can put storage bins under there. If you need to bring this up just a little bit to fit all your storage bins and stuff that you use, you're able to do that as well. So that's really one of the great things about the table, because it's 2 separate tables. There's so many different things you can do with it. It's just, the options are never ending. And this table here will fit through a doorway. So let's say you wanted to go out and cut in your living room. You were going to watch some TV. You had other things you needed to do. Take your sewing machine. You can put your sewing machine right up here. You can take this table. You can take it out to your living room, your dining room, put a mat on it. You can cut. You can do everything you need as a cutting table. You could sit down on your couch, or you could even stand up in front of your TV and cut. If you wanted to do it here, you could also pick up your machine, put it here. And if you just wanted to cut here, because again, space, there's 3 major stations that you need: sewing, cutting, and ironing. There's so many different things that you need that this will allow you to be a one-stop shop where you could put the wool underneath and have the wool there where you can iron as you're piecing or as you're cutting. So that's one of the great things about this that I didn't get to show you yesterday. And if Z can put some of those pictures up from the trip to California where you've got the lights and everything going there. Is there any questions that I can see, or is there anything that anybody has questions on right now? All right, and so Blaine was talking about the new table that he just launched. When I was in California, there were so many people that just said, I just wanted the lower table. I think that's crazy, quite honestly, because I think the 2 tables are much better than the 1 table. But, you know, there's a lot of people out there that just wanted just the 1 table, and they wanted it to be a little bit bigger. And I've always been a person who, we've been in this industry for 25 years. So I know that ironing is a hassle. Ironing boards, there's so many ironing boards out there in the market. But to me, a tabletop ironing board has always been something that I've thought about, that I just think that people can't live without. And because of the material on these tables, it's HDPE, it's high density polyethylene plastic. It doesn't absorb water. The water, if you spill something, it's not going to absorb into the plastic. You're just going to wipe the water off, and you're going to wipe it off clean. So now all those issues with ironing on those tables, because you have that particle board, it swells, it causes issues, it causes all kinds of problems. Now you can put this wool ironing top directly on here. You can roll it up, like Jessica said, you can roll it up, you can store it in your closet. But for me, there's no reason why you can't leave it out with your sewing machine, because it gives that little extra cushion too for your sewing machine, where you're not getting all that vibration so badly. And again, the legs, it's the dual motor. It will lift up to 225 pounds. Again, it goes all the way. The height, I believe, is 27. The lowest?
The lowest setting is 27.6 and the highest setting is 47 inches. Now, the dimensions for this tabletop are going to be 30 inches in width and 48 inches in length.
Yep. And also too, I'd got a couple questions yesterday that I wasn't able to see yesterday. And people were asking about, is there a USB port? These are things that you can readily get on the market. With this table, you are, with the Sew Fest special, you are going to get the casters with the table, and you're going to get the drawer with the table as well. But this is something that is very readily available out there. They clamp to the table. So this table, any clamp on lights out there in the market, any clamp on things that you can get will clamp easily to this table. This one just so happens to have 3 outlets and 2 USB ports. So if you had an iron, or if you had or if you had anything that you wanted to plug into this table, you would be able to do that as well. You see right there. If you had an iron, you wanted to put one of those little irons you wanted to put up on this table to keep, because cords are a problem. And you have to have extension cord after extension cord after extension cord. Well, if you have one extension cord and then you plug it in and you have 3 outlets, you can plug your sewing machines, all 3 of your sewing machines. If you're using the 2 tables, this one, if you just had the one, you could have an iron or anything that you wanted. So these tables are so universal. And I really know that people struggle out there with tables, because every time you buy a new machine, the sewing machines company's job is there to come out with new products. They're to come out with new sewing machines. They have a new launch, a big launch, every 2 or 3 years. And they, technology changes and things change. So people get new machines. Well, it's really frustrating when you buy a machine and a year later you find another machine that you want, and you've already bought a table for this machine. Or even if you buy a universal one, you have to get the new plexiglass. You have to get the new insets for that machine. With this, it doesn't matter what machine you have. I don't care if you have a classroom machine. I don't care if you have a big machine. All machines, it's just universal for all the machines to be on. So I'm not sure if I had any questions or if there was anything that
the highest that the table can go is going to be about 47 inches. I kind of want to touch back on something that she had mentioned earlier. When you purchase the tables, when you purchase this table, what comes with it is the casters. The wool is a separate option that you can purchase. It does not come with it, but it will come with the casters. Now, the Stay Perfect 2-tier, when you purchase one of those, you will get a drawer and casters. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that a little bit.
And Jessica and I are both very short. I'm
5'2".
I used to be 5'3", but I think I'm currently 5'2". Once you hit 50, I think it's all downhill from there. So you can see 47 inches is pretty tall. I mean, I can't imagine anybody. But again, the table's nest. So if I had the other table, if you bought all 3 of these tables and you had that workstation, you could back this right up to the bottom table, and you would have that much more of a space. And again, you could nest all 3 of the tables and put them underneath, and get them out of your way. I know there was a lady that bought it who put a light underneath this table. So while she was sewing with her sewing machine, she had an extra light that was right directly over the sewing machine. So I do know that there's lights out there that you can buy for underneath your sewing machine. They just put them here underneath the table as well. So there's been a lot of, we didn't even come up with all the ideas. Most of them were from quilters who have gotten the table, who have said, or sent me pictures and said, hey, look what I did with this. Yeah. And, I know it's supposed to be used this way, but this is what I did with it. So it's always exciting to see the new stuff and the new ways and the new things that they're doing with the tables and the new designs. So
one of the features I did leave off with the casters is when you get the casters, you have 2 locking casters. So if you put your table into place and you want it to stay put, just lock them and you're good to go.
Yeah, because we've been wheeling these around and moving them very freely. But if you don't want that table to move, you can go ahead and put those locking casters on, and they will absolutely stay in place for you. So was there any questions or anything else that anybody had questions on?
It's just, these tables are very versatile. There are so many things that you can do with these tables. It's just insane.
There's lights that clamp to tables. This table is thin enough where you could clamp anything that you need to it. You could put the lights underneath to give you more light and more visibility in what you're doing, because there's never enough lights in sewing and quilting.
Also because it's made out of the HDPE, so it's not particle board, so it's not going to rip apart if you stick something to it, or if you clamp something, it's not going to indent it. It's very heavy duty. All right, Blaine.
Angela, was there any questions?
I was Angela. She nodded. Sorry.
So Blaine's calling you Jane and Jessica's calling you Blaine.
That's okay. Either one is a compliment. I still like you girls. So there were a few questions. You answered quite a few of them as you went through, but just to recap, everyone's asking about the casters on there. And I mean, that's like such a great thing because you can move the table around. Maybe you want to move it in the corner, whatever. Does that come with the purchase or is it additional?
Yes. With this, for the Sew Fest, they're getting the casters and the drawer will come with the table. The only extra is if they buy this one, they will, the wool is a separate purchase, but they will get the casters with both sets. Yes.
Yeah, with the 2-tier. Yeah.
Yes.
And the
yes.
And a lot of people were asking about the wool mat, which I'm sure Blaine has on the website. It's an extra, but will you tell them a little bit about that? Because, you know, that is something that, I mean, they're come in so many different sizes, but that is huge and it is amazing, easy to use. But would you want to tell everyone what that is a little bit?
You know, I'm not sure. I've been in the industry for 25 years and I love to give credit where credit is due because quilters are some of the most ingenious people in the world. I mean, they are the best people, the most helpful people. And I can remember maybe it was about 7 years ago, my son was actually at a trade show and he called me and he goes, Mom, these ladies were walking out of this building with this wool looking thing. What the heck? I mean, I know that lady must have sold 500 of those. And I said, wool, Cody? And he's like, yeah. I was like, well, what are they using them for? He's like, I don't know. Well, he had gone by the booth and, you know, and she was ironing on it. And, you know, back then when somebody does something or designs something, you don't feel like you can step on people's toes. I don't anyways. I've always felt that way in the industry. Mm-hmm. And before you know it, you would go to the next trade show and there was 3 more people and 5 more people. So I would love to give credit to whoever that first lady was, but wool is a phenomenal ironing surface. And now people are selling it all over the place because it's just an awesome product. And
so Valerie, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you can just put that on that table and press and nothing, like you don't have to worry about anything then?
No, because this is it's a plastic, it's a high density. So it's not particle board. It's not gonna warp. It's not, if you spill water on this and come back tomorrow, you're gonna have a dried up coffee stain, which you can just take and wipe down. It's not going to go through. It's not going to ruin the wood because these are made in the United States. The plastic is made here in the United States. And the quality is just amazing. And so, yes, you will be able to, and we've tested it. We've done it. We use it. So I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't know you could do it, but absolutely you can iron on this.
And the wool is the size of the table. So it is a 30 by 48 inch piece of wool. I believe it's an 8-inch thick.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
and
amazing.
Like I said, you can put a sewing machine on top of this because any cushion that machine gets is going to help. So if you're sewing and piecing and you have to iron out and put your little iron over here, you can just take it right off the machine and iron right on it.
Talk about efficient. And also, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm sewing, even if it's a garment, I've got a long leg or a dress or whatever, and you need a long area, otherwise you're scooting it down the table. This is going to be, I love it. I love it. And I saw a lot of people asking about that. So thanks for clarifying. If you guys have any more questions, they are loving these tables. So could you just clarify? Someone was asking, so is there 2 tables, 3 tables? Could you just give a really quick recap of exactly what it is?
So there are 2 different tables. So you have this table, which is the single table. It is the 30 by 48 table. This is the one that will come with casters. And then you can do the wool as an add-on. And then you have the 2-tier, the Stay Perfect 2-tier table. This is a set. So technically it's 3 tables, but one is a set and then you have a single. And then the 2-tier one purchase will come with casters for each table and the drawer.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So as we know, there it is. Yeah. That when you were lifting that up and down and moving it around, the comments, people are just going crazy for that.
Well, see, and we just moved it to show you that's how quickly in your sewing room, if you have a bedroom, if you have somewhere where you have to put it in a corner, but when you want to sew, you want to pull it out. It's that easy. Right now, some of this is so heavy and without wheels. Once you put your table somewhere, you might want to rearrange your room. And the thought of moving your sewing table makes you want to throw up. It just does. So now you could move your furniture around. You could do whatever you needed to do. It's pretty. It's white. It's bright. It's clean. It's
probably the favorite feature of this is how white and how pretty and clean it is.
It is.
Absolutely gorgeous. And we know that Blaine's going to have a fabulous deal on this. And I'm going to bring him up. I think they're going to put an overlay with the price. I don't think you have to call in for this special, but we'll see here. I absolutely love this. I love the color. It's so great to see both of you girls. And I'm wishing you the best of luck on these tables. This is fantastic.
Thank you so much, Angela.
All right. So, hey, Blaine, I know that you mentioned that there's a special price for this. Do they have to call in for it, or are you going to spill the beans?
No, Angela, they don't have to call in. We've got the price on the website. Now, these tables, just so everybody's clear, these are exclusively made for us. I mean, we actually, that single all-position electric lift table, we actually gave them the dimensions. We wanted a 48 inches wide by 30 inches deep. Now, this two-tiered table, this is just such a unique concept because basically that lower table, you're going to use it to put your machine on, and that upper table, you're going to use that to be like it's basically like a huge extension table that goes onto your machine to give you a bigger work surface. Both of them are electric powered. And what's so great about it, Angela, is you can preset the height you want on both tables. So like if you wanted to sit down and do all your work, you can pre-program it. And then all you have to do is a touch of a button. It'll go down to that predetermined position. And if you wanted to stand up, you could also raise them up to where you're comfortable standing, lock that position in, and then you have two positions that are pre-touch buttons that it memorizes. So at a touch of button, you could be sitting down sewing, and if you decide to stand up, just hit the buttons, hit the top button for the top table first, hit the second button, and they go an inch a second. They raise up, and they'll go to that predetermined standing height. So you could just stand up, and that way you could be sitting and standing all day long. So you can sew a lot longer. But this is the price. The normal price on the two-tiered table is $34.99, and we have a special Sew Fest price of $26.99. Guys, you can go right to the website and just type it in two-tiered table in the search bar on Sewing Machines Plus, or if you're on our SMPLive.tv, Kyle has that product. You just click on the product and it'll take you right to the page and you can check out. Or you could just call in. If you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have financing available. And also, these are dual motor. So they have two motors in them, sturdy construction. They'll hold 225 pounds. And the height adjustment goes from 27.6 inches all the way up to 47.3 inches. Now, that's before casters. And if you put the casters on it, it's going to raise that up, which we are throwing the casters in for free with the two-tier table. And you're going to get that storage drawer that bolts underneath that bottom table. So you're going to get both of those accessory items absolutely free when you buy this. Now, the second table that they showed, Angela, was the brand new release just for Sew Fest. And this is that Stay Perfect All Positions single electric lift table. And it's $14.99. Great price on it that we have. And again, it has the dual motors in it. It's got the same capacity of 225 pounds. It's got the same adjustable height of 27.6 to 47.3. So it's going to be the exact same height of the two-tier, but the single table, that thing has, again, it has that wool, pad for an option that you want to do. If you want to use the ironing wool mat, we have that as an option you can put on it. And again, just a great all-around table and a great addition to your sewing room. So we would highly recommend. Anybody has any questions about these, give us a call. But these are a hot commodity right now, Angela.
I absolutely love that wool mat that she showed on there. That's why I wanted her to tell everybody about that again in case they haven't seen it, because having a big area to press. I mean, I remember years ago, I tried to make my own kind of concoction. It's way more classy. And mine wasn't wool, so I messed up my table. So they have it golden. And exclusive to you for these tables, which is amazing. They're great. I'm so excited.
Yeah, we're really excited to be working with their company. And these are our first two offerings that we have, the tables. We've got a couple more products that we're getting ready to release. We've got we're going to have some cutting mats that are just extremely unique, extremely cool colors. And then we've got another little surprise we're going to have. I'm not going to spill the beans on it yet, but we're going to have something that's going to be exclusive to us, that's extremely unique, that everybody is absolutely, if you own a sewing machine, you will want one of these things. It's almost as cool as our sewing mats.
Oh, really? I can't wait to see that. When's the big reveal?
It's probably going to be, I'm hoping we're going to have it by Cyber Monday or countdown to Christmas.
Okay. Countdown to the great countdown.
Exactly right. Well, hey, Angela, I know we got another presenter coming up, so I'm going to let you go to the side, and we're going to get our next presenter, and we're going to bring you back in here in just a few minutes. But hey, we're going to go up to the great north and we're going to get go up, and we're going to have Floriani is in the house, and we got our buddy Trevor Conquergood is in again. So hey, is Trevor in? He's ready? He's ready. All right, so let's go to Trevor. We'll see you back in about 25 minutes, Trevor.
Thank you so very much, Blaine. I'm so happy to be part of Sew Fest this year, and I just can't wait to get started. And so what I've got prepared for you guys today is, first of all, some news about some of our newest products. We're going to talk about thread, of course. That's one of the things that I love to talk about. And then we're going to talk about software. Even better, you guys, my name's Trevor Conquergood, and I'm the software manager for R&K Distributing, and I love to talk about the software. And so if you guys are ready to get started, I've got a great presentation. We'll just take, the next 25 minutes, and then I'll pass it back to you, Blaine, and you can tell them all about the way that they can purchase all of the specials. I'm so excited to be here today on behalf of R&K, distributors of Floriani, Quilter Select, and Embellish products. We make the products that take your embroidery, quilting, and crafting to the next level. In today's presentation, I'm going to show you some brand new products and ways to use them to enhance your creativity. For ongoing inspiration, be sure to visit our Create with R&K blog and follow us on Facebook. Who doesn't love new threads? You know I do. Just in time for the holidays is an assortment of 5 glow-in-the-dark threads. By day, each is a soft shade of yellow, purple, blue, pink, or white. When the lights go down, these threads come out to play. They're perfect for Halloween projects, for your Halloween swag or the holiday swag, and they would be special touch in the windows. Imagine stitching on pillowcase cuffs or sweatshirts, even for decorative stitching. These 40-weight threads are a glowing replacement for any project where you would use your normal embroidery thread. I believe that there are some awesome specials available for you today. I absolutely love variegated thread. There's something just very special about it. I love that it's so forgiving when doing free motion quilting if your quilting's not like 100% perfect. And it's so visually interesting when used in quilting or in decorative stitching. And for embroidery, wow, the sky's the limit. It's great in lettering, monogramming, outline style designs, redwork style designs. Variegated thread colors elevate simple embroidery designs to a new level. And you're going to want to check out all of these cool fall color combos, or these 2 brand new colors that are perfect for your holiday stitching. Anyway, we're just sure that you're going to want to collect all of the new thread from R&K. And for that person that wants it all, there's a special bundle where we have one of each of the new variegated thread colors, as well as one of each of all of our cool new glow-in-the-dark thread colors. Thank you, Blaine, and everyone at SewingMachinePlus.com for helping your awesome customers to purchase these special new thread bundles from Floriani, and they're at some absolutely awesome prices. Here's a cool pro tip. You can use the Floriani Creative Express software to open and view the sewing sequence of an embroidery design, and you can even select the threads and change their colors. And I'll even show you how you can interact with the new cool variegated thread colors using this cool free software. That's right, Floriani Creative Express is 100% free software. You can learn more about it by visiting our website, rnksoftware.club. And you can download it and install it and use it today. There's lots of great things, and you'll get to join our R&K Software Club, where you can watch videos about the Floriani Creative Express software, as well as all kinds of other amazing videos that are all found from within our R&K Software Club. And so let me take a moment and show you a little bit about our cool Floriani Creative Express software. This is the Floriani Creative Express software that you can download for free from the rnksoftware.club website. I don't have time to show you a lot of things about it today, but you can learn a lot about it with the cool videos on the rnksoftware.club website. What I will show you today is how you could use the browser on the right hand side to point to any folder in your computer and then hover over designs to see all of the designs that are in that folder, and you can scroll through and it makes it very nice and visual. If you find a design that you want to open, you can just click and drag to bring it onto your workspace. So as that design is opening up, one of the things that's really amazing is that down at the bottom, these are the Floriani colors, and I could easily select, the color blue and choose any color blue from the Floriani color palette. If you wanted to use a different color palette, maybe you have some new cool Quilter Select thread, what you can do, well, first of all, you can click on this button right here to choose Match Palette. And it pops up a list, and these are all of the different thread palettes that come in the software. And basically, you can color match from one thread brand to another very quickly and easily. And so I'll just scroll down, find the perfect select Paracotton Poly, that cool 80s weight thread, and instantly the design is converted and all of the colors are now matched to the Paracotton Poly. And maybe you bought some of that cool variegated thread that was on sale today. Well, now let me show you down at the very bottom. I can change the color palette to any color palette that comes with the software. And so just click on the list, and you'll see in here that we actually have the Floriani variegated and mixed thread palette in here. And so, for example, if I click on the color red, that's all of the part that becomes highlighted. Wonder what it would look like in kind of a cool orange and yellow variegated. You click right here and it recolors it, and now you could see what it would actually look like with the variegated colors. You can get more of a realistic look by clicking on the 3D button over here, and if you want to see how the design stitches, you can just click up at the top to simulate the sewing. And so there's a lot of really great reasons to get the Creative Express software, and first of all, it's absolutely free. And so just visit our website, download the Creative Express software, and look in the software club for all of the great videos to teach you all of the things that you can do with the Creative Express software. Of course, Floriani has some amazing software that you can purchase. For example, use the help menu and go into demo mode and try any of the different Floriani software that's available for purchase. And that way you'll know before you buy it just how much you're going to love it. Here's some breaking news. There's an amazing special on the Floriani FTCU software. This is a limited time offer, and if you purchase the Floriani FTCU software today, it comes with some amazing special bonuses with over $3,000 worth of value, including the Floriani Lettering Master software add-on, which basically gives you the professional capabilities to create your own fonts just like a professional would. Another thing that's super cool is if you buy the Floriani FTCU software today, you get 15 You Design It embroidery collections. And let me tell you, a You Design It collection is a ton of fun because they're like interactive stock design collections. Each one of these includes dozens and dozens of designs that when combined together create unlimited potential. And so imagine sitting down with your grandkids to make cool little monsters or robots, or assemble your own little train engine. There's monster trucks and Vesna jars and spring flowers. There's 15 different You Design It collections that you'll get completely free when you buy the software. And probably the best of all is the big, beautiful box of 100 spools of thread. You guys, this is the most beautiful Floriani polyester 40s weight embroidery thread you'll ever stitch with. And it's just so amazing when you get a whole box of 100 of them all put together. It's one of my very favorite things to get. And anyway, you guys, now more than ever is the best time to purchase the Floriani embroidery software. It's called FTCU. If you've downloaded the free Creative Express software, you can use the demo mode and go ahead and check out the cool FTCU and all of the different Lettering Master or any of the Floriani embroidery software. But wait, there's more. And we've saved something very special for last today, because we have our new designing quilt software that's inspired by Alex Anderson, and I'd like to tell you guys a little bit about it today. First of all, it's a program that you would use to plan, preview and prepare for your quilt. You're going to still quilt the same way you always have. It's just an additional tool to help you in the planning stage. And one of the benefits is being able to know before you sew. And it's perfect for traditional piecing, foundation piecing, capable for doing applique. It's got all kinds of capabilities for other types of specialty things like embroidery quilting or long arm quilting. But really, even just for the everyday sort of traditional quilter, you'll love using Designing Quilt as part of your process to help you to plan your quilts and decide before you buy the fabric, do you like it better in the red colorways or the blue colorways? And so without further ado, I'd like to pop over to my software and give you guys a short demonstration. So this is the new Designing Quilt software inspired by Alex Anderson, and one of the cool things is it includes all of the different blocks and quilts that Alex has created for Quilter Select. I'm just going to go ahead and close our Quilter Select Today page and just show you that here these yellow tools are our block library and our quilt library. And so if I click on block library, it would allow me to browse through and choose a quilt block. There's different categories of blocks, and you just scroll through to choose, whichever category that you want to choose from, and then the options become available. And basically, once you click to select your block, it opens up. And one of the big sort of, payoffs to using the software is the ability to access the information in the print preview. So I'll go ahead and click on Print Preview now and just show you that basically here you have little check boxes of all the things that will be included, and you can choose to not include them or include them as you will. I won't go through all of the different options, but the idea is if you don't want the foundation paper piecing instructions, you can uncheck it and it won't get included. If you wanted actual size, templates to cut, maybe you want to choose that instead, and then that's what will get included, and you get to tell it which seam allowance you're going to have and what kind of fabric size you're buying, and based upon the information that you tell it, all of the results are provided. And so basically I told it 44-inch fabric and the minimum cut was like 4.5 inches. And so basically when I say okay, the information is updated to whatever you chose. And so the first page is a picture of my block. It has numbers for the different fabrics. The second page is a piece analysis, kind of showing us all the pieces that we're going to need to prepare to make this block. The next page would be the fabric summary, telling you how much of each fabric you would need to make this block. And when you're doing an entire quilt, this page becomes really valuable because it tells you, exactly how much fabric you need to buy. If I go to the next page, now you start to see the actual sized piece templates that you could then cut out to piece that together. And essentially, this is kind of just one of the big benefits is, if you have a whole quilt laid out, so I'll click on the quilt library and maybe open up one of Alex's quilts. This is one of my favorites. It's called Flower Pops. And now I've got an entire sort of quilt that's been prepared. And if I click on the print preview, instead of giving me, just that one block, it'll actually give me all of the pieces for all of the blocks. It'll also tell me all of the applique pieces, all of the border pieces, all of the information that basically you need to make your quilt will be included. And then you, again, sort of choose what you want, which pages you do or don't want to have printed, and set your seam allowance for the project. And then when you say okay, that updates. And so now you can kind of page through and essentially print out the pages as you want them. But this is the kind of instructions. And so here's your fabric list, to do this sort of flower pops quilt. And you can see how it tells you how much of each fabric color that you're going to need. So the Design and Quilt software has a lot of really amazing tools to help you create your own custom quilts. And so I'll plan to come up again another time and maybe show you how to create your own quilt blocks, and also how to design your own quilt layouts and that kind of stuff, and how to change the colors and how to add your own fabrics. And so there's a lot of cool things that we can do. And so I know that we have kind of only so much time today, but you've got me booked to come again. And so I'll plan to show something kind of different each time. But one of the things that I really love before I let you go today is the ability to take a snapshot of your quilt. So it's like, this is what it looks like now, and I think I love it, but I'm just going to take a snapshot. So there's a button here, create a snapshot, and essentially it makes whatever format you want, but it's things like JPEG or PNG or BMP. And so if I say to make a JPEG of this and maybe just save it onto my desktop or something and give it a name, I'll just call it number 1 to be, make it simple. But when I click save, it'll actually create an actual size image. It's going to be a 48-inch image of our quilt. You could literally take that and print this quilt if that's what you wanted to do. But I don't generally print them as much as I like to email them to my mom and be like, what do you think, Mom? Does it look better in white, or, maybe a different color, and you want to try different things. And so we'll learn more about swapping colors. But just as an example, if you wanted to try a different background and white's your background color and you have a color palette at the bottom, I could just click and drag to put the pink kind of over top of the white and recolor the quilt to pink. And then, that might be like, oh, that's okay, not too bad. Then maybe you want to try something really different like black. And it's, you can just try different kind of colors on. Like I said, we'll come back and learn how to add fabrics and do fabrics to your quilts. But each time that I did that, I could take a snapshot, and say, well, here's what it looks like in pink, and here's what it looks like in blue, etc., etc. And then, like I said, email a whole lot to your mom and say, which one do you like better? And that way, before you go to the store to cut your fabric, guys. And so you're going to think Design and Quilt is amazing. It's a very easy to use, modern software. And one of the coolest things is the training. Oh my goodness. There's over 80 videos currently in our training list, and we're adding new videos as great ideas and new tools come available. And so we know you're going to want that. In fact, even before you buy it, you can visit the rnksoftware.club website, watch the training videos, learn all about it. But I know that you're going to want to take advantage of the extra special pricing that we have available at the event today. And so, thanks so very much for having me today. And I'll look forward to seeing you guys again. I hope you enjoyed today's presentation, and I want to say thank you to Blaine and everybody at SewingMachinesPlus.com. I really enjoyed participating in Sew Fest, and thank you so very much for having me on the show today. So my name's Trevor. I'm the software manager for R&K Distributing. Thank you very much to all of our fans of our software and our thread and our stabilizers. On behalf of myself and everybody at R&K, thanks so much for your support. So I think that's it for me today, Blaine. I'm going to send it back over to you, and you can tell everybody how they could take advantage of these amazing special offers. But until next time, have a great day, and bye for now, guys.
Well, hey, thanks, Trevor. And thanks to Floriani for being one of our sponsors. But Trevor, as always, you were great and do a very good explanation of everything. So guys, we do have really good pricing on all the products you saw that Trevor was showing. And again, we have the prices on the website. So we got these special, Sew Fest pricing for the show, and we're able to, you can go right to the website and get them. And again, guys, the very first things that we have up there is that glow-in-the-dark thread. Again, guys, the regular price on this is $124.95. We have them for $84.99 for that glow-in-the-dark bundle. Again, great specials on these right now. The next set threads were that variegated, and the variegated thread, we have it right now. Sew Fest pricing is $54.99, a really good price. And then we have a combo. If you want to get the combo and you want to get the variegated thread with the glow in the dark, there it is, and it's $139.99 for that. And then last but not least, we had that great software bundle. This is that design and quilt software Quilter Select Toolkit. And guys, you get, not only are you getting this fantastic software with this, but you're getting that all those tools with it. You're getting, the 18 by 24 mat with it. You're getting that 45 millimeter rotary cutter. You're getting that 2.5 inch by 18 inch ruler, that self-erase marker, and then you're getting the quilt patterns by Alex Anderson. So, I mean, again, what a great bundle this is. Special show pricing on this is $599. So again, guys, if you're interested in this, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or just go to the smplive.tv page. Once you get on there, you can find all the Floriani products that we just showed, and you just click on it, takes you right to the product page, and you can put them in your cart and check out from there. So we all have all the pricing. The show pricing is right on the screen on the website, so you don't even have to call in for this one. You can actually just check out. So another good offering from Floriani. And we sure do appreciate them being one of our sponsors of the show. And I appreciate Trevor coming on the show as usual. He is a rock star. And so, guys, we're going to keep moving on. And we got another treat for you. Hey, we got Baby Lock in the house, and we have Melinda Stevenson. She is a national educator for them. You've probably seen on our shows many times. Melinda has been here. And we're super excited today because Melinda is kind of switching gears on us. She's going to talk about serging today. And she's going to talk all about that Victory serger. It's the new air threader serger from Baby Lock. And so we're super excited to have her on. So y'all help make welcome Melinda Stevenson.
Thank you so much, Blaine. I'm so happy to be here, and I've got so much to show you. I love this serger. This is a wonderful serger. It has the automatic thread delivery system. And so I'm going to spend a few minutes just showing you the serger, and then I'm going to show you how quickly you can put together this beautiful pillow. So give me just a second. Let me switch cameras here and get you on the actual serger, okay? All right, so you can see this is the Victory serger. When you get the serger, you're going to get all these fun accessories, everything that you need in order to have success in your sergering. Then you get this little, bag right here that has all the thread holders that you're gonna need so that your thread never falls off. And then my favorite thing is that you get this quick reference threading guide. So anything that you need to thread, any way this machine threads, you can see it right here on this quick reference threading guide, okay? Now, I'm going to use today the foot that comes with the machine, but I'm also going to demonstrate a couple of other feet. I'm going to talk to you for a little bit about the cording foot, and then I'm going to show you the clear foot, because these are probably my two favorite feet besides the foot that comes with the machine. The pillows that we're going to work on today, my granddaughter loves unicorns and she loves rainbows. So I'm going to show you how to make this rainbow unicorn. And we're using a rolled hem. And we're going to do some raw edge piecing really quick, really fast on this machine. You can see that same pillow, what it looks like whenever you use a darker fabric. Okay. All right. So let's get started. Now, one of the things, this automatic thread delivery system on the Victory is really wonderful. This is a tiny machine that packs a big punch. And you can sort of see, I've got my Victory right next to my Acclaim. And you can kind of see my Acclaim is the machine that I use in my studio. The Victory is the machine that I travel with and that I use with my students. I have a sewing club at Florida State University, and all of my students use this one. And the reason I chose the Victory for my students is because it's so easy. So this automatic thread delivery system ensures that your stitches are perfect every time, regardless of the thread you're using or even the thickness of the fabric that you're sewing on. So you can go from like a lightweight fabric to a heavyweight fabric to even a lofty fabric without ever having to make a single adjustment on this machine. Now, if you feel like you need a little control and you want to make an adjustment, you can make an adjustment. You can make a tension adjustment. We have that built in for those of you who just want to do that, but you really don't need to. You can change the thread types from a heavyweight thread to a lightweight thread without ever having to make a single adjustment. You're going to see me do that today. And then you've got a full 6 millimeters of lift in this presser foot height. Okay, so you're going to be able to sew on almost every fabric that is out there. All right, so let's get started. So today I have my machine set up for a 3-thread rolled edge. And you can see right here that my instruction manual tells me that I'm going to use my right needle. I'm going to have a length of 0.745 to 4 rolled. And if you look down here, you can see that your machine on your, there you go, on your stitch length, it has a rolled or it has a standard, and I've chosen rolled. Now, depending on the thickness of your thread, that's how you determine your stitch length. So I've got a 1 for this Madeira Lana, which is a wool-based thread that I'll be using today. And then I have my stitch width on M, which is just the standard stitch width. You can see that this is a thread I'm using. It's a Lana, Madeira Lana. It's a beautiful thread. It's a 12-weight thread that has a little bit of a wool base. And then I'm just using a regular serger thread on my lower looper, a regular serger thread on my right needle. Whenever you're doing the rolled edge, you want to make sure that it's your upper looper that has your decorative thread in it, okay? So you can see that I've already I've put together most of these strips. So this is for a 16-inch pillow, and I've got 8 of these strips, and I've done 7 so far, but I'm just going to show you how I do this. So I'm going to put this together, and this is going to be raw edge piecing. So I'm actually, rather than putting it right sides together, I'm putting this wrong sides together, okay? So we're going to put it in here. And I'm going to raise my presser foot. I'm going to move my, let's get you a little bit closer so you can kind of see what's going on here. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move it right up to my knife so that I don't lose my stitches there. And so here we go. So it's 1,050 stitches per minute. You can see how fast that goes. So let's just kind of look and see what that stitch looks like, this rolled edge. Yeah, that's a beautiful stitch, isn't it? Really nice, great for edgings on napkins, great for the edge of a tablecloth, really nice you can use it to put it on the bottom of a skirt, the bottom of pants. It's really a beautiful stitch. It's probably one of my favorite stitches. But let me show you how easy it is to change threads on this machine, okay? So I'm going to put a zipper in the back of my pillow, and I'm going to show you how easy that is. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clip this Madeira because I don't need that thick Lana thread. And then I'm going to move this over, my thread settings over to a stitch length of 4. And then I'm going to go right in here, and I'm just going to move this over to a normal, my stitch selector over here, just to a normal 3 thread. I had it on D. That was what made the rolled edge. All right. And then I'm just going to stitch out my thread. Easy as that. So now I've gotten rid of my Lana. And now I'm going to replace that Lana with a regular serger thread. So let me pull my regular serger thread up here. And this is how easy, this is our jet air threading on this machine, on this tiny machine that still does this fantastic jet air threading. Okay, so in order to set it up for jet air threading, it's very easy. I'm going to push this button. I'm going to roll my hand wheel until my tubes lock. And then I'm going to put about a couple of inches of thread in here, and you'll be able to see it come out of the top here. Make sure you can see that. Yeah, okay. I'm going to push it down, and it came out right there. Okay, so that's how easy it is to thread this machine. So now I'm ready to stitch. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change my feet, and I'm going to put my cording foot on. And then I'm just going to put a zipper into the back of my pillow. Okay, super easy. You just pop it right on. I'm going to raise my presser foot, and then I'm going to take my zipper, and I'm going to put the right side of my zipper down, and I've got a zipper that's a little bit longer than my actual need. All right, so I've got my zipper right side down. Okay. And then I'm going to simply stitch. I'm going to start a little bit right here. I'm going to simply stitch my zipper on. I'm going to get my center of my zipper right in the middle of that cording foot. All righty. Get my presser foot ready. Okay. Let's get my presser foot on. Get it started. And when you're demonstrating, it's very important that sometimes it doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. Okay, so that's kind of what's going on here. All right, here we go. All right, let's get that presser foot working. All righty, here we go. Up we go. I've unplugged myself, you guys. All right, I'm going to put my foot in the right position. All right. Uh-oh, now I've dropped my zipper. So give me just a second to get my zipper back on. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's try that one more time. There. Okay. These things only happen when you're... These only happen whenever you're demoing. All right, here we go. There we go. Okay, now I'll tell you what I did wrong so that you guys won't make the same mistake. After you thread your needle, you have to make sure that you put this back into the position, the proper position, and I didn't have it in the right position. Okay, so y'all remember that. All right, here we go. Now you can see that I've got my zipper right inside of that. Make sure that's clear for you. Let me scoot it over. Yeah, so my zipper goes, the zipper teeth go right in that tunnel right there. Okay, and I'm just going to stitch it right on. All right, super easy and super fast. Not doing a great job with my camera right here in front of me. That was not a very straight stitch, but that's all right. It's still going to work. Okay, so there's part of my zipper. All right, so let me get that front part because I didn't do a very good job of getting the first part of my zipper on there. So let's re-stitch that first part. All righty. All right, now we're going to stitch the second part of that zipper on the other side. So I'm going to zip it back up. I'm going to get the second half You can see how nice that is. It just gives you like a perfect zipper placement. And then let me get the other side of my backing. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put my zipper right sides together. And I'm going to stitch. All right, raise my presser foot, raise my needle, get my situated in there. Okay. And then I can feel it. See, I can't see it, but I can feel that. Feel that cord. It's going right into that little ridge. You didn't know putting a zipper in could be so easy, did you? It is super easy on the serger, super fast, and you get really nice clean edges. This is a serger that's so easy to use that all of my students who've never sewn before, never serged before, are able to use this machine, and they are so excited by it that they don't ever want to use a sewing machine again. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Yep, there it is. All right, I've got my zipper in. Now, I didn't do such a great job up there, so I'm going to have to unzip this and get that situated. And then I'm just going to put my right sides together, and then I'm going to stitch all the way around it. So let me fix that zipper. And have any questions come up while I've been stitching this, Blaine? Anybody have any questions about anything as I stitch? Now, some of my students use this machine to make very quick and easy coin purses, just regular purses, because this zipper insertion is so easy and so fast that you can use it on a number of applications. And so you can make a coin purse in about 10 minutes, honestly. And it works, same thing for computer bags and also just regular purses. All right, so we've got that part done. So now let's zip the zipper up a little bit. And then we're going to put our fabric right sides together. Okay. And then I'm simply going to stitch across here. All right. And this time for this stitching, I'm going to actually use my clear foot. Okay. So let me put my clear foot on. I'm going to take my cording foot off. I'm going to put my clear foot on just so that I can see it a little bit better. All right. There's my clear foot on the machine. All right, isn't that nice? You can see exactly what you're stitching with this clear foot. All right, now one thing I want to do is I want to make those, let's get this as even as we can. Okay, we're going to start right here, and I'm going to stitch straight across. And you can see that I'm going to be going over pretty good thickness here. Okay, let's see how this machine handles thicknesses. Okay, let's see if we can get this a little bit straighter. Go all the way across and down. Helps if I lower my presser foot. Here we go. All right, so here I have the top of my pillowcase stitched together. Handling those thicknesses very well, no problem. Okay, so there's the top of my pillowcase. So now let me stitch together the bottom of my pillowcase, and I can see that my I'm a little bit longer. That's okay. You can see that it's way longer, but hey, guess what? I'm stitching with a serger, and so I can just stitch that right off as I stitch over it. All right, so let me just stitch right off. I'll stitch over that. Let's pull this out just a little bit. Get our fabric together. Alrighty. And this is not very even, is it? But the serger solves all problems. It's just going to clip all this off for me and make it even. All right, here we go. And I want to make sure that I'm stitching it the right way so that my rolled hem is pretty. Okay, so here I go, just cutting off all that fabric that I don't need. You can see I'm getting ready to go over all of those thicknesses. And again, that automatic thread delivery system just does its job. Okay, so there's two sides of that pillow finished. And now you might ask, well, what about sewing over that zipper? Is it going to sew over the zipper? And the answer is absolutely it's going to sew over this zipper. All I'm going to do is slow down just a little bit as I go over it because I don't want to break a needle. But here I go. And I'm going to raise my needle so I can raise that knife, get my stitches right under that knife, lower my presser foot, stitch. Here I come up to that zipper. I'm just going to slow down a little bit to see it's cut it right off. And I'm going to stitch that again because it looks like I missed those stitches down there. So let's get that. Okay, now I'm going to do the final side, and you can see that my zipper is open. So you want to make sure you keep your zipper open, because if you don't keep it open on this part, you're not going to be able to open your pillow. All right, so I've got it open just enough so that I can turn my fabric around. Okay. All right, so here I go. I'm going to start right here so I can see what I'm doing. All right, I'm going to pull the zipper out. I'm going to stitch straight over here. Okay, so now I can see that my zipper is going to be opened out because I want it to be open. And then I'm going to pull the other side of my zipper up. All right, so I can make sure those ends are even. And the zipper is going to be real pretty right there. Make sure I got my fabric together. All right, there we go. I'm ready to stitch over that zipper. And then I'm going to pull it down here a little bit. All right, got a little gap there. That's okay, though. It's all right. Okay. All right, now I'm going to turn my fabric right side out. All right, zip it up. There it is. All right. And you can't even tell, right, that it was a little uneven at places, but the serger is pretty much magical, okay? I love that. All right, so that's just one of the many stitches that you can stitch using your Baby Lock Victory serger, all right? There are many other things that you can do, you know, and I think that I hear quilters say this all the time, that what they do for the most part is they finish the edges of fabric. But, you know, that's not the only thing that you can do. You can also stitch together pants. I make pajama pants every year for my 5 children and my grandchildren. And I use for that, I use my 4-thread overlock, okay, and that's probably the most common stitch used. And to switch to your 4-thread overlock, it is so easy. You're just going to add a needle in, very easy, and you've got your screwdriver right here that makes adding those needles super easy, and the needles that come with it. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. I'm going to just add that needle quick. Just pull it up there. Okay. Make sure I've got it in there properly. Oops. There we go. And I can see right there, I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but the Baby Lock sergers give you a window so that you can see if your needle has gotten to the very top or not. And in this case, my needle has gotten right to the top. So I am now ready to stitch my 4-thread overlock. So let me show you how easy it is to do that. Okay. So what we want to do now is we want to add another spool of thread. And again, this is probably the most common of our stitches. This is what people use it for the most, but I wanted to show you a specialty stitch first. And there are several other specialty stitches that you can do on here. Another one of my favorite stitches is a 3-thread overlock narrow hem, but we'll talk about that in just a second. I'm just going to add my thread. I'm going to go through this thread guide up here. I'm going to bring it down. I'm going to bring it up and over. Okay. And then I'm going to pull it under here. And then I've got this cool little needle threader that I can go to the right or the left. And now I'm going to go to the left. All I have to do is get my thread underneath that, pop it back, and it's threaded. Okay. I'm going to move this, my little stitch selector, over to A. And now I am ready to stitch a 4-thread overlock. Okay. So let's look at what that looks like. This is my 4-thread overlock. See how easy that is? I mean, there's like nothing to it. And now I've got a 4-thread overlock. This stitch holds really nicely. It's a very thick stitch, very tight stitch, and that is used for garments stitching. And of course, as you saw, it cuts off and at the same time it stitches. So it's a really easy way of putting garments together. So, okay, so now the other thing that I use it for, and this is for those of you who have daughters who like to go to the prom, okay, and who need, or weddings for that matter, and need their dresses hemmed. So I don't know, they have the chiffon dresses. They have like 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 layers, okay? And so that chiffon, though, is super easy to hem on here. And one of my favorite stitches on here is the 3-thread overlock narrow hem. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to get that 3-thread overlock narrow hem. I'm going to move this over to C, okay? And then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take away my 4th thread. I'm going to stitch that 4th thread out, and then I'm going to take that needle out. Okay, so that thread is out. Now, do you have to take your needle out when you're stitching a 4-thread as opposed to a 3-thread? Absolutely, okay? You want to get that needle out, but you can see how quickly you can get the needle out. I mean, it's just so quick and easy. See, done. I mean, that's completely, my needle is out. Now I am ready to stitch that 3-thread overlock. So this is what it tells me right here, 3-thread overlock narrow hem. I'm going to have the right needle in. I'm going to have my stitch length. Again, it's going to be the R. Okay, so I was over here on my standard for that, putting fabric together, but I'm going to go over here to my R, in order to do my overlock. Okay, I've got my stitch width at 3. All right, and then it tells me that I'm going to have my stitch selector at C. So there's my stitch selector at C. Super easy. Okay, now watch this. This is a really pretty hem to put on a chiffon or any. And look at that. I mean, that is a quick and easy, absolutely beautiful hem. Okay. And let's say that I like it so much that I want to make a ruffle out of it. All right. Well, that's easy to do too. So I'm going to move my differential feed all the way up. I'm going to change my stitch selector to B, which is our normal stitch. I'm going to increase my stitch length to 4. I'm going to make this as wide as possible. And then I think I'll just use my regular presser foot. So I'm going to raise this, raise my presser foot, put my regular presser foot on, lower it, and then I'm going to just make a ruffle. And that's super easy. I'm just going to here's a ruffle. Okay. All right. So you guys can see that there are so many things that you can do so quickly on this machine. I mean, I could go on for the rest of the afternoon to show you other things that this machine will do, but I think I'm going to stop there and let Blaine talk. Okay. Thank you so much. That was really, really fun. I totally love this machine. I can't hear you for some reason. Blaine, my audio is not working. Let's see if I can get my audio turned up. Ooh, I can't hear you. I don't know what I've done. Am I? Oh, shoot. I can't hear you, Blaine. You're just going to have to talk. Okay, I'm so sorry. I absolutely cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm like, hey.
I can hear you.
I was like, so now everybody knows I'm wearing shorts. I was jumping up to text him and say, I think your batteries went out.
Surprise, surprise. Hi, Angela.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for popping in.
Oh, I love your sewing space, by the way. I absolutely love it.
Thank you. It's kind of a mess, but thank you so much. There's so much going on in here.
Okay, Blaine,
right.
that was so
Can
not
y'all hear me
cool.
now?
Yes. Now we can hear you. Thank you.
There was a spider that crawled up into our console and muted me, Angela.
He's so making fun of me. And I was literally jumping up to text you. And yes, cat's out of the bag. I'm wearing green cutoff shorts with this beautiful top. So I guess it's better than boxers.
So Melinda, when I was saying that you couldn't hear me, I said you had this hidden talent with the serger, because we've been seeing you with all the other machines, and you're awesome on that serger. That was an incredible demonstration and great project. Oh my gosh.
You're so sweet. Thank you, Blaine. I love this serger. I absolutely love this serger. It's fantastic.
I think that was more
happy to have
of an education, like a whole education that we didn't even know was coming. I mean, it was mesmerizing.
Y'all are so sweet. Thank you so much. It was really fun. I want everybody to have one of these sergers.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. It was good getting to see you in St. Louis at Baby Lock Tech a few weeks ago, and so happy you got to be on the show. And I'm sure we're going to see you again real soon. But thank you so much. And we got to thank Baby Lock for being one of our sponsors. And guys, we got to tell y'all how you can get this Victory serger, because guys, this was incredible. And Melinda made that look so easy. And look what you can do with just a serger. You don't even, I think a lot of people tell you you don't even need a sewing machine sometimes. You could use a serger for just about everything. But guys, this is the Baby Lock Air Threader Victory Serger. And again, guys, this thing is $19.99. We have 0% interest financing for you if you need it, and put those payments just a little over $83 a month. However, we have a call-in special on this. So if you want to get that Sew Fest pricing, you have to get on the phone and give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Now, guys, this machine only weighs 16 pounds. It is such a great weight. It has two really nice LED lighting. Maximum stitch width is 7.5 millimeters. The maximum stitch width is 4 millimeters. It has the two needles. It has the needle threader, is that jet air threading. So guys, there's so many really cool things. It has the differential feeding system. It has the automatic thread delivery. Just so many great things that are included. And so guys, if you're interested in a air threader baby lock serger, as you know, the name sergers with baby lock, they have been known for years of having the best sergers on the market. And there's no exception with this. Victory is an awesome serger. And it comes with a really good accessory bundle with it as well. So again, give us a call, guys, if you're interested in this, 800-401-8151. If you're local in Southern California, hey, drop by the two superstores we have in Mission Bay and in San Marcos. They have the full line of air threader sergers from Baby Lock on the floor, and you can test drive every single one of them. And we have the Sew Fest specials on every single product that you're seeing on the show and some more. So give us a call if there's anything else you're interested in. All right, so we're going to move on and let's bring Angela Wolf back in. So
I'm
Angela,
laughing about your spider.
so it is time for our second educational event, and I'm going to let you take it away.
I'm very excited about this. We've got Candace Trevino. She's going to teach us easy pattern alterations for a better fitting garment. So I love this because I think that's one of the most challenging parts of sewing garments is the fit. I mean, I'd love to know in the comments because I'll read them while she's teaching, but fitting a garment, if you could make something from beginning to end, take all the time in the world, and if it doesn't fit, it's going in the, well, I was going to say trash, but the bin, the giveaway bin. I'd love to know if you ever made an outfit that didn't fit and you actually gave it away. I would love to see if they tried it on and they're like, who the heck is this? So Candace, come and join us. We're looking forward to seeing you. How are you?
Hi, Angela. How are you?
Good. Great to see you. So tell everyone where you are located in this country.
Right now, I'm in the classroom in San Marcos. And so we just kind of set up a little area right here so I could do a quick demo. Okay, do you want me just to start? I guess I'm starting. Sorry. So, hi guys, I'm doing something completely different today. Something, maybe we haven't seen before in this one of our education videos. And I teach a lot of classes with garment sewing, and we use the serger. So it was really great that Melinda just showed us this fabulous serger. But as Angela said, you can take all the time to make a garment, but if it doesn't fit, you've just wasted all your time and effort. So there's a couple things you really need to do before you ever start sewing or before you ever cut out that pattern. And so I'm going to kind of talk about some basic tips as well as some really easy alterations you can do. So let's get started. So the first thing you need to do is take accurate measurements. So this may seem obvious, but there's some techniques that will help you take good measurements. The first thing you should do is wear the proper undergarments. So if you're taking your own measurements, you need your undergarments on, your bra on, whatever it is you're going to wear under your clothing every day. You need to have that on because it will make a difference when you take your measurements. So definitely do that. The other thing you want to do is you need to stand up straight and don't hold your breath. So a lot of people, when they're taking measurements, they're like holding their breath, but don't do that. Breathe natural, stand natural, because you want something that's going to fit, not something so snug that it's uncomfortable. So we sew for the body we have, not the body we want. So that's kind of the idea. Sew for what you got. And if your size changes, you can sew something else in a different size. And that's just the beauty of being able to sew for yourself. So let's talk about a couple things you need to do to get started. Now I'm going to use a mannequin. And the first thing that we need to do is establish our waistline and our hip line. So the easiest thing to do would be to just wrap a piece of elastic or twine around your waist. So I'll use this one and I'm just going to wrap it around her waist. And now I have a good visual of where the waist is. Now, if you want to know where your waist is, 2 ways to do it. Say, hey, put your hands on your waist. There you go. My hands are on my waist. Or you could bend over and wherever you crease, that's your waist. So keep it real simple. Everyone's waist is kind of in a little bit different place. I have a super short torso. So, you know, I have longer legs, but a shorter torso. Some of you have very long torso. So sometimes it's harder to find your waist. So bend over, wherever it creases, that's your waist. The other thing I want to establish is where are the hip line. Now, again, that's going to differ for every person depending on where you carry the most weight. So we want to wrap something around the fullest part of the body. So wherever that is, you know, you're just going to go across your bum. So on this itty bitty mannequin, you know, her fullest waist or hips is probably right here. But again, we want to know the fullest part because again, we want a pattern to fit and it needs to fit over the fullest part of the hips. So that's 2 things you can do to begin taking measurements is establish those lines on your own body. Or if you're, you know, measuring for a friend, make sure you establish what those lines are. And then what measurements are we going to take? So the really good thing is that when you buy a pattern, you know, any kind of a pattern, we use PDF downloads. So maybe Roger can get in here. A lot of them are going to show you pictures of exactly what measurements to take. So this one is showing you exactly where to take that measurement. And then you can also get downloadable type pattern sheets, you know, or measurement sheets. You can just download these, they're free. And it does show you within the body where to take those measurements. So 3 places that we really want, actually 4 places we want to take our first measurements. So the first one is the high bust. And you're like, what is a high bust? Well, it's actually the circumference of your upper body. It really doesn't have anything to do with your bust, but we do use it to establish some bust measurements. So your high bust is under the arms and up above the bust. And when you take a measurement, you don't want to keep your finger under it because that is not accurate. So kind of hard to do. Let me see. She's not facing me. So we want to determine what that measurement is. So here we go on my tiny little mannequin. Her upper bust is 35. So upper bust, really what we're measuring is this front part of us as well as the back. So, you know, as we age, as we change in our shape, you know, that changes over time. Especially as we get older, sometimes we have a little more hunching and our back measurement gets a little bigger. So it's important to know what that high bust circumference is. So, okay, 35, I'm going to write that down. So this high bust is 35. And then we want to measure the bust. Now the bust again is going to be the fullest part of the chest. So as I said, put on a bra so that you have that accurate measurement. Now this one's 34, which the difference in measurement between 34 to 35 is 1 inch. Now that is an A size cup or a, you know, super tiny cup. Most of us will have a 2-inch difference, a 3-inch difference, 4-inch difference. And what that tells you is you might need to do what's called an upper bust adjustment. Most pattern companies, they use a fit of a B size cup. So, you know, you can look on the pattern, it should tell you this is scaled to a B size cup. So if your measurement is 3 inches difference, that's a C cup. 4-inch difference, that would be a D cup. And it's not necessarily correlating to the size you wear in a bra, but it has to do with the bust adjustment you may need to do. So if you have, again, more than 3 inches between your upper bust and your bust, that tells you you might need to do a bust adjustment. And the reason we do a bust adjustment instead of, well, let's just go up another size. Well, your garments really need to fit in the shoulder. All garments hang from the shoulders. So if you get a really nice fit through the shoulders, the neck, and the arms, the rest of it can kind of be modified and adjusted. So that would be what's called a full bust adjustment. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. Okay, so then we're going to measure the waist and take that measurement. Let's see which size of my, again, I don't want to pull it super tight, just, you know, just natural. So when you are taking measurements, you don't want to wear bulky clothes, you know, wear a slim fitting outfit, you know, some leggings or something, tank top. And that's really going to help you to take really good measurements of your actual body. Okay, so here, our skinny waist is 27. I should have got a bigger mannequin because this one's a itty bitty. And then we want to know what the hip size is. So again, I tied a little bit of string around the hips. We want to go over the fullest part, and that measures at a 37. So that's going to be your basic measurements you want to take. There's other measurements to take, but that's the ones that most patterns are going to give you for the general size of the pattern. And then we will be doing other measurements to figure out if I need to make adjustments, right? So find a pattern that's really great. So here's something that I found. Not all pattern companies fit the same. If you go to your retail store, how many pair of jeans do you have to try on before you find ones that fit your shape and your measurements? So pattern companies do the same thing. They all use a different template for cutting patterns. So find a company that you like that you need to make very minor adjustments. My favorite one is Pattern Emporium. It's an Australian company. I love their patterns. I love their tutorials. And they just give you a lot of really good information. So they also fit. And we use them in class a lot because they have a tendency to fit the majority of my students. So I'm going to look at this pattern. And I'm going to have Roger see if we can zoom in here, if we can get this far away. Okay. So down here is where I'm going to determine what size I'm going to cut. Now, very few people will fall where all of their measurements are in one size. Most of us are in between sizes. So for here, let's say the upper bust is a 14, the full bust is a 16, the hips are a 16, maybe the waist is back onto a 14. So, you know, the idea is that not all of us fit in this category. So the question is, well, what size am I supposed to cut then? If I'm not a perfect size, what do I do? So this is where we're going to talk about a couple different things. And one of those is that, what is your style? You know, what kind of garments do you like? Do you like a closer fitting garment? Do you like a very loose garment? I wear lots of ponchos and loose fitting things. So I like something that's looser. I don't make things that are tight. But, you know, that's a fit style, right? That's a preference. So figure out, okay, how do you like to wear your garments? And another idea is that what is the style of this specific item? So that's another thing you have to take into consideration. Is this a contoured pattern where it's really fitting the lines of your body? Does it have a lot of ease built in? We'll talk about ease a little bit. what is the style of the garment? And that can also help you decide what size to make. So as I was talking before, for me, I have a smaller shoulder width than the rest. So it's better for me to fit my shoulders and then grade out and adjust out. So for me, if I'm working with shoulders, I'm kind of more looking at the upper bust, right? Because that's the circumference up here, and that's kind of the shoulder and the back area. So I'm going to fit, if it's a top, I'm going to really look at the upper bust measurements the most. And then for the bust, I can do an upper bust adjustment or a full bust adjustment, okay? So I'm going to fit for a garment, for the most part, the upper bust and the bust. That's kind of where I usually fit. Because it's easier to grade out sometimes rather than make things smaller. And the reason is a lot of the grading, we do it within the garment. We don't do it on the outsides. But if you take something in, most of the time you have to take it in from the outsides, unless you're going to do darts. Okay, so lots of details there. So you're going to kind of determine what size based on a couple factors. The other thing that you want to base what size you choose is how much ease is built into this pattern. So what ease is the extra amount from your body measurement to the garment. So we have a class we're doing. Rhonda's going to teach us one. This is the Scout Tee. It's a woven t-shirt. Now this pattern, if you read it, many patterns will tell you what is the finished garment measurements. So that's the other place you're going to look to determine what size to cut. So here, the finished garment measurement is 4 inches more than the measurement. So 4 inches is a lot, right? So if this at the bust, it would be 4 inches. That's how loose it is, right? It's a very loose pattern. So here, let me see where it's at. She's up here. So this one's super loose and not fitted at all. Well, if I don't want something that loose, maybe I'm going to go down a size, or, I'm going to take that into consideration, is how loose this garment is. If it is very slim fitting, maybe I'm going to go up a size. So ease is really important. And then if you're working with knits, you need to remember that sometimes knits have what's called a negative ease. That means it's smaller than your body measurements because knits stretch. So let's talk about leggings, right? You get those leggings out, right? They're like this big. You're like, those aren't going to fit. And then they stretch to fit you. So if you're dealing with knits, sometimes you have to take into consideration that that's negative ease and how much stretch is involved with this knit. So, you kind of become a detective when you're figuring out what size to cut, right? You're a detective. You got to take all these things into consideration. So that's why we're talking about them. So ease is important, and finished garment measurements are important. So take a look at those. Most of your patterns will tell you what is the finished garment measurement, okay? All right, so now let's talk about alterations. So I've got the size I want. I'm ready to cut it out. What do I do? All right, so I'm going to move these away here. And we're going to talk about kind of what I call the order of operation when you're doing altering something. So this is, I'm going to use a sleeve pattern. Actually, I'm going to pull this one up. And we're going to do a cardigan. So here's my pattern for the cardigan. This is a class we're doing next week, Saturday. So this is drafted on large sheets. You can get PDF patterns printed on large sheets like this. And then I trace them on Patternese paper or Swedish tracing paper. That's just what I do. And then I do all my alterations on my paper, and I leave my pattern as a master. Now, other people do it differently, and that's fine. Some people just print out the exact size they need. This is just the way I do it. So on most of your patterns, let's see if we can zoom right in here. Most of your patterns will have this dotted line going across, and it says adjustment line. It's normally where it is kind of straight and there's not a lot of curves, your adjustment lines. So they're usually, you know, either right below the breast level, you know, below the hips, you know, somewhere that your pattern's kind of straight. So here is where I would first make any length adjustments. So that's the first adjustment you want to make. So here is a sleeve. Now, I've got a lot of students that they're like, hey, I got long arms. I don't have that problem. I have other problems. But so here's my adjustment line. If I need to make it shorter, I'll figure out the length, the inches, how many inches. If it's an inch, then I'll fold that in half, right? Because I've got a half on one side and a half on the other side. So that would be an inch. And then I'm going to tape it. So if I do that, you can see what happens to the edge of this pattern. Am I in the? There we go. So I am kind of white on white. See how now this is here, and now my other sleeve is down here. So I need to do what's called kind of grading it out or truing it out. And most sleeves are kind of straight. So I just kind of need to redraft this, right? Figuring out the shape or the angle of this pattern. That looks like it's about it. And I'm going to redraw that. So I can just kind of redraw this sleeve, or I can just add a little bit of paper to my sleeve to get it to be the correct shape. So same thing down here. Here's another adjustment I can make. We don't want to make adjustments to the bottom, the wrist, right? Because that needs to be a specific size. So we're making adjustments before that. So before the wrist. So if I need it to be smaller here, I would make that adjustment again. I would redraw that line to kind of true it up. So the same thing's true if you have a pattern that is too short, right? The sleeves, you're like, my sleeves are always too short. I have really long arms. Again, not my problem, but a lot of challenges. I have a lot of tall students and they're like, I always have to change the length. So I'm going to cut this apart. Determine again how much I need to add. If it's an inch, right? I'm going to find that mark between here and here is an inch, and I will retape it. And you can see I don't really need to redraft it because the shape stays the same. I just kind of need to fill it in a little bit. So opening it up, you just put an extra piece of your tracing paper or whatever paper you want to use and fill that in, right? We're creating a different, basically a different sleeve. So those are two that you can do with sleeves, is length. Now on the body, you have several other length adjustments. Again, most of the time you're lengthening right below the chest to the waist. That's one length. Or kind of the waist through the hips is kind of another place you can add length. So there are most of the time a finished garment length to your pattern. So check out, see what size that is and see if you need to make that adjustment. So the first adjustment you want to make to any pattern is length. The next one you want to make is width. Okay, so width adjustments could be a bicep. Sometimes, you know, our biceps need to be a little bit bigger than the sleeve. Full bust adjustments, hip adjustments is more grading. But those are kind of the other ones with width that we need to add a little bit. And what I did was I found a pattern company that has tutorials and YouTube videos. So when I printed my pattern or downloaded it, there were links where I could go on and watch. How did this company do a full bust adjustment? How did this company do a bicep adjustment? So that's the best thing you can do, is find the company you bought it from and find the adjustments, okay? All right, so I'll show you a couple things, other things real quick. And because my time's going by super fast. So grading is another thing, another basic adjustment you can do. So what is grading? What grading means is minor changes, not full changes. This is a minor change, let's say within the hips. So, you know, the waist is one size, but when I get down to my hips, I need a bigger size. So you can start right under the armhole, and then you can start easing it out until you get to the next line, right? So on a regular pattern here, again, let's see if we can pull on this one. No?
Sorry.
Okay, so right over here, hopefully you can see this. So here's the 12, so that's right under the arm. And I need to eventually, after the waist, so the waist is right about here, after the waist, I need to start grading it out to the next line. Whoops, too far. So that when I hit my hip line, I'm at the next size. Now, if you need to grade more than one size, you might need to do different types of adjustments. And those are, like I said, those aren't the simple ones. Those are a little bit more challenging, okay? Okay, so one other adjustment that I think is super important is called a shoulder adjustment. And what that is when your shoulders are kind of short, right? So I kind of have a little bit shorter shoulder. Some people have a little bit longer shoulder. And so when I buy garments, sometimes they'll hang off my shoulder, right? The sleeve hangs off the shoulder. And this is a really easy adjustment to do. All you need to do on that one is you're going to figure out, let's see if we can get down here. I know. Let's say that it's a 1/2 inch adjustment I need to do, shorter. So I need to take that in. I need to take in this width. There we go. That's, you know, the width here. I need to take that in so that it's this much smaller, right? So I can just kind of ease that in. I'm using, this is a French curve ruler. So it has a straight, it has all these different curves, and I can find the right curve to get that. Because I'm not really changing so much the size of the arm. It won't really affect my sleeve too much, but you just kind of need to grade it in. So that's reducing the shoulder width. So I'm going to reduce it. I need to make it like I said, these are minor changes, like a 1/2 inch, so that my pattern does that. Okay, makes it a little bit shorter. Okay. The other one that I'll tell you really quick, because we don't have a ton of time, is called a sway back adjustment. So this one, you may not have ever heard of, but what it means is the body has a tendency to curve in right here in the waist more than normal, or what pattern companies sew for. And so you have a lot of times where your shirts bunch up, or they gather up right here. So, and usually your bum is up a little bit high. So you have a more curve, and that's called a sway back. So what you want to do is you want to take away the length right from that area. And the way you do that is you do it with what's called a it's basically a tuck where I don't change the edge, but I'm going to take out like an inch or a half an inch. You're going to have to kind of determine what that is, to a 0. So 0 would mean I'm not doing any adjustment, but I'm taking the fabric away right from the center of my back, right? So here's the center of your back. This is called a sway back adjustment. So really easy to do. And you're going to know if you need that adjustment. Like, that's not just everybody's going to need it, but certain people do. And again, you'd have to kind of redraft this. It's usually done on a fold. So it's easy just to put your pattern piece back on a fold. And all you've done is reduce the length right here. So that's kind of a really cool adjustment. That's really easy to make. And I was going to show one more thing, but I think I'm out of time, right, Blaine? So let's see if there's any questions. Hey, Blaine, or Angela. Oh, Angela, hey. So Angela's a pro already, so I know none of this is new for her. But if you're brand new to garment sewing, maybe it's a little new.
Candace, this was such a good tutorial. I was watching all the comments. They were like, this is brilliant. The last one you just showed is so common. You made it look so easy too. Excellent tutorial. Everybody's saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I was loving the comments. Everyone's like, I don't sew garments because they don't fit. Well, they will now. And when is your class coming up?
So my class is Saturday. If you're here in our Escondido or San Marcos location, we are doing the a cardigan. Because, you know, here in California, we wear cardigans all year long. And we use sergers. So my classes, we use sergers. But we have some classes coming up where Rhonda's going to teach using woven fabrics. And those are the ones where alterations are very, very important.
Very.
You know,
can
knit,
get a little
stretch.
away with a little bit on the knits, but the other one, not so much. So if they want to take these classes or get the schedule, is it on the website or should they call the store?
Yeah, they're all on our website on our class calendar.
Awesome.
So I think my class is actually full. Most of my garment classes do fill up. But, you know, next year, what we want to work on is wardrobe planning. You know, if you can sew for yourself, why not create a wardrobe or a capsule collection where everything goes together and you don't have to think about it when you get dressed?
Exactly. Instead of having one piece here, one piece there, and then you never wear them because they don't match. I love it. Great tutorial. Great tutorial. I don't see any other questions rolling in.
Well, one more thing.
Sure.
Oh, you saw Amanda on the other day from Sew English. She is where we buy all of our fabrics from. She's actually going to be here in our San Marcos store on Friday. We can't go into her warehouse anymore, so she's going to bring her warehouse to us, and we can shop fabrics. So if you're in the area, come down. It's Friday around 2:30.
Oh, that sounds fun. Their fabrics are amazing. Beautiful knits. All right, so you got that on the calendar, everyone. I wish I lived closer. I'd be there. I love knits.
Yeah.
So are you staying with us when with Blaine when we're doing the big giveaways? Because we got a whole list of that stuff coming up.
Totally up to you. I probably will get off because I have a delay in sound a little bit since we're kind of in the same studio. But I'll let you and Blaine do some giveaways. We got so many great things coming up for prizes and winners. I mean, what a great festival.
Excellent. This has been such a fun week. Oh my gosh. And you're there hanging out right there. You're actually literally live. I didn't realize
I'm
you were
on
in the
chat.
studio.
So if you guys are chatting away, we're answering questions.
Excellent. I didn't realize you were in there. When I'm like, where are you? You're like, here. All right. So I'd love to see in the comments while we're waiting for Blaine to come back. Number one, what is the favorite part of this week so far? What's your favorite? I mean, besides the giveaways, of course, that's awesome. But what is your favorite? I love these education sessions. And actually, Blaine, some of your vendors have given a full education. It's like been a whole week of education.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way you can look at it, Angela. It's you know, everybody's giving you pretty much an education on different machines. And then the 2 educational sessions we had every single day were pretty much just, you know, topics about sewing and different things that, you know, and really didn't talk about machines. It was about techniques and tips and tricks and and things. So, we're trying to bring just a really good program to everybody. And, while Candace was doing her pattern class, I was getting in the chat and making some comments and engaging some of our customers. And we have a ton of people watching right now nationwide, and even some outside the nation. So we really appreciate y'all tuning in. And we got some really cool things to give away, Angela, and we're counting down right now. We're getting real close to, spinning the wheel to find that fifth person for the $27,000 Dream Studio we're giving away this afternoon. And then we got a ton of other things we're going to give away at the end of the day today, again, and then we'll announce that winner. We'll draw live on air of those 5 finalists who gets that $27,000 Dream Studio. But this entire week, we had $60,000 worth of product that we're giving away. Wow. And so it's just been an awesome time. And I know people are getting a lot of great prizes, and we have some really good stuff you and I are getting ready to give away right now.
All right. I've been watching the comments, and I tried to, you have so many comments scrolling through YouTube and Facebook that I can't even keep up. I was like, wait a minute.
They're going pretty fast. I was in the YouTube chat, and they were just flying by, and a couple people asked a question, and I was going to try to answer it. And by the time I got down to try to open it up, I couldn't find their name again to see who it was.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I think I saw a couple people saying that too. I tried to reply to so-and-so, and I can't even get there.
Well, that's why, we've got, Candace is just, a talent. She is so talented and did such a great job today. And, we have Deb Donovan. Normally we have Deb doing a bunch of demos, but Deb is in doing chat, and we have Rhonda Melinda. So there's 4 of them monitoring the Facebook and YouTube chat. And we probably could have had 8 people doing that because there's so much chat going on. And then, wow. We have Nick's team at the call center. There's 8 of them over there answering the phones. Plus, Laura Cook has 8 operators answering the phones. And then we have our whole chat team, and there's 6 people on the website on the live chat. So there's a lot of ways to get a hold of us, and we're trying to keep up with all of it. But it's a fast-paced day today.
It is amazing, and it's been some amazing tutorials, and now we have some amazing giveaways.
We do. So we're going to go ahead and start the giveaway. We're going to give a few things away, and then we're going to draw the name for that 5th finalist that we're going to give that Dream Studio away this afternoon. So the first thing we're going to give away, Angela, I'm going to let you call all the names out when we spin. And the first thing is we're going to give some of our tote bags. We're going to give two people a set of the tote bags. These are $9.99 each, $49.99 for the bundle on our website. And we're going to give 2 people some of these. So Kennedy, do you have that wheel ready to go? All right, so let's spin the wheel.
Good luck, good luck, good luck. Oh my gosh, look at all the names. Bernie Hogan, who's watching on Facebook. Woo! Bernie, congratulations.
All right, so Bernie was watching from Facebook. So Bernie, how you can get your prize, just go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim your prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. All right, so we got another bag set we're going to give away. Kennedy, spin the wheel.
I am spinning my little heart out.
We need some confetti everywhere. You need some confetti in your studio, Blaine.
Oh, I know.
All right, on YouTube, Jay Grabo.
All right.
Congratulations.
So Jay, congratulations. Jay, go to SMPLive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page and fill out the information, hit submit, and then we'll get your bags out to you as soon as we can. All right, up next, Angela, is our world famous sewing mats. And the Angela Wolf Signature Series Wolf Pack mat is included in this. Woo! So we're going to have 12 colors to choose from, 4 different sizes. If you want to see the dimensions of each size, you go to our webpage. You can go to SMPLive.tv, click on the mats. Or if you're on the Sewing Machines Plus website, you can just type in Sew Mat in the search bar. It'll go to that page. You can look at the dimensions of each size. And so make sure you get the dimensions so you can pick the perfect size for you and your machine. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
You got it. Do it.
Oh my gosh, people are going crazy in the chat. They're loving this. Ellen Giglia, congratulations, watching on YouTube. Congratulations, Ellen.
Congratulations, Ellen. And so Ellen, again, to claim that mat, go to SMPlive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, and most importantly, make sure you put the size and color of the mat you want, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. All right, we're gonna give one more of these away, Angela. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Got it.
Everybody's leaving the comments. Kennedy, spin that wheel. You got it, Blaine.
You guys, anything for SMP Nation.
Beverly Berenz watching from YouTube. Congratulations, Beverly.
That is awesome. Congratulations, Beverly. So Beverly, how you claim your prize is go to SMPlive.tv. Once you get to that page, scroll down to the bottom of the page where it says claim a prize. Put your name, all your information in there. Most importantly, put the size of mat you want and the color and hit submit, and we'll get that right out to you. So next up is we're going to give 2 of those quilt blocks away. And guys, these are those blocks that you put on your table, especially like your cabinet you get from Arrow. When you fold the leaves out, you can put these on and it keeps your fabric from sliding off the table. These are awesome. You're going to get a pair of these. We're going to give 2 people a pair of these. All right, Kennedy. Everybody help me. Everybody together in chat. Everybody out there at the same time. 1, 3. We're going to say this again, all at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Kennedy. Spin that wheel.
Woo! Bam! I did it, guys. I did it. You guys are leaving me responsible for
Marie Harrison, also watching on YouTube. Congratulations, Marie.
So Marie is our winner of the first set of quilt blocks. So Marie, go down to SMPlive.tv, scroll down to the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit. We'll handle the rest. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spinning the wheel.
Everybody's like, oh, my name was like the one that was right before it. Do they get anything for that?
Yeah.
Jane Jarvis, watching on YouTube. I recognize that name. Congratulations, Jane.
All right, Jane. Same thing as everybody else. Go to SMPlive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page, fill out the information where it says claim my prize, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. So, Angela, we did have confetti, and we used to use confetti cannons in here when we gave prizes away. And all the education team got on to me so bad because it was such a mess to clean up. And matter of fact, right above my head in the acoustical tile, there's confetti stuck in the ceiling where they shot the cannons off.
I need some here. I'll spray some here, except I've got raccoons out the front of my door right there. I don't want to get them all like.
Well, you know, for Quilt Fest, we're bringing the cannons back.
All right.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna do it. All right.
Actually, no, Blaine. You should bring it back for Christmas because that's kind of like the Christmas theme for New Year's. What's our challenge for Christmas, by the way? Something?
I don't know. We're gonna have to think about that one.
What you're wearing
come
for
up
New
with
Year's
something.
Eve?
The elves over here will think of something.
Yeah, I'm making Roger and Kyle and Kennedy all dress up in elf outfits.
What? We're dressing up.
So everybody say hi to Roger, Kyle, and Kennedy.
I'm taking this wheel spinning job very seriously, you guys. I just want you to know.
All right, Angela, we still got some stuff to give away. So we're going to do the 5 Fab Stabilizer set. We're going to give one of those away, and it's the Floriani. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
Ready? Bam!
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
I see Kim Wolf on there.
Tammy Ford, congratulations. Good job, Tammy, watching on YouTube. Yeah, I got another wolf friend in there. Are we related?
Oh, that's
Tammy
awesome.
Ford.
So Tammy Ford won. And so Tammy, to claim that prize, just go to SMPlive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, and fill out that information, hit submit, and we'll get your prize out to you. All right, Angela, next up is pretty exciting. We have 2 Qnique K132 sewing machines we're going to give away. We're going to give 2 of these away to 2 lucky customers. Qnique is a company that has been around for hundreds of years, and this is the 100th anniversary edition, and they are really a great company. You're going to love this sewing machine. We're going to give 2 of these away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel for this first winner.
You got it.
I see somebody in the chat. Arnell would love this machine because she loves purple, right, Arnell?
We love purple over here.
Tony Cobarrubias.
Cobarrubias. So Tony Cobarrubias, I think that's right. So Tony is our winner watching today from YouTube. And so Tony, you just got yourself a Qnique K132A sewing machine. So go to the SMPLive.tv, scroll down to the bottom where it says claim your prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your sewing machine shipped out to you as soon as we can. All right, we're gonna give 1 more of these away. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Did you guys see the mouse? I'm so excited. I couldn't even keep the mouse straight.
All right, Eric Boyle. Congratulations, watching on YouTube.
So congratulations, Eric. Eric is, so to claim your prize, Eric, we want you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim a prize, fill out that information, hit submit, and we'll get your new Qnique sewing machine out to you as soon as we receive your information. All right, guys, we are going to talk a little bit about, you can bring Angela back on real quick. We're going to talk a little bit about the contest. And guys, right now we had a contest for sewing decor, home decor stuff, and garment sewing. And so the first place winner is going to win that Brother SE 1900 in both categories. The second place in both categories is going to win that Baby Lock Jazz 2 with the trolley. And then the third place in both categories is going to win that Brother SE 600 sewing machine and embroidery. So guys, here's the great thing about this. The people that are in that contest right now, there's 6 of them. So if I want to talk about the finalists, Roger, if you could pull the finalists up for me. And so here's the finalists of the garment finalists is Laura Campbell, Marie Tallard, Laura Penland. And those are the 3 in the finalists in the garment. And then in the home decor is Ella Bly. I know Ella. We all know Ella. Ella Bly, congratulations. She's in the finalist in the home decor. Judith Cooper, she's a finalist. And Denise Looney. All 6 of them are going to win prizes. They're all going to win sewing machines. So at the end of the day today, we're going to announce what places each one of them got. And everybody out there is the ones who voted. It's all by vote. So they got to vote on their favorite one. And Angela, there was tens of thousands of votes came in. And so it was really a great contest. And they ought to, everybody in that top 6 of, top 3 in both categories ought to be extremely proud that, their peers actually voted for them. And they ought to be proud of their work to get, picked out of that many votes and that many number of entries.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. So congratulations to the top 3 on both sides, all 6 of you. I can't wait to see which one wins, but all 3 of you should just be super excited.
Oh, they should. All right. So, and then right now, let's talk about our finalists for the contest. So right now, on Monday, our finalists for that Dream Studio that we drew was Wendy Shimbori. On Tuesday, it was Miss Zena W. That's a Wolfpack member, Angela. And then on Wednesday, we had Pamela Mason. Thursday, it was Charlotte Sales, I think that's how she pronounces her name. So are y'all ready for the 5th finalist that we're going to draw? All right, Kennedy. Kennedy is going to pull that wheel up.
Oh my goodness, y'all, this is
Everybody
too
cross
exciting.
your fingers. And this is going to be the 5th and final finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway that we're going to give away today right after 3:15.
Oh my gosh.
I think, or no, not after 3:15. 3:45.
Giveaway segment.
Yeah, 3:45. So at 3:45, we'll start announcing the winners and everything. So y'all ready?
Yeah.
Kennedy,
everyone
spin that wheel.
This is the most important wheel spinning
Spin
ever.
that wheel, Kennedy.
I'm so honored, you guys. I'd like to thank my mom.
I saw Joanne's name come through there. Hopefully mine doesn't. If I win, I'll give it back. Chris Vick.
All right. So Chris Vick is the finalist, the 5th finalist, and they were watching on YouTube. So there is our finalists: Wendy Shimbori, Miss Zena W., Pamela Mason, Charlotte Sales, and Chris Vick. There's the 5. One of those 5 are going to be a lucky winner of a $27,000 dream studio that they're going to get to take home. And so this afternoon at 3:45, we'll start the giveaway stuff and we'll announce that winner of that. But everybody don't go away, because this afternoon, hey, we got more giveaways that any of y'all can win. And you know how you can win. Just go in there and make sure that you're making comments, asking questions. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now. Go like our Facebook page, and all those things you do will get you in to help you win. And we've got a lot more prizes this afternoon, Angela. So I can't wait.
So fun. So fun. All right, Blaine, I think you're taking it away with the next guest.
I think I am. So we have got Grace in the house. And guys, we have, I think it's Mark, Martin, and Melinda, right? Melinda Romero's coming back in. And guys, so we're going to, over there to Grace, we're going to get Mark and them in, and we're going to talk all about that Grace Qnique 19 Elite. Guys, this is a brand new release, and we got to we had to launch this thing, the world premiere. We were very fortunate to be the first dealer to get to show this, and today we're super excited to have them in the house. So welcome back, Mark and Melinda, to the show. Guys, thank y'all for coming on, and man, we are super excited about this because this has been a big hit on the show, and I know that it's going to be continued. So I'm going to let y'all run with it, and I'll see y'all back in about 25 minutes.
We'll see you, Blaine.
Thank you, Blaine. Yeah, we are really excited.
Yes.
We get to talk about our Qnique 19, one of our best machines, like Blaine had said. They got to launch it. It has been a machine that quilters love. Good size throw, wonderful features, and we'll talk about all of that. But the Qnique 19 X Elite is just a beautiful, fast machine.
It is. You know, Mark, I talked yesterday about the fact, you know, I've done a few little small projects. I've taken home the smaller 15-inch Pro machine, but it left a little bit to be desired. And really what it is this 19-inch throat. Yes. So again, excellent machine. I think the 19 series, the 19X Elite specifically, really just gives everybody kind of that happy medium of a throat size. And you know, it's whether they have a smaller space or even a larger space, it really doesn't feel like it takes up that much room.
No, it doesn't. And for a long arm, it is light. And we all like our light machines, and this is a light machine. And so when you have it on your frame, not only do you have the smooth ball bearing wheels that comes with the carriage, but the machine is really light. So you're not feeling like you're moving a heavy item down the length of your frame. So it is a really light machine mixed with a nice throw space and all the features we have. This is just a great machine to have in your home. So I'm excited to talk about it. But before we do, Melinda, I know throughout the week we had talked about our other machines that we have, and I like having a question out there. I want you, you who are watching, I want you to put in the comment whether you put the word me in there or yes. If you've been wanting a long arm, but there's some stuff that's been holding you back, you know, what is it? Is the word long arm intimidating? Budget, maybe space? What have you, if you fall in the category of like, oh, I've been wanting one, but I haven't been able just to do it, I want to see the word me in there, put I in the comment, put yes in the comment, because those are the 3 things that I hear often, I'm sure you do as well, that it's intimidating or budget. They want to be able to have a machine that's not as intimidating, right?
Exactly. I hear it time and time again, whether it's on the phone with our customers, whether it's at shows. People, they love to sew. They love their projects. They love their at-home domestic machines and all the capabilities that they have. But there's always seems to be something to hold them back. And whether, just like you said, whether it's intimidating, whether it's space, whether it's, you know, budget-wise, those are things I hear all the time.
That's right. So the Qnique 19, to help with that, we have built-in features on the screen. And so we'll get into this in a minute, but in the screen, we have built-in features that help you go through the feature sets, right? So if you want to know how to sew or maintain the machine, thread the machine, use your manuals of the machine, there are built-in tutorials that we have on the screen that let's get into. And in fact, you know what, let's just talk about that right now. Let's talk about the wonderful screen features that it comes with that helps you understand the machine and why the Qnique 19 is not as intimidating as people think it is.
All right, great. So Mark, the 19X Elite comes with already the 4 different stitch modes. So your precise, cruise, based, manual mode, all of these features all in one machine. And you can easily select any of those options to set your machine. Once you've set your stitching, you can set your stitches per inch, and you know, really kind of the sky's the limit for whatever option you've chosen, cruise, precise, based, and your stitches per inch.
That's right. And I see on the comments already, and I love seeing these because let's first start out that we are using a 7-inch touchscreen on the Qnique 19 with the built-in precision of the screen itself. So yes, so 7-inch touchscreen, so it is a nice big screen. And if we can go back to the screen again, we're going to show not only do you get the precise, cruise, manual, and base mode, and precise and cruise are the 2 regulated. So that's right, so this machine has regulation built in already, like most long arms have that already in there. And what's nice about the screen is you can now function if you want to go and increase or decrease your speed. Let's go ahead and talk about the settings that we talked about with the tutorial. So looking at, looking at the different features that it has, one that I really love, and I'm going to have you talk about it because I know you love this too, is our edge warning. Our edge warning in the Qnique 19. Why is that so awesome to have?
You know, for going back to the times I've taken another machine home, and I'd be in my zone just quilting, and before I knew it, I crashed into a rail, whether it's the front rail, the take-up rail, I came too far over on one of the sides. I always had to go back and pick some stitches, and that gets frustrating. But with the edge warning, this allows us to set the safe zone of our area, the area that we're quilting, as we're approaching the rails. Again, the front rail, the take-up rail, or the sides, it's going to warn us. So it'll give us a warning before we crash into whatever obstacle is in our way. So I love that just because I know I get carried away. I'm not paying as much attention as I probably should be, and there I go, crashing into a rail.
Well, it's hard to pay attention because you're in the zone. You love what you're doing, and so I can just see as we're quilting along, you're just so focused and in the zone that it's easy to get to the side of the frame or to the front of the frame, and then your pattern's all messed up like you said. So let's go ahead, and we're going to show you how to set the edge warning because it's really simple. And so go ahead, Melinda, I'm going to just skip out of the way if you want to go ahead and set the edge warning.
All right, so we'll set our top left area, our top left corner, I should say, and come back down to our bottom right corner, and we'll go ahead and set it. We can set either a 1/2 inch or 1 full inch away from the edge, and we'll go ahead and set that. Let me reset it since I accidentally cleared it. But we'll go ahead and set that for a 1/2 inch. So now we're all set. As we're quilting and as we're approaching the rails, it'll beep. It'll flash a red light. It can do one or the other or both as we're approaching kind of, I don't want to say the danger area, but for lack of better words, that's in a sense what it is.
It is. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to fire this up. Now that you said it, I get to do the fun job, and let's move the machine around. So I'm going to go ahead and yes, we'll pull the bobbin up. And we'll talk about that. So I'm going to go ahead and hit on the right side of our handlebar is a needle down. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up there and pull that bobbin. And as we get quilting, I'm going to go ahead and move that. You're going to start hearing a beep noise. No, we would probably just turn it off. So let's go ahead.
Did we turn it off?
which one thing. So let's go ahead and look. So it is set there. Because normally what it would be is the edge warning. Yep. So right here on the screen, we have edge warning sound off, and so that's just one of the features. We're going to turn it back on. So right here on the edge warning, that was actually turned off. The beautiful thing of having live videos, right? We're like, oh, we're prepared. So we're going to go ahead and turn the edge warning sound on and the edge warning light on. So both of them are on, and right here is where you can turn them off. If you don't want the sound, you can just go ahead and hit that sound, and what it'll be is having the light now available. So we're going to turn them both on, and let's go ahead and start that again. We're going to get out of here. There you go.
And I love how right away it immediately told you were too close to that out of field area.
That's right. So if we go back to the right again, you'll see that red too, which is really nice. And it beeps at you. If I go back, it goes away, right? So that is letting me know I'm getting to the edge of my quilt, which is really, really awesome. And then same with the forwards. Let's go ahead and come forward. And there we are right there on the forward. So that's where we set it. And so now when we quilt, you can go ahead and move that around normal without having that. But just like what you said, Melinda, if you're quilting and you're in the zone and you come too far to the right, I'm just enjoying what I'm doing circles, moving around, it's going to go ahead and start beeping at me to let me know I am right at the edge of that quilt.
You know, one other thing, and that I'll admit, I will realize I'm getting close, but then I always think, oh, I can make this work. I have enough room to do this, and it never fails.
It always fails, right?
It always fails.
Your circle becomes a half circle, and then you have to go unpick that. So I love that. That's just one nice feature about the Qnique 19, and that is just built in, is the edge warning. And we have other features that we'd like to talk about. One, I'm going to go ahead and just keep it on the screen that we have, is the needle jog. Needle jog on our Qnique 19 allows you to jog the needle to pick up kind of where you left off at. You can put a laser down there, but nothing, you know, as perfectionists, right, you want to be able to pick up where you left off. If your needle thread broke or something happened, you want to go back where that spot is. And so as we have the spot right down there, we can go ahead and hit needle jog. And I'm going to go ahead and right here on the needle jog, and as you see the needle here, I don't know if we can get a close-up if we can see the needle, but if we move it, you can see the needle moving up and down in increments. So I can go ahead and move this. You see how it's moving up and down right there on the screen, which is really, really nice there. It's good to get a closer up. And so I'm going to keep pushing this, and you can see the needle. So it does just what it says. It's going to jog up and down so you can get precise, picking back up right where you left off at.
Yes, exactly. You know, Mark, one of the things I love about our X Elite series, on the 19X Elite, even the 21 that we talked about just the other day, is the ease of the buttons on the handles. They're more intuitive than I think we've ever had before. We have our start-stop, we have our needle up-down, and on the other side, this allows us to go ahead and change our stitches per inch or stitches per minute. And the best part about these buttons is people can flip-flop them to be on the other side if it's going to be more comfortable for them.
That's right. Not only do you have the nice features on the handlebars, but they can also be adjusted. The handlebars you can pull out. And I always like to say this, so I hope I don't offend anybody, but if you're vertically challenged,
that's me.
Possibly, right?
Did you see how he looked right at me?
Yeah, I did not look right at her. Maybe it did a little bit. But as we look at the handlebars, you know, you want to be able to quilt in comfort. And if you're doing a bigger quilt, you want to be able to have the space you need. And so you can actually go ahead and adjust these handlebars, and so you can move them down for micro stippling. You can actually also pull them out so they can come out. You see that a couple inches can come out. So I'm able to extend my handlebars, whether you want to quilt down or you can hold it up, or if you want to go on the other side, you can, but you have adjustability in the handlebars, but more importantly is that ability to pull that out and have that extra 2 inches of comfortable as you do your quilting. And I love that about the handlebars on the adjustment.
Yes, whenever I talk about the handlebars to customers, especially over the phone, when I'm describing how they work, I really explain, you know, it's just like your steering wheel in your car. You can tilt it, you can raise it, lower it, you can pull it out towards you, you can push it all the way in. That's exactly how the handlebars are.
That's right. So outside of the handlebars and the screen, which there's more features about the screen that we'll get into, but the throat size, Qnique 19 has a 19-inch throat. But what I also love is the height of it. The height of it is almost about 9 inches tall, which allows for a second rail if you want to get the either bar. So you have a nice tall height and you have the 19-inch throat space, which is really nice.
You know what I love about that combination, Mark, is it doesn't matter the size of the project myself or anybody could be working on. There's more than enough room to accommodate, those very large projects, the large quilts that we tend to make, or even our smaller quilts. Again, there's plenty of room for, for any of that fabric to be rolled on the rail.
There is. Has a built-in bobbin winder, so you can wind your bobbins before or during your projects or even after. You don't need the machine running. And it is our newest bobbin winder. So it is our optical bobbin winder. There's a stop, and you could also hit play. There we go, a good picture of it. So right here is your stop button and your play, and over here is your pause. You can go ahead and pause it. But it's going ahead, it will stop when it is filled up. So you have that built-in bobbin winder, very precise. And we all love having enough bobbins, especially when you're doing large quilts. You want at least several bobbins ready to do all your quilting, and so you can do that right on the bobbin winder.
Now, Mark, what feature on the machine works hand in hand with the bobbin winder?
What's that?
This will be our bobbin estimator.
Yes.
So if we go back to our toolbox, and so the same exact place where we selected our edge warning features, we have our bobbin estimator. So here you can you can enter as many bobbins as you want. You can name the bobbins, you can, whether it's by color or whatever naming convention you want to use. But then you can also add how many yards are being wound on the bobbin. And remember, everybody, all of our machines, the 19X Elite included, uses the M-class bobbin. So it's a slightly larger bobbin than what you would have in your everyday domestic at-home machine. And it will hold more thread. With that in mind, though, depending on the type of thread that you're using, the thickness, so the ply, the weight, that can all have an effect on how much thread you can actually wind on that bobbin.
That's exactly right. And so the M-Class, you can fill it up and put different ones in there as you go. Keeping on the screen, like I said, there's a lot of features on the screen. Is you have your calculator and your measuring tools. So you can measure and you can calculate if you have measurements that you need to go ahead and do. If you're not good at math, that's okay, because you have a calculator built into your screen that you can work all that out as you go along.
If they're better at math than us, Mark, they have they have it going for them.
they're good that way, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to do more quilting because I love the machine itself. It's so easy to use, very smooth, quiet, and it has beautiful stitch. Right now we're on precise, and so I'm going to go back and I'm going to talk about the precise. With our Qnique 19X Elite, when I go ahead and hit the start button, that's going to already function the machine and turn it on, but because it's regulated, you will not see the needle move until I move the machine around. All right, so I'm going to hit start, and right now it is all ready to go. And so once I move the machine, then it starts moving, and that's how precise it is. When I stop, it stops, and when I go slow, it goes slow, and if I speed up, there's that edge again. When I speed up, it's going to speed up with me. And so you can see with the regulation how easy and smooth that is, and you can see how easy and smooth it is for me to move it just with one hand as I'm going around. You can do your circles, you can do your feathers, but it's just really easy to move around. That is precise. Now cruise, I know a lot of people love cruise, and cruise has a different, it's still stitch regulation, but it does something when you start it up. What does cruise do that's different than precise?
So cruise, just like cruise control on our cars. I'm probably not going to get past that analogy today, but when we turn cruise control on, we're going. Nothing is stopping us. We're just on that path to go. And that's going to be the same with the needle. So once you engage. So you press the start button, your needle is going to start moving up and down whether you're ready to go or not.
That's right. And you can set that. So right now we have it set at 10%. When I go ahead and start this, it's going to go up at 10% of the speed. So that is just going to go ahead and start cruising along, but it's still regulated. So when I move it around, and there's that edge again, when I move it around, it's going to go and keep the same stitches again. But when I stop, it's going to go up and down. And that is, I like that, especially if you're doing really, and you want to fill it in, you want to move the machine nice and slow to fill in certain parts of the pattern. You can go ahead and move that machine so slow and still get the stitches you need. So really micro stippling is where this is really best in play. As I'm moving the machine super slow, I'm still getting the same stitches as I go along without it snagging or getting caught in the fabric with what Precise would do. Precise is not meant to go slow like that. You'd want to do cruise if you're going slow. Then we have based and manual. And manual is pretty much you're turning the regulation off and you're using your own control, your speed, moving it throughout. So if you want to keep up how fast you're going, then you can use manual. But manual is the non-regulated part of the machine.
One of these days, I will master the manual mode. I don't think
It's
it'll be
easy,
anytime
yeah.
soon.
It's really,
But one
really
day,
nice. One day
yes.
you will do that. Okay, so that's right here on the screen. And so we have other wonderful parts of the screen that we want to talk about, which is what comes in as far as education part.
You know, Mark, I know our engineers and our education team, they worked very closely, you know, just hand in hand together to make sure that they got the settings, the tutorials, the just kind of appearance of the touch screen display to make it the best possible for all of our customers. And I'll tell you what, you know, just using the machine, going through the screen and the settings, it is very intuitive. It's very easy to navigate through, and all of that's possible because of again, how our teams worked very closely together to develop it.
That's right. Going back to my first question, you know, with being, you know, intimidating, budget, you know, maybe even space, or what is stopping you from getting the 19? I want you to think about a couple of things. One, what we talked about is maintenance. You know, a machine that has little to no maintenance is really nice to have a machine. And that's at the Qnique 19X Elite. There's little to no maintenance required. But built into the screen features is how to maintain it. So we can walk through and it'll show you how to oil the machine, right? So as Melinda's going through there, there's a spot where you can go ahead and you can, you know, how to oil my machine, where to oil my machine. Yep, under help, there you go. So we have prepare to quilt, you know, maintenance, you know, cleaning guide, oiling guide. Let's keep that on there. Yep. And we'll hit back. Yeah, so you got preparing to quilt, quilting, maintenance, troubleshooting, using the touchscreen. So everything you need at your fingertips is right there. How many of us, when we buy something, the manual of our product goes maybe in a drawer?
It goes one way, and we go with our product the other way.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. You have it right on your screen. So if you need to, again, figure out how to, where do I need to oil, or how often should I oil it, or maintenance, it's all built into the screen right there. Which also, what I love talking about, not only the Grace Qnique 19X Elite is, but the service from Grace Company with SewingMachines Plus. You know, you're buying not only a product from us, but you're also buying the customer service, and there's no price on that. You're able to get all the service you need to help maintain, so you're not left alone with one of our machines. You want to get that service.
Exactly. You know, time and time again, I've talked to customers, whether it's on the phone or in person at a show, and people always rant and rave about the Grace customer service, but I also hear it about SewingMachines Plus specifically.
Yep.
I had the opportunity to go to an event last month? Roughly. At SewingMachines Plus, and the customer base is phenomenal. Everybody loves, you know, local, you know, across the country, everybody loves SewingMachines Plus.
It is, and it's very evident. So when you're thinking about buying the Qnique 19X Elite, just know that you have SewingMachines Plus to back you up with all the wonderful, quilters they have there with their employers. They make sure that everybody is taken care of. So like you said, they love the community and they take care of you. So that's something to think about as you're looking at getting the machine. Is that service, how easy is it to maintain? But let's talk about like the word intimidating. When we transitioned from our smaller throat machine, which we know how to use, we've used it for a long time, we love it.
Comfort zone.
It is our comfort zone, exactly. And to move from your 9-inch to a long arm, that could be a transition in itself, or you think there's a lot of training, right? I need to know how to use it. There's a lot of training. But I promise you, and we're not just saying this, but it is a simple and easy transition to go from your smaller throat to our Qnique 19X Elite. It truly is.
It is. And again, just going back to conversations with customers, so many customers are using their at-home domestic machines to quilt. The problem is they're pushing all of that fabric through the throat of their machine. Small projects I could see could be very easy to do, but larger projects, Queen, King, California King, or whatever size, that's a lot of material, to kind of manhandle and put through a machine. I always tell people, going into a long arm, putting the long arm onto a frame, there's going to be a learning curve. So historically, people were used to, in a sense, moving our fabric under the needle. When we have a quilting setup, the machine and the frame, we're reversing that. So very much like how we write. We're now moving our needle over the fabric. So it's so much easier. Yes, there's a little bit of that learning curve, but we're in a sense mimicking how we write. So to me, being a newer quilter, it was more easier to kind of jump in and begin feeling comfortable with the machine, with the frame, in my projects.
Yep, an easy transition. So yeah, don't let that stop you. I saw a lot of comments come in and that's what stopped me, the transition or intimidation. I promise you, don't let that stop you. It is easy to use. Like I said, you have all the resources at your fingertips. And out of the box, you're gonna have a real good experience. And right before we turn over to Blaine, out of the box, you get, not only do you get the screen, but you get the encoders, you get the handlebars, you get all the wheels, everything you need to get up and going. There are a few additional accessories you can get, like you see this up here. This is for automation. And so yes, automation is available to go under Qnique 19. But out of the box, the experience is really nice. And so you're gonna enjoy when you get it. It's gonna be easy to set up. And I promise you that your transition from your smaller throat machine to this Qnique 19X Elite is going to be a simple one. Get it out of the box, start using it, and you're gonna be happy that you did. And don't let those words creep up into your mind. Don't be intimidated. It is really simple, really easy. We deal with quilters all the time. We understand the industry. We need to have user-friendly, easy products for those quilters out there to love and enjoy. So we are very excited for that. We talked about a lot of the Qnique 19X Elite.
It's a tongue twister.
It is. It goes on all of our frames. I know Blaine here soon will come on and talk about the price, but any frame that you're thinking about, whether it's our Continuum 2, 8 foot, 10 foot, or 12 foot, the Cutie frame, that's one that a lot of quilters love because of the space. And so if you're space restricted and you are sitting down to quilt, bring in the Cutie with the 19, and you can move your machine on top of the fabric the way quilting, should be, because it's a lot easier. So all of our frames is compatible with. It's a beautiful machine. It's fast. And without further ado, Blaine, if you're there, I know that a lot of quilters out there are waiting to hear the price and how they can get it and when they can get it. So Blaine, let's go back over to you to talk about the price of the Qnique 19X Elite.
Hey, Mark. How are you doing?
Hey, we're good. You got a visitor.
Hey, that was Ron Martin, our owner, just walked in.
Hi, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hi, everybody.
So, hey, Mark and Melinda, thank you all for so much. Great demonstration on that. And again, this is the brand new 19 Elite. Everybody's been super excited that this has been a big hit so far for the show. So we're going to tell everybody how they can get that now. Kennedy's going to put that overlay up there for you. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this because, guys, again, we have got today with purchase, we have a free accessory pack. It's going to be included in this, and the light bar. So you see in the picture there, you see that light bar in the back. You can pick the light bar, and then you're going to get that great accessory bundle with it. In that accessory bundle, you're going to get the ruler base. You're going to get that 4-piece hopping foot. You're going to get that 1.5 inch mini quilt clips. You're getting bobbins. You're getting that MR needle size 18. And then everybody knows who Leah Day is. She's a big YouTuber. You're going to get her rulers, 3 of the Leah Day rulers. You're getting that 1/4 inch super slide, the 1/4 inch mini slide, and that 1/4 inch slice. So really, really good bundle comes with this. Guys, the price is $7,499 for that head with all the accessory bundles. And then all you have to do is pick a frame. And guys, when I tell you the frames, they have, I think there's about 6 or 7 frames that you can put with this. There are so many different frames that you can add with this. It's crazy how many frames that you can put with this, because so it gives you a lot of options. And with all those frames that you can put on there. So anyway, if you want to know, the best frame for you, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can guide you and tell you the pricing on the frames to add to this. But guys, again, this is such a great machine. And man, I tell you what, just look at that. That is such a sleek, really good looking machine. And, this is that brand new Elite series that, Grace is coming out with. And again, we've got that great big LCD screen on it. It's got the extendable ergonomic handles that you can adjust. It has that 7-inch touchscreen display with all the controls, built-in bobbin winder with full level sensors, adjustable hopping foot orientations. It has the dual thread mask for quilting and winding bobbins at the same time, dual wheels for added stability. It has the edge warning and overspeed warnings with the warning lights and the sound it tells you. It has a range from 90 stitches to 2,600 stitches per minute, which is incredible. Has that built-in stitch regulation and the stitch counter. 4 different stitching modes. You have the cruise, precise, based, and manual. And then you have the digital measuring tool, on-screen incremental needle control, needle light with a dimmer to control the light intensity. And it is Quilt Motion compatible. So that means you can put robotics on this and have a full-fledged system. So guys, if you wanted a great long arm, with the frame and everything, you're going to get all this for right under $10,000. You can get a complete frame setup with this, and such a good setup. And then for just a little bit more, guys, if you wanted a full-blown robotic system, this is the system for you. I tell you, it is just incredible new product, and I love all the features that they've added to this new Elite series. And I'm telling you, when we tried this out, it was just like power steering. I mean, you can take one finger and move this thing around. It glides so easy, and it's so easy to use. So again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Hey, we sell more long arms than anybody in the country, and I promise you our call staff are very knowledgeable. We're going to be able to help you with the best combination of frame. And if you want to talk robotics, they can talk robotics with you as well. All right, guys, we're going to move right on along, and we got Floriani back in the house again. And our old buddy up in the great white north, Trevor Conquergood, is here. So is Trevor in and ready? He's ready. All right, so we're going to go straight to Trevor and let him start. So Trevor, take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes.
Thanks, Blaine. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me to Sew Fest this week. It's going to be a great presentation I've got prepared for you guys. We're going to talk about some new products. We've got some new glow-in-the-dark thread that you can learn about. I'll tell you about a cool free embroidery software called Creative Express that you're going to want to check out for sure. And we will also have a cool demonstration of the new Quilter Select Design and Quilt software. And so if you guys are excited as much as I am, then we better get started. And so let's get going. I'm so excited to be here today on behalf of R&K, distributors of Floriani, Quilter Select, and Embellish products. We make the products that take your embroidery, quilting, and crafting to the next level. In today's presentation, I'm going to show you some brand new products and ways to use them to enhance your creativity. For ongoing inspiration, be sure to visit our Create with R&K blog and follow us on Facebook. Who doesn't love new threads? You know I do. Just in time for the holidays is an assortment of 5 glow-in-the-dark threads. By day, each is a soft shade of yellow, purple, blue, pink, or white. When the lights go down, these threads come out to play. They're perfect for Halloween projects, for your Halloween swag or the holiday swag, and they would be special touch in the windows. Imagine stitching on pillowcase cuffs or sweatshirts, even for decorative stitching. These 40-weight threads are a glowing replacement for any project where you would use your normal embroidery thread. I believe that there are some awesome specials available for you today. I absolutely love variegated thread. There's something just very special about it. I love that it's so forgiving when doing free motion quilting if your quilting's not like 100% perfect. And it's so visually interesting when used in quilting or in decorative stitching. And for embroidery, wow, the sky's the limit. It's great in lettering, monogramming, outline style designs, redwork style designs. Variegated thread colors elevate simple embroidery designs to a new level. And you're going to want to check out all of these cool fall color combos, or these 2 brand new colors that are perfect for your holiday stitching. Anyway, we're just sure that you're going to want to collect all of the new thread from R&K. And for that person that wants it all, there's a special bundle where we have one of each of the new variegated thread colors, as well as one of each of all of our cool new glow-in-the-dark thread colors. Thank you, Blaine, and everyone at SewingMachinePlus.com for helping your awesome customers to purchase these special new thread bundles from Floriani, and they're at some absolutely awesome prices. Here's a cool pro tip. You can use the Floriani Creative Express software to open and view the sewing sequence of an embroidery design, and you can even select the threads and change their colors. And I'll even show you how you can interact with the new cool variegated thread colors using this cool free software. That's right, Floriani Creative Express is 100% free software. You can learn more about it by visiting our website, rnksoftware.club. And you can download it and install it and use it today. There's lots of great things, and you'll get to join our R&K Software Club, where you can watch videos about the Floriani Creative Express software, as well as all kinds of other amazing videos that are all found from within our R&K Software Club. And so let me take a moment and show you a little bit about our cool Floriani Creative Express software. This is the Floriani Creative Express software that you can download for free from the rnksoftware.club website. I don't have time to show you a lot of things about it today, but you can learn a lot about it with the cool videos on the rnksoftware.club website. What I will show you today is how you could use the browser on the right hand side to point to any folder in your computer and then hover over designs to see all of the designs that are in that folder, and you can scroll through and it makes it very nice and visual. If you find a design that you want to open, you can just click and drag to bring it onto your workspace. So as up, one of the things that's really amazing is that down at the bottom, these are the Floriani colors, and I could easily select, the color blue and choose any color blue from the Floriani color palette. If you wanted to use a different color palette, maybe you have some new cool Quilter Select thread, what you can do, well, first of all, you can click on this button right here to choose Match Palette. And it pops up a list, and these are all of the different thread palettes that come in the software. And basically, you can color match from one thread brand to another. very quickly and easily. And so I'll just scroll down, find the perfect select Paracotton Poly, that cool 80s weight thread, and instantly the design is converted and all of the colors are now matched to the Paracotton Poly. And maybe you bought some of that cool variegated thread that was on sale today. Well, now let me show you down at the very bottom. I can change the color palette to any color palette that comes with the software. And so just click on the list, and you'll see in here that we actually have the Floriani variegated and mixed thread palette in here. And so, for example, if I click on the color red, that's all of the part that becomes highlighted. Wonder what it would look like in kind of a cool orange and yellow variegated. You click right here and it recolors it, and now you could see what it would actually look like with the variegated colors. You can get more of a realistic look by clicking on the 3D button over here, and if you want to see how the design stitches, you can just click up at the top to simulate the sewing. And so there's a lot of really great reasons to get the Creative Express software, and first of all, it's absolutely free. And so just visit our website, download the Creative Express software, and look in the software club for all of the great videos to teach you all of the things that you can do with the Creative Express software. Of course, Floriani has some amazing software that you can purchase. For example, use the help menu and go into demo mode and try any of the different Floriani software that's available for purchase. And that way you'll know before you buy it just how much you're going to love it. Here's some breaking news. There's an amazing special on the Floriani FTCU software. This is a limited time offer, and if you purchase the Floriani FTCU software today, it comes with some amazing special bonuses with over $3,000 worth of value, including the Floriani Lettering Master software add-on, which basically gives you the professional capabilities to create your own fonts just like a professional would. Another thing that's super cool is if you buy the Floriani FTCU software today, you get 15 You Design It embroidery collections. And let me tell you, a You Design It collection is a ton of fun because they're like interactive stock design collections. Each one of these includes dozens and dozens of designs that when combined together create unlimited potential. And so imagine sitting down with your grandkids to make cool little monsters or robots or assemble your own little train engine. There's monster trucks and Vesna jars and spring flowers. There's 15 different You Design It collections that you'll get completely free when you buy the software. And probably the best of all is the big, beautiful box of 100 spools of thread. You guys, this is the most beautiful Floriani polyester 40s weight embroidery thread you'll ever stitch with. And it's just so amazing when you get a whole box of 100 of them all put together. It's one of my very favorite things to get. And anyway, you guys, now more than ever is the best time to purchase the Floriani embroidery software. It's called FTCU. If you've downloaded the free Creative Express software, you can use the demo mode and go ahead and check out the cool FTCU and all of the different Lettering Master or any of the Floriani embroidery software. But wait, there's more, and we've saved something very special for last today, because we have our new designing quilt software that's inspired by Alex Anderson, and I'd like to tell you guys a little bit about it today. First of all, it's a program that you would use to plan, preview and prepare for your quilt. You're going to still quilt the same way you always have. It's just an additional tool to help you in the planning stage. And one of the benefits is being able to know before you sew. And it's perfect for traditional piecing, foundation piecing, capable for doing applique. It's got all kinds of capabilities for other types of specialty things like embroidery quilting or long arm quilting. But really, even just for the everyday sort of traditional quilter, you'll love using Designing Quilt as part of your process to help you to plan your quilts and decide before you buy the fabric, do you like it better in the red colorways or the blue colorways? And so without further ado, I'd like to pop over to my software and give you guys a short demonstration. This is the Designing Quilt software that's inspired by Alex Anderson. And for what time we have left in today's presentation, I would love to show you some of the cool things that you can do with this software. Now, it's all about designing quilts. And when you click on the quilt library, it will open up and show you that there are a number of quilts that were designed by Alex Anderson. Of course, you'll create your own quilts and you'll be able to create your own quilt categories and save your own quilts into those categories. But essentially, all you have to do is click to open up a quilt, and that will become onto your screen. And essentially it's the same thing for blocks. You can create your own blocks. Just click on a new empty block space and start selecting the squares and uniting them together to make kind of the pieces of how you're going to construct your block together. And so it could be kind of as easy as that. When you're done kind of uniting all these pieces together, then you're going to want to color them in, and that's what you can do. Just click on a shape, click on a color, click on a shape, click on a color, and that's how you can kind of click to color a block. And so now we've made our own kind of unique quilt block. And we could easily click on our print preview to get all the information, like how to make it. How do you want to make it, with actual size pieces, or maybe you'd like to do cutting and rotary cutting instructions, or maybe you want to make this block with a foundation paper piecing technique. And so these are all the different options of what style of instructions would you like kind of the software to return when you're in your print preview menu. And so the idea is that you're going to design your quilts and then you're going to want to recolor them. And this way you can try on different colors and decide, how do you like it best? Was it good in the primary colors, or maybe you want to do shades of pink? And one of the cool things down at the bottom, there's a color palette, and it's based upon the different Quilt Select thread colors, but you can choose different kinds of color palettes. That could be RGB colors. There's actually a pop-up palette that I'll move the block over here and pop up a little palette, and in here I've got the color palette, I've got a fabric palette, and I can make my own custom colors from here, kind of like with a little bit of a rainbow where you select where the colors are going to be, and you can design your own colors by just basically clicking in here. I'm going to click to close that for a minute. Down at the bottom right here, there's a button to choose the chart. So there's lots of different charts that you could use. This is for the solid colors. So right now it's set for the Quilter Select, but for example, Floriani Poly has a lot more shades available. And so if you're looking to do a quilt that has, a lot of different shades of pink, now when you pop up your palette, you'll have a lot of different kind of shades that you can work with. And you'll know that there are threads that match all of these shades. That said, working with solid colors is great, and essentially you use your piece select tool to select this yellow area and then come to your palette to recolor it, and click on the green area and then come to your palette to recolor it. If you want to color them with fabrics, then you change to the fabric library, and now you can click on and color this area with a piece of fabric like that. And so just select on an area and add a piece of fabric, and you'll see that I have different categories of fabrics. The software only comes with just sort of a handful of different dots and stripes and paisleys and these kind of things. But really the idea is you're meant to create your own fabric palette that's made of fabrics that you own. There's so many fabrics in the world, to try and put all of them in the software would just make it a very large download, aside from the fact that it would make it take a very long time for you to find the fabrics that you want to use anyhow. And this way, when I go to the store and if I pick a fabric collection that I love and I want to make a block with it, I can just select my areas and try them with the different fabrics in that line. And so one of the things that's really awesome is a lot of the different fabric designers have, in fact, almost all the ones that I found have on their website the place where you can download their latest fabric images. And so essentially you can create your own sort of categories in here and add them as you will. You can, click on the word fabric and then right click and say create a new folder, and then, just call it like a name like Trevor, and then say okay. And so now there's a folder with my name, and if I click on it, it has no fabric. And so then you can click on add. And when you click on add, it allows you to browse around your computer and find the images that, where did I save them? And if I find them, if I want to add them all, I can click on one and hold down my shift key and select all of them and add them all in. So that not just one, but the whole collection all at one time. Now, the thing is, what the images that I brought also included that little bit of ruler space. So you might want to edit that out, right? If I click, so here, I'll click off of my quilt block. So I'm no longer coloring my quilt block. Now when I click on the colors in my sort of color palette, I can edit them and not affect my block that I'm working on. And so if I choose edit, a window will come up and there's all kinds of things I could do, like make it straight. But what I like to do oftentimes is check the size, right? Oh, it says it's a 5-inch ruler. Yeah, the block is set at 5 inches. So then you know that it's true. The actual size of the little kitty cats will be the actual size they would be, if you used that fabric. And so it might be just a simple thing of getting rid of the ruler, say okay. And now if I, click on a piece of my block and color with that fabric, there won't be any rulers in there, that you did here when you had that one. And if I color with the color now, no rulers. So yeah, that's the kind of cool thing about it, is that you can design up your quilt. Now, I can come here and get up a whole quilt this way. So let me just move it over to the side so I can kind of see them all at the same time. And notice how I can do, for example, if I click on a color in the quilt and then I right click, I can say select sashing by color. And so it selected all of the same color. And now if I pop up my fabric library, I could put fabric into all of those sashing pieces. And so essentially, this is the idea that you could, come into one of your blocks, select the red color, right click over top of it and choose select all and color them all into one color. And this is kind of the way it goes. You can click to change the colors of things, add fabrics to your quilt layouts, and it can be kind of as easy as that. And so I hope you're enjoying the presentation and learning a little bit more about the design and quilt software. There really is so much that you could learn about the software, and you might even want to try it. And so I think one of the things you'll want to do is visit our website. It's the rnksoftware.club. You can download the design and quilt software. You can download the Creative Express software. You can watch the videos, and there are over 80 awesome videos, and we're adding new ones, as we go. But all of that is totally for you guys. You can watch the videos and learn all about the software. And I hope you enjoyed today's presentation and learning a little bit more about how to add fabrics to your quilts and how to create quilt layouts. And so thanks so very much. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed today's presentation. Thank you so much to Blaine and everybody at SewingMachinesPlus.com for having me participate in Sew Fest this year. I've had a great time. It's an awesome, awesome event, and I hope you guys have all enjoyed my presentations. So anyways, Blaine, I think it's back over to you, and you can tell everybody how they can take advantage of the special opportunities for the thread and the software. But until next time, guys, have a great day. Enjoy Sew Fest. Thanks so much, and bye for now. Back to you, Blaine.
All right. Thanks, Trevor. Hey, I think Trevor's trying to compete with Jane and Angela on the switching the wardrobes. He changed shirts today. Did y'all notice that? for the afternoon session. All right. Well, thanks, Trevor. We appreciate it. Appreciate you did a great job. And we got to thank Floriani for being one of our sponsors. Hey, great products there, guys. And again, excuse me, we've got such a great special on all the Floriani products that you saw Trevor showed. Now, again, this is that quilt. This quilt design the quilt software. And guys, this is a whole bundle. So not only are you getting the design and quilt software, you're getting that Quilter Select tool kit. And there's so many great things. Again, you're getting that 18 by 24 cutting mat. You're getting that 45 millimeter rotary cutter. You're getting that 2.5 inch by 18 inch ruler, the self-erase marker, and then you're getting the quilt patterns by Alex Anderson. Now, I mean, everybody knows who Alex Anderson is. What a great, design this is and all the patterns. And again, guys, you're getting this. The price on it is $5.99. This is a great price. Again, sells for just a little less than $1,000. You're getting it for $5.99 today for the Sew Fest special. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Or you can just go right to the SMPLive.tv page. You go at the very top up there, you're going to see that bar with all day 5 products. Just scroll till you see this, and you can click on it, and it'll take you right to the product page, and you can check out right there. And if you have any questions while you're on that page, you can even talk to our live chat agent. So great special. Now, the next item that Trevor showed was that glow-in-the-dark thread. Now, I know somebody earlier in the chat said they couldn't remember what thread that we were highlighting. This is it. It's the Floriani glow-in-the-dark thread. And again, guys, this is $84.99 for the bundle. And again, I'm going to tell you how you find that products. You go to smplive.tv, and then at the very top of the page, it's going to say day 5 products. Just scroll till you find this thread, click on it, and it takes you right to the product page, and you can check out right from there. If you have questions, give us a call, or if you want to talk to a live chat agent, they're there to help you as well. The next project was that variegated, excuse me, was the variegated thread. Again, guys, the bundle for this is $54.99, and this has that camo and holiday thread in it. And you again, go to the smplive.tv page. At the very top up there, it's going to say day 5 products. You just scroll until you find this variegated thread, and you can click on, take you to the product page, and check out right from there. $54.99. What a great Sew Fest special this is. And the next one is the combo. You're getting the combo of the glow-in-the-dark thread and the variegated thread. And what a great combo. $139.99 is going to be the price on that. And again, you can go to the smplive.tv page right at the top, scroll till you see the combination, and you can click on that, goes right to the product page. You can check out from there. And again, really good pricing. All right. Is that the next one, or is that it? I was thinking that was it. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. Let's bring Angela back into the show. And so Angela is getting ready to have to go. She's got a hot date tonight.
I got a hot date. He's right over there. And I put yellow back on, and now it looks like I disappear. But I wanted to prove I wore yellow. I saw some people thinking I didn't play along with the game, and I did.
Well, you can see your yellow shirt, so at least you're not this floating head. Well, tell Wynn we're happy that he lets you stick around with us for most of the day, because I know y'all are already up at your cabin and ready to go, and you're going to go out to a big dinner date tonight. So tell Wynn we said hi. And Angela, thank you so much for coming to the show. It's been awesome having you here all week, and we look forward to having you in the future. And y'all just stay tuned. We will make an announcement when we're going to have Angela back on one of our shows during the week. We always say SMP is the place to be at 10 a.m. Pacific time, because we're on YouTube every single day and Facebook with some kind of show. And you're going to come back on one of those shows. We're going to make that special announcement and tell all about this reality show you've got going.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that, Blaine. But I have to tell you, thank you so much for having me. This has been an amazing week. The fans, you guys are all great. I've had more fun reading the comments, and I've learned so much. And it's an honor to be here. So I'm going to be watching from my phone. People in the restaurant are going to be like, what's going on? I got to find out who wins.
Well, thank you. Hey, and guess what? Coming up next, we're talking to Brent Taylor, one of your favorite hoops that you use, and we're going to unveil a brand new product, world premiere, that nobody has seen. So Anyway, Angela, thank you so much, and we'll see you again real soon.
Can't wait to see it. And Brent, can't wait to see you too. All right, bye everyone.
Bye.
All right, guys. So we're going to continue the show. Hey, we have excited to announce that we've got Brent Taylor from Durkee Frames and Hoops in here, and Brent is. We've got a great product we're going to show you today. So welcome to the show, Brent Taylor. All right, I think you're muted, Brent.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Got you now.
All right, great to see you. How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Good to see you. And I know that we're going to show a quick video here in a little bit, but I know you're going to tell us a little bit about the company and how this all started, if you don't mind.
I'll be glad to. Blaine, I have to tell you something first. A couple of months ago in July, we attended. It was a trade show called Everything Applique in Grapevine, Texas. Now that's a suburb of Dallas. And I got to tell you, my friend, I was standing at the booth, and this little lady came walking down the aisleway. And the minute she saw me, her face lit up. She just smiling from ear to ear. And she said, I can't do a Texas accent, but she said, "You look just like you do on TV." And I said, "Oh, well, thank you very much." I said, "Where did you see me?" She said, "Oh, you ain't the show. Blaine's the show. We love Blaine." So, you've got a fan club out there, buddy. I promise you that.
Well, we try our best to make our customers love SMP, and we're glad that we got just a great customer base, and they support all these shows. And we got thousands of people out there watching today right now, and we're so happy they've tuned in. And Brent, so happy that you are part of Sew Fest, and we're excited to hear. I want to hear about your humble beginnings and how Durkee came about. And I know everybody out there would love to hear the story as well. So I'm gonna let you take it away.
Well, thank you, and I'll certainly make that as quick as possible. 13 and a half years ago, my background is in the building materials industry. I knew absolutely nothing about the embroidery industry at all. But my wife and I moved up from Jacksonville, Florida to just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, to be with our new granddaughter. And with that, I decided to get into some other business and looked around. And this is where we landed, to make a long story short. But the company that we bought, literally, we knew absolutely nothing about embroidery. And when I tell you I didn't know the difference between an embroidery hoop and a basketball hoop, I mean that literally. Had no idea. But we bought it, thought, well, we'll see what we can do with it. Well, about 4 or 5 months into the program, with the company we bought, literally, we had 8 plastic, traditional, commercial, 2-piece plastic hoops. That's the company that we bought. That's all that we had. So that was it. About 4, 5, 6 months into the new ownership, one of our distributors invited us to attend one of their trade shows and set up a booth and show our 8 commercial hoops. So we did that. And as odd as this may sound, I'd like to say that for those of you watching that can see, you're only seeing part of our product line behind me. Our camera width will not do the full display. But even with the full display, all of our products are not on there. But people ask the question, if you're not an engineer, which I'm not, and if your background's not in embroidery, how did you come up with all this stuff? And that's my favorite question, because the answer is, it all started with a thumb screw. Now, this was a thumb screw that was in our commercial embroidery hoop. This is it. But at that very first show, I learned by asking questions. And one of the questions that I love to ask, or several of the questions I love to ask, what do you like most about what you do? What do you like least? What would you change if you could change anything? The overwhelming observation that I made was a lot of the people in this industry were, like myself, getting on up in years a little bit and maybe not having as good use of their hands, carpal tunnel syndrome or arthritis. And they all complained about the same thing. They said, it's so hard to hoop. The thumb screws are so small. And by the way, the second question is, what do you like least about embroidery? This is not a scientific survey, but I'm convinced I'm right. Over the years, I've asked that question so many times. If you ask 1,000 people that embroider, what do you like least about embroidery? I promise you, 990 are going to say hooping. I don't like the hoop. I can't stand the hoop. So the question was, what could we do about this thumb screw? I didn't know anything about embroidery, but it seemed to me like making a bigger thumb screw wasn't a big deal. So I went to our thumb screw manufacturer and said, is there anything we can do? He said, well, sure. And this is what we came out with. So all of a sudden, our thumb screw went from being that size, which you can barely see, to being that size on the same hoop. Now, that may not seem like a very big deal, and it doesn't seem like a very big contribution to the industry, but it was all I had at the time. But what amazed me was how many people were so grateful that we had taken the time to ask the question and responded to it. And that kind of got the ball rolling. So now we're off doing trade shows, and the questions were flowing. People would come up, do you have a product to do this or a product to do that? And I said, well, is that important to you? The one that kept coming up over and over was, do you have anything to do caps, ball caps? And we said, well, no, isn't there something in the industry? Oh, yeah, but you ought to see that thing. You've never seen one? I said, no, I've never seen one. So they were describing to me this round device that you had to take the arms off your machine. You had to put this thing on there. You had to digitize for round because it goes like this. And once you got all that thing hooked up, if you got it done through intimidation or however, your finished product was only about 2.25 inches tall. You couldn't get it close to the bill of the hat. And you make it even worse, you couldn't even stitch on the back of the hat. So I listened to all that, and we mulled it over. We did a lot of prototypes and did a lot of work. And we came out with a cap frame to make things very, very different. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I'll just tell you this. When we launched this product, and I'm not bragging, I'm just telling you, this is what happens when you listen to customers, and I encourage everybody to do that. Listen to what they say they want and what they need, and try to respond to it. You know, one of the oldest sayings in the world is find the need and fill it. Be a problem solver. Well, this is what we came out with. Long story short, the first night it was introduced, it went on the internet. The next morning we woke up, we had over 200 orders for what you see right here. People were so intimidated by those round cap frames. Excuse me. So that was the launch. And one of the complaints was you can't stitch anything large. Well, guess what? Yeah, you can. This cap frame has a sewing field, depending on the stiffness or, if you will, the structure of the hat, of about 5 inches, about 4 inches. You can stitch close to the bill. So that was and you can stitch on the back of the cap. So that was our product introduction. So now we're going to trade shows and we're showing our cap frame, and guess what gets asked? Where's your cap frame for single needle machines? Single needle machine. So we created a cap frame for single needle machines. This is it. And we told people, if you'll just take the 5x7 hoop that came with your machine, take the inside of it out, put this inside, and this is what it looks like. Look at what you can do. So once again, you can do the front of the hat, you can do the back of it. So that answered that question. Then the next question that came along, well, do you have cap frames for single needle machines? Well, sure we do. And I showed them that. I said, well, my machine will only stitch 4 inches by 4 inches. It's like it never stops, you know? So you ask the questions. Well, we created one for the 4x4 machine. Snaps right on, and look at what you can do with it. With a 4x4 maximum sewing field machine, you can create this. So again, just answering questions. Then another one came up, and the question was, can't you come out with some type of a frame or a hoop that would allow us to hoop things that are real difficult to hoop, to get into small areas or to do pockets on purses and tote bags and things like that? Can't you come up with something like that? There's something out there now, but it's kind of flimsy and it bounces a lot. One of the things I've learned in this industry in these years is everybody wants to talk about X and Y. They talk about X being the movement of the machine, the sewing bed left to right, or Y back and forth. But hardly anyone talks about Z, the letter Z. Because you see, as that hoop is moving, Z is that needle going up and down. Now, if the ultimate thing we're going for is great registration, clear, defined product, or embroidery, shouldn't we want a stable sewing surface where that needle can land where it's supposed to? Now, imagine it trying to do that with a hoop or a frame doing this. So we did our research. Once again, we came out with a product called Easy Frames. So for something from as small as 1.5 inches by 4 inches, all the way up to 12 inches by 8 inches, that was our solution to that problem. And the world, thank goodness, and thank all of you, has been very receptive to that product line. Once again, we're at trade shows showing it off. The question is, that's great for multi-needle machines, but what about my single needle machine? So we came out with Easy Frames for single needle machines. So that's just a real quick, brief history, but everything, I hope the common thread that you've seen is when we have responded to something from day one to now, we seem to come out with the multi-needle version first, and then we come out with the single needle version if we can in fact do that. Roll the clock back about 5 or 6 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago, we lived just outside of Charlotte, North Carolina, and there's a very large commercial machine seller here in Charlotte. And they were good customers of mine. I was down there at their office, and I saw this contraption. I didn't even know it existed. And it was this huge frame, great big frame thing with different attachments. I've never seen anything like it. And I said, what in the world is that? They said, that's called a sash frame. And in the commercial world, I learned that sash frame has been around for a very, very long time. And it was used almost exclusively for large format projects where it was just imperative to hold strong, equal tension on the fabric while it was being stitched to get a great resolution or registration. So that's just kind of set in the think tank there in my brain for quite a while. About 1.5 years, 2 years ago, I thought, why don't we bring that product to the home industry? And I got to tell you, the first thing I did was the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life, and I admit it was dumb. I named it the quilt frame / border frame. Rather than, and that immediately some people went, well, I don't do quilts perhaps, or I don't know what a border frame is, so I don't need that. It's a sash frame is exactly what it is. Now, once we got it, Cindy Hogan did a great introductory video for us, great educator. She did a great introductory video. Roll the clock around. One of our Facebook followers contacted us and said, hey, have you seen the video on your quilt frames that Gary Walker from Echidna Sewing in Australia has done? I said, no idea. Watch the video. I immediately contacted Gary, and then Blaine, I contacted you. And I said, Gary, can I please use your video? It's so great. And he's such a great personality, and he's so knowledgeable. So we've got his video on our website alongside Cindy's, so you get a lot of detail from Cindy and then kind of an overview from Gary. So I wanted everybody to have a chance to see, and that's what we're going to take the next few minutes and let you see how this product really works from a person that's done it professionally pretty much all of his life. And a great spokesperson. His name's Gary Walker, and as far as I know, I've been told he's the largest brother dealer in the world. Don't know if that's correct or not, but regardless, I know he's certainly one of the largest. Sit back and enjoy and watch this, but please, if you've got a flatbed machine, if you've got a machine, brother baby lock machine with a sewing field of 10 5/8 by 16 inches or 9 1/2 by 14 inches, you don't want to miss what's coming up, okay? So watch this and enjoy. Blaine, let it roll.
Okay, so the quilt border frame system, I also like to call them a sash frame because in the commercial industry, it's basically the same type of frame that we use, and we call them commonly sash frames. Now, there's 4 different sizes that we carry here in Australia, and they are designed for the Brother PR6 and 10 needle machines. And we also have one available for the Brother PRS 100, which is the single needle version of those tubular machines. But first of all, we'll have a look at just what it is and what it actually contains. So when you get one of these products, and I'm going to go show you this one, this is the 360 by 200 size, which will work on all the Brother 10 needle machines. And to give you a bit of an idea, as you can look around here, it's got these little clamping systems. I'm going to take them off in a moment and show you how they work, but there's these black clamps. It's a very well-made aluminium product. It's beautifully engineered, and the clamps actually hold the fabric on, and we'll see that in a minute. But it also comes in each hoop will come with this little tool for actually taking the clamps off, and it makes it really, really easy to use. But before I show you that, I want to compare that to the standard tubular hoop that comes with the machine. So here's the 360 by 200 hoop that you would be familiar with if you have a 10 needle machine. And this is what we call a tubular hoop. And of course, that means that the inner ring actually pops into the outer ring, and that holds the fabric in place. You're all familiar with that. But you're also probably familiar with using the bigger hoops. It kind of can be difficult to hoop up sometimes and keep the fabric quite firm in the hoop so it's not pulling, it's not giving you any gathered effects, particularly along the long edges of the hoops where you've got more possibility for the fabric to actually pull during stitching. So sash frames actually eliminate that problem. And I'll show you how that all works. So let's just get rid of this hoop here. We don't need that anymore. So when you receive these hoops, the black clamps will be in place on the hoop, and you'll need to use this little tool to remove them. And to do that, you just simply slide it in. There's a little slot just here. It slides over there, and you just pull them off like so. Really, really simple, which means when you're removing your item from the hoop, it's super easy as well. You won't be breaking any fingernails or anything like that, because they will just slide off. So let's just take those little clamps. And I got to say, these are exactly the same clamps as we use in the commercial industry on the commercial sash frames. You'll see under those clamps, there's this extruded aluminium bar here, which is kind of textured with little ribs. And you can imagine that goes a long way to making sure that the fabric is gripped extraordinarily well so it can't move during your embroidery. So those bars are all around this aluminium base on the hoop. The mounting arms here are the same as on your the hoop that came with the machine. So here's the good thing on the Brother machines. When you put this hoop onto your machine, the machine will recognize it as a 360 by 200 hoop, or a 14 by 8 in the old scale. In fact, there's a little label on the machine, on the hoop, saying it's a 14 by 8. This particular hoop is recognized. The only one that isn't in the range is the 200 by 200, and I'll explain that in a moment. But so you've got the 360 by 200. There is also a 300 by 200, which is this guy. So that's the biggest one for the 6 needle machines. Obviously, the 6 needle won't take the 360 by 200, but the 300 by 200 will work. And of course, it will also work on the 10 needle machines. Then, as I mentioned, there is also a 200 by 200, and I've actually got that hooped up at the moment with some fabric in it and a beautifully stitched design. Now, I want to talk about this just quickly. Here is one of the practical benefits, probably the biggest benefit of using a sash frame. I had this design stitched out yesterday for me. It's a John Deere design. It's a beautiful design, very detailed, absolutely exquisite. And it's got 130,000 odd stitches in that design. And I can tell you, if I was stitching that on a traditional hoop like this 200 by 200 flat frame for the PR series machines, I would be really struggling to get that perfect non-puckered effect around the edge of the design, because with 130,000 stitches, you've got pulling, you've got pushing, you've got fabric displacement, you've got all sorts of things going on, but the sash frame holds it beautifully. So let's actually take a look at how we would release this from the hoop at the moment. Again, I've stitched this out on a lovely big piece of fabric. We're going to turn that into a bit of a cushion or something. Grab my little release tool. So you can see that the fabric is absolutely rock solid. There is no pull or push going on at all on this design, and it just stitched so beautifully. So to remove the clamps, we just simply use this guy here, pop that in there, and just flick it off. Really, really simple. Hope camera guy's getting a good shot on that. He's nodding his head saying, yep, definitely. So that just pops off, and you can see the fabric is easily released then. Let's pop that over there. We'd give that a bit of a press out with a bit of steam. That'll just settle all those little hoop marks there. And look at that, not an ounce of puckering, which on a 130,000 stitch design is extraordinary. Now, how much stabilizer would you want to use on a design with 130,000 stitches? Now, this is like a gabardine or something. It's quite firm, and it's going to make a nice sort of cushion or wall hanging, whatever we want to do with it. But nonetheless, with 130,000 stitches, regardless of what fabric you're using, you would typically want to use a lot of stabilizer just to make sure that it's got enough support. All I had to use here was one layer of our standard medium cutaway, and that has held everything in place beautifully because the fabric could not move. There is no way it was going to slip in that sash frame. And I tell you, once you do a big design for the first time and you see that perfect result at the end, you'll go, wow, that was one of my best investments. So let's just move that out the way, and I'll quickly show you another benefit of being able to do big designs, because you may have seen this design in our showroom from time to time if you've been here, but that is massive, and that's been done on the Brother Jumbo frame on the 10 needle. It's actually a split design. It's been split in two, And one of our customers did this for us for a convention several years ago. She did an amazing job, but I can tell you, for most people getting that result, it's really difficult. It's a hard job. You've got to stabilize perfectly, and you will tend to get a bit of puckering. So using a sash frame makes it so much easier. Now, the reason I wanted to show you that is because for the 10 needle, there is also, I'll move this guy out the way for a minute. There is also the jumbo frame equivalent. Now, that's the jumbo frame size. Let me grab a brother jumbo frame. And so this is the standard jumbo frame that you can buy for the 10 needle machines, and it's a split frame. In other words, it will sew first half of the design, you'll twist it around, the camera comes on, it scans the fabric and works out where the design has to continue on, and you continue with the second part of the design. But again, anyone who's ever hooped with this hoop knows that it's great and it does a fantastic job, but it's a challenge to stop the fabric from pulling around the perimeters and the extremities of the hoop, particularly on heavy stitch count designs, because it's just the physics of embroidery. So I think this is great. The jumbo sash frame is going to be a huge hit. Now, let's see how you would actually hoop on that. We'll take these away. These belong with that guy there. Each hoop does come with its own set of clamps. Now, there is a fantastic and very detailed educational video that Durkee have created, which we have on our website. So please watch that. That gets a bit more into detail about the hooping process. But I wanted to show you one of the benefits of hooping a large quilt block or a large quilt sandwich on a hoop like this. So let me grab that and we'll have a look. Okay, so I've just grabbed this quilt sandwich that we've got, which is just basically a homespun, some of the battleizer to give it a lovely loft and a quilted effect, and we're using a see-through cutaway on the back. Now this is quite a big panel, and the benefit of this large hoop is that I've got loads of opportunity to create lovely big quilt blocks. And because this jumbo frame, it stitches out to 360 by 360 or 14 inches by 14 inches. So if you've got a 10 needle machine and you haven't experimented with your jumbo frame yet, it's good fun. You can do so much with it. Now, getting these clamps on is a pretty simple process. The best way to do it is to obviously have a lovely workspace. Don't clutter up your workspace. You need a good workspace for these big frames. And I will point out too, you'll notice that I'm hooping on one of our non-slip hooping mats. These are the silicon rubber mats, which you can use as a pressing mat or a hooping mat. The reason I'm doing it on here is my hoop doesn't slide around on the table, and it makes it a whole lot easier. So let's just pop this guy back into position and see how we go hooping up. Now, you can very easily feel for the perimeter of the hoop, and there are some little notches that you can actually feel just inside to get your centers. So I can feel there's the center there, and there's the center just there and center there. So that's explained in the instructional video that Durkee have created. Now you've got quite a few clamps for this. Now the way to do this, the way I like to do it, is once I've got everything sort of positioned how I want it, I slide my clamp down, find my edge, and I just push down like that. Now what I'll do is go back the other way, slide up, take out all the slack, and just push down like that. There we go. Now you've got smaller ones to fill this gap here. So there's a big one and a small one on each side. And in fact, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come and do this side. So I'm going to slide that back there. And it does take a little bit of effort to push on, but you get used to it. Trust me, it's worth it. I might come back this way now and slide down there. That's on. Get this one in. Now I'm leaning way out over the table, probably get my head under the camera. You'll more likely be doing this right down in front of you, which is a whole lot easier than reaching out over a table. You'll notice there's a little release lever on here as well. That always goes to the outside of the hoop. So we'll just pop that one in there. Much easier when you're standing in front of it. Right, this, like this. Let's just pop that one in. And this guy, there we go. That is so securely hooped. There is no way in this wide world, whatever design you throw at this, that this fabric is going to pull in the hoop. Have a look at the back, perfectly hooped. and beautifully tensioned, absolutely superb. Now again, when you've done all your stitching and you're ready to take it off, you just get this handy little gadget. Much easier to take them off actually, and just pop it up like that, and the clamps come off. So it is really super easy, but you'll definitely get a great stitching result. So that's the big jumbo frame. Let's just move that out the way. I wanted to point out also one of the most common uses, I think, for a jumbo frame or for a sash frame. Let's move all these out the way. In fact, we might use this one, is if you ever do a lot of lace making. If you're into lace making, you'll no doubt be using wash-away stabilizer. Now, when you make freestanding lace or any freestanding design on an embroidery machine, if you get any pull or push on the fabric, particularly pulled around the sides of the hoops, and the lace stitching the stitch points don't stitch where they have to because the fabric has moved, then your lace will fall apart. And there's nothing more demoralizing than you've spent, sometimes lace designs can be 2-3 hours of stitching, you wash it out, and then the bits and pieces have not held. And that's because generally the fabric has moved in the hoop, and it's not the design's fault, it's just the fabric's moved in the hoop. It's very common. And a little tip, of course, folks, when you're using wash-away stabilizers, is if it's a really humid day, and if you're in the tropics or somewhere where the humidity is a big issue, the stabilizers will lose a lot of their integrity because they are a water-soluble stabilizer. So sometimes you need to use more of it. I hear a lot of people say just use a single layer. Believe me, if you live in North Queensland and you use a single layer of wash-away stabilizer, you probably won't get a good result at all. I like to use 2 layers. It just ensures that I'm going to get a great result. But if you use wash-away, say I'm doing a big lace design or multiple lace designs, and you use wash-away on one of these frames here, the result will be superb. So let's just put this on again, pop that down, slide that up, push it into place. I can already see that's being tensioned beautifully. Again, with this one, we've got one large one, one small one. I might get this end one done first. We'll get this done here. That's popped into place beautifully. Let's get this guy over here. Just slide that across. Push that one on. And one more small one. What did I do with him? There he is. And just pop that into place there. And again, that is hooped beautifully. And that will, like I could play that, almost play it like a drum. So if I was doing a lovely big lace design, could be 100, 150,000 stitches, it will stitch out beautifully. And again, really easy to take off. Just use this little guy and pop them off like that. So, as I said, great instructional video on the website from the Durkee company. The product is in stock now, so we do have it. Prices are all on there. You can check that out. If you have any questions and or about compatibility, please get in touch with us. You know, the normal ways. But really love this product. Have always loved sash frames in the commercial industry. One of my favorite frames to use. And oh, and by the way, if you've just gotten into making badges and all the fun things that have just been released by the Embroidery company with the Mero functions, sash frames are brilliant for doing badge making because you can just repeat your badges and you'll get a great result. It's one of probably the most common use in the industrial industry for this type of frame is badges and freestanding lace products, etc. Anyway, I'm excited. I hope you are. I hope that's been informative, and happy embroidering. Cheers.
Okay, Blaine, there we are. I hope everybody enjoyed watching that, and I hope your curiosity has piqued a little bit. As promised, a brand new product. This is a world premiere. Several people I noticed were writing in asking the question. Here it is. You're the first people in the world to see it. This is our brand new sash frame for single needle flatbed machines. Now, let me be highly specific, and it's very important that you understand what I explain. And if I don't explain it clearly, I'll try to do it again. Please follow me on this. These are specifically, there are 2 sizes. They are for the brother and baby lock machines only at this time. Okay? Here's number 1. Don't get confused. Stay with me. If you have, because of the geography, don't make me go into a lot of explanation because I'm out of time. Because of the physical size, the geography of the frame, to add the clamps and rails, you have to step down in size. Now, let me explain what that means. If you have a Brother Luminaire 123, Solaris Baby Lock 123, you've got a sewing field of 10 5/8 by 16. This is the larger frame. Your machine, when you put this on the machine, is going to read it as a 10 5/8 by 16. Your sewing field for this hoop is on the label right here, and there will be a full bore label here that's going to explain exactly what I'm about to say. Your maximum sewing field will be 9.5 by 14. 9.5 by 14 for the machines that have a sewing field of 10 5/8 by 16. If you have, and that's again because we had to use some of the space of the frame to put the clamps and rails. If you have a Brother Dream machine, one of the Dream series machines, or other machine, the Destiny 2 from Baby Lock, that has a sewing field, maximum sewing field of 9.5 by 14, this is your frame. Now, obviously, both of these frames will fit on the larger machine, on the 10 5/8 by 16, both will work. But here's the one for the machines with a 9.5 by 14 sewing field. Your maximum sewing field with this frame is going to be 8 by 12. It's going to say that right here, and it's going to say it here. With that said, the only additional thing you need to know is this. There are centering notches on all 4 sides of the frame. Please use the centering notches on the frame to center your design. If you'll do that and not try to exceed the stitch field as stated on the frame, you're going to have a wonderful experience with a sash frame. The only thing that my friend Gary Walker left off of all the great things that you can do with these hoops, patches, badges, quilt blocks, freestanding lace, the only thing he left off that's becoming very popular is called photo stitch. A lot of people taking photographs of folks and doing complete embroidery work of a person's face or bust, whatever, from the chest up. This is absolutely perfect for those types of projects. So Blaine, it's up to you, my friend.
Well, hey, thanks, Brent. What a great demonstration. And I love the video from our buddy from Australia. But hey, guys, I got to tell you about these sash frames, and we have got a very good special for you. So right now, we've got a really good special, and I can tell you what the price is on the flatbread ones, the brand new ones we just released, because as Brent said, they're going to be a MAP price, but these are so new, there's no MAP price on them, Brent. So I'm going to sell them cheaper. So let's put the overlay up, and I'm going to tell y'all exactly what I can do. Y'all see it right there. Again, guys, this is the sash frame. This is the 8 by 12 for the single needle Baby Lock or Brother. Now, again, guys, the price on this is $245. I'm going to knock $20 off. So you can get it today for $225, but you have to call to get that special pricing. So call them right now and tell them that Blaine said you can get $20 off. And so you're going to get this for $225. And then let's go ahead and put that bigger one up there, Kennedy.
Don't tell them $30 off.
$20 off. This is the sash frame. It's the 9.5 by 14. This also is for that single needle Baby Lock or Brother machine. And again, guys, $265 is the price. I'm going to knock $20 off of this. So make it $245. You have to call in and tell them you want to get the special price that I'm giving you right now for the sash frames. Now, we have the multi-needle sash frames as well. I can't tell you what I can sell those for because they are mapped price. So I can't, because of vendor restrictions, I can't tell you what the price is. All I can tell you is I am going to beat what the normal price is. So just call them. It's a show special. You have to call to get the price on the multi-needle sash frames. But again, guys, these are awesome frames. And I've actually seen the multi-needle in person and used it. These flatbread ones are for the single needle are the very first time you've anybody seen them. This is brand new. And we're the first dealer in the United States to even see these or have them to sell. So guys, jump on this right now. You'll be the first one to get one. So awesome, awesome, awesome. Thanks, Brent Taylor and Durkee, for being part of Sew Fest, and thanks for sponsoring our show, and thanks for coming on. It was great seeing you again, Brent. And as always, Brent is always, coming out with some new innovative products, and another one from Durkee. All right, guys, we're going to move on. We're going to continue down, and we've got Darrell Anderson in the house. And Darrell is a national educator for She travels the U.S. and loves to, spread her knowledge of quilting and sewing to everybody. And we're super excited to have her here. And we're going to talk a great machine. We got the Viking Designer 2 Epic, or the Epic 2, I should say, that we're going to show now. And guys, this is a factory reserviced machine that's been through the factory and reserviced in like new condition, and we've got an unbelievable price on this. So you Viking dealers or Viking fans out there, make sure that y'all look at this closely because you're going to be blown away by all the features this has. So y'all help me welcome Darrell to the show. And you are muted, Darrell. Hey, Darrell, can you hear me? You're muted. So we're waiting. Darrell, can you hear me? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me, Darrell.
You're muted on StreamYard.
All right, so you're muted on StreamYard, Darrell.
There should be a button on the website.
There's a button that you
There
can
you go.
push.
Got it.
You got it. There it is.
All right. How are you?
Perfect, perfect. So Darrell, we're kind of running a little over, so I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 25 minutes to tell her about these fantastic prices we have for them.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me? Is it my turn?
Darrell, can you hear me? Darrell, can you hear me?
Hello.
Go ahead and go. Okay, let her go. Go ahead.
All right, I'm here today to introduce to you the Husqvarna Viking Designer Epic 2. It's a beautiful sewing and embroidery machine. Does both for you. I have the embroidery unit on because I like to sew with a larger table so I can leave it on when I sew. We have 12.5 inches in here from the computer to the sewing head. 3 here, which is a big deal for me because I have big hands. So I easily come in and change the foot or the needle as needed. I'm a garment sewer, but I also do quilts and home deck. So the space in here, including the 5.5 inches here, really helps me when I'm doing my work. So I like the size. The lighting is phenomenal. It's the best in the industry. They've tested all, I think there's 16 different points they test for lighting, and this has won every test except one position. I think it's back here in the back where it doesn't matter to me because I'm working in the front. So I like that. Automatic needle threader. So it threads the needle for me. There is, are you there? Okay. So I have a touch screen here. So that's touch screen like your tablet or your smartphones. So I can touch and get whatever I need to do here. So this is my home screen. This is a Wi-Fi capable machine. So I can sign into my Wi-Fi and have the ability to get updates delivered right to my machine wherever I am, as well as connect to a cloud system that Husqvarna Viking has developed, where I have cloud storage as well as a streaming for my embroidery designs. I can stream and have at my fingertips over 8,000 designs. They add to them regularly, so those will continue to grow. There is a sorting function on my library. I was just looking at some dogs, and so I can blow that up a little bit so you can see we have serious dogs. There are playful dogs, child, good stuff, good for kids. There's breed specific. There's also a new category, which is my favorite, ribbon embroidery. How many of you have heard of ribbon embroidery? Some? Okay. Ribbon embroideries are done to answer the question of getting texture onto my projects. You know, this is basically a CNC machine, which is a computer driven. The embroidery unit is an X, Y, and Z is the height. So the ribbon embroidery attachment is one of the ways we can get height or added depth to our embroideries. So I've got a few here. Imagine that. Christmas is coming, right? So there, a couple of the gingerbread guys. I've embroidered this out on paper. Here's another one that I've added buttons to because I can. I like buttons. So these are flat enough to go into a card in an envelope and to be sent as a greeting at Christmas time or any other time you want to send a gift of love. So this is felt with ribbon embroidery. I have ribbon embroidery here. This is a pillowcase, a heart, which I've then sewn an echo of hearts on around the whole edge to give you just a little bit more detail. My kids were in 4-H and FFA, and they raised lambs. So here's the little lamb and a heart. The I love you, that's organza ribbon. So these are fun. There are so many you can do. I've got a pile of them here. I won't show them all to you, but I'm going to show you a few of them because time has a way of getting away with us. And if I don't show you soon, I may not get to. Here's a poodle. Do you imagine doing a poodle? This is yarn. I used a wool yarn here to get the detail on the poodle. I have probably the world's famous lion. I used a very soft, variegated, it's actually a yarn here, it's flat yarn, but I starched it first and then put it on my ribbon embroidery to use. This is kind of fun. This is a frame. The ribbon embroidery is the frame here around the edge. And then I was sitting and playing, and I just created the words inside the sign. She believed she could, so she did. The sewing machine, I pulled right out of the embroidery library, just putting in the search function, sewing machine, and that popped up, and there's my sign. Now, probably my favorite right now, you know, whatever is current, what you've just done is your favorite. So this is one that I just did. I've got fluff on it, but it's a dragonfly. And I put it onto a Japanese knot bag. Now on the back, I'll show you, is a sashiko quilting design. That was also done in embroidery for those of you who like sashiko. That was done in the hoop. Those are raw edge applique flowers and a ribbon embroidery that I did there. Now, other texture that we can get for our three-dimensional look. This is a ribbon embroidery, but if you look real close here, there are some other things going on here. This is a thread velvet that is made by stitching many, many, many layers and over and then cutting through the center, and you bloom it and it feels like velvet. This one was actually stitched out on a water-soluble stabilizer on tulle and gives me a three-dimensional stand-apart flower. I have some fringe embroideries here. These flowers are made to be fringed, give more 3 dimension. And my butterfly at the top was again stitched out on a water-soluble stabilizer and then added to. His thorax here is actually a thread velvet as well. I have a lot of sewing techniques here. I have some free, pop-up stitches. There are some sequin stitches in here. I don't know if you can see them or not. See the sequins? So this was a fun exercise in different things we could do with embroidery. This was all created with built-in embroideries or stitches. It's just really a fun way to make a frame. And then I just stapled it to the back of a frame or onto a painter's canvas. And that can be hung anywhere you like in your home for a little personal decor. Now this, next I'm going to show you, I should put something behind it. Let me grab some. Oh, you'll see. This is actually an embroidery stitched out in the hoop using sewing stitches that were brought into the sewing side. Here we go. You can see through here. It's on tool, so you can see right through it. For you to get a good look at it, then I'll put something behind it. These are all sewing stitches, and they were brought into the hoop and created using the design shaping. And you'll notice these sequins here. Those are all sewing stitches. So this was fun. Again, a fun project just to learn about how to use your machine. And I can show you how to do that, but I'm not sure you can see the screen well enough to be able to see that. But again, a three-dimensional. I've got my computer going problems here. There we go. My computer was saying it's going to restart for an update. This is yarn couching on the embroidery. This looks like handmade crocheted doilies, but they're not. This was done in the hoop on water-soluble stabilizer, and then when you wash the water stabilizer out, you've got this wonderful handmade look, and we did hand make it, right? So whether you want to make a shawl or something for your couch or your favorite chair, for more three-dimensional things, we can go with trapunto. This is a bag I stitched out a design on. This is with some warm and natural in it. On this side, I got a real soft trapunto. On this other side, I only put warm and natural under the center flower. So you've got a lot of impact there. You can see the raised area. It looks like leathering. Someone actually tooled that. I didn't. I have an embroidery machine, so that's what I use. Isn't that wonderful? This design, by the way, is available on the Husqvarna Viking website. Just have to go looking. It's free. If you don't want to go look for the free stuff, you can always just buy it. It's in the library. It's available. All right. Someone asked me why I don't show this jacket. I have this alpaca wool jacket that I made. It's an odd color, so I couldn't find anything that went with it. So I embroidered buttons to use. All this trim was sewn right at the machine. Many stitches there to create that. This is a little embroidered flower, just to add detail. So those of you who wonder why I don't wear it, it's because I got too hot. You know, that time of the year or the time of life. It's alpaca, so it's very warm. This is a silk jacket, though. This was made using the techniques here from the Epic 2, sewing on sequin stitches. Aren't those beautiful? I have some on this other lapel, but they're a little more subtle. So the brighter side you can see. So I do a lot of sewing on garments. I also sometimes purchase garments that I just decide that I'm going to embellish. So this is a little denim jacket that I embellished. Again, embroidered covered buttons. The back was created sitting at the sewing machine plain. There was no plan, there was no pattern. It's just take some of the designs. This one is a built-in design. I took that into design shaping and created this design, this big flower. And again, these little, I call them forget-me-nots, were also made from a petal of one flower and created there. Now the sashiko stitching, I'll hold that up so you can see it. Looks like a buck stitching around here. That's all also done at the sewing machine. You can do that. You don't have to have a separate sashiko machine. If you can do that on your regular, on your Epic 2, why wouldn't you? Here's another wool garment I embroidered, because sometimes people don't realize that you can embroider on your garments. This is a Pendleton wools fabric that already had this border stripe, and then I embroidered flowers of the same colored ways onto it, and those match a skirt. So here's the bottom of the skirt. Just random flowers all the way around that. This is actually went to a national competition. And a variety, something besides wool. I like denim a lot. So here's a pair of jeans that with an embroidery machine and cutwork needles, I embroidered all around the bottom using a metal hoop for the endless designs. The Viking has 4 different metal hoops now that you use magnets on to hold your project in shape. I have one here. This is one of 4. Put them on, and then you attach the project with the magnets. And when I did the jeans, I just did the section I needed, had the markings, and advanced the jeans, matched the markings here, and continued on. So those jeans, each leg has over 100,000 stitches. And I don't know if you noticed, it was all done with metallic thread, which is pretty fun. Metallic thread is one of those favorites a lot of people are afraid of, but I embrace it. I like metallic thread. It gives a lot of bling to things. Here's some suede cloth with metallic. This is done using the Majestic hoop, which is 360 by 250. It has 2 sides that you work from. You do one, and then when the machine is finished on the side that fits in here, then you turn the hoop and work on the other side. I'll hold it up. Sometimes I've had people say, I don't understand. So here's the hoop. And if you look, the hoop is too big to work. So when you attach it, it stitches this half that's in here and finishes, it prompts you, take the machine off and put it back in, and then you line it up using your design positioning, match your points, and you finish the other part. So that's what this was, how this was done. You can see that you have to have a big hoop, big enough hoop to do a project that large. Whoops. Running out of space here to throw things. All right. So let's see if you can see some of these things here. I don't think you can see my screen. Let me show you what the the ribbon embroidery attachment looks like. I have the box here in my lap. It's a very nice box. It's got a cushion fit just for it. This is the ribbon embroidery attachment. You wrap your ribbon all around this spool and then put it in. It attaches to a special ankle that comes with it that goes on, and then that attaches. And then it does your design, stitching that out. I'm going to close that because I want to show you a couple things. This is there are 8 different fonts here. So let's just go grab a cute little design here. I can open that up and see the whole thing. And how about an owl? Can you see that owl? The owl is on the screen. He comes onto the screen. The machine selects the hoop that it will fit into best to save your stabilizer and fabric. I'm going to go put it in a bigger hoop. And I might just make him smaller too, so you can see him better. Then I want to say something about that owl. Let's go up to my fonts. The fonts are built in. I have 8 beautiful fonts. And the sizes from 10 to, I believe, 80. 80 millimeters is big font, over 3 inches tall. So let's just pick a font, any font will do, and say, whew. Let's go lowercase. And I'll just say oot. Now, if I don't like that font, I don't have to retype it. I can just pick a different font and we can bring my editing up and I'll say, I want to try a different font. And I brought him over here so you could see it. But if I want that font, that's not going to work. It's too big. I can come through and I can pick the font that I want. So there's my hoot. If I've decided I spelled something wrong, don't have to. This is handy if you're ever doing quilt labels. You don't have to erase and start over if you don't like a font or if you've spelled something wrong or got the wrong date. This editing here, you can just scoot over to the letter that you want to change and delete it. Just say who. And I'll just put in a question mark there and close that. Now, I can now change and use all kinds of shapes here. I can change the arc and the position of it. I can say I want him flat again. I could put it down here. Maybe a gentle slope under. I like that. You can write anything you want and then you can edit it. If you look at that and say, you know, I don't like that. I wish I'd used a different font. I can just say, go right back into my editing. I get my keyboard back up. I can use upper, lowercase. I have all the characters that you could do, like your @ symbol as well as other symbols that we need. I can bring those up. We've got all the numbers, upper, lowercase. Here are all the symbols. I don't know if you can see those to appreciate them. There's a lot of them there. I don't even know what they are, to be honest. Because, you know, I'm not multilingual. But those who are, you will appreciate that. So who? Now, if you find that you've got too big a font for what you want to write, this is very handy. You can just go pick a smaller font. And I can see that I left out of O here. So I can just add it. Who are you looking? So there we go. So who are you looking at? Who are you looking for? And when you're ready to go. You can sort your colors. Let's just go look. You can sort them. You can merge colors. You can make them monochrome. All those things you're able to do in your settings page. You can set up the thread cuts. So if you want it to trim your stitches, you can. If you don't want it to, you tell it not to. If you don't want any cuts at all, you can do no cuts at all. It's pretty fantastic. I can base around the hoop, around the design, or both. I'm not going to stitch that out because we won't have time. There's a couple more things I wanted to do as far as showing you some of the texture. This is a bag on canvas. Some of the ribbon embroideries. That's an organza ribbon. Here's one. This is one I found in the library. I thought it was a beetle, and I have a grandson who loves beetles, so I thought, isn't that cute? But I will go back and look, it's a fly. So if you don't like flies, then, call it a beetle. But that's a real nice yarn tape. And so I use that. One of the other three-dimensional techniques you can do that we have built in, we can sort here and see, this is called needle felting. So this is wool fabric felted through canvas. Just a beautiful design. I love it. Here are a lot of extras on the back here, because you can do felting as well, freestanding. And so these leaves I just sewed on, and flowers. I've got so much stuff here. One more felting here is my Clifford. He's the model for a wool coat that was made for a Chihuahua. So this is needle felting of craft felt right through a old wool blanket. You know how they get Grandma's old wool blankets has wear areas. So there are a lot of areas that are fine. So you can just cut those up and make something. Recreate. Keep it going. Probably this fall I'm going to have to make an orange cat. Right there, here's my black kitty. That's a ribbon embroidery. And I have lots of those. If we go back to some of the menus here. There's over 700 built-in designs. So there's probably designs here for everyone. I like the M menu. There are a lot of designs here because right now painting is very popular. So here's one of the little designs. I think it's right here. Oh, actually, it's this one, 5. This is some fabric. I thought it was too pretty, and I only had a little piece. So I made this little wall organizer. I can put things in here. And then I painted these flowers. These were only embroidered the outline. Which takes me to some of the other fun stuff we can do. On the sewing side, we have a lot of techniques that no one else has. We have applique stitches. We have sequin stitches.
Hey, Darrell.
Hey.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We're running a little short on time, so we're going to try to tell everybody how they can get this, and we're going to keep moving on. So thank you so much for coming on our show, and we've got to thank you. All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right, everybody. Y'all got to see that. That was a great machine that she just showed. And again, that is that Viking Designer Epic 2. And guys, this is a factory serviced. And like I always say, sometimes, everybody looks at factory service. I like the factory service for the fact that, you know what? It's been checked a second time. It comes straight from the factory. When you get a brand new one, they've been straight from the factory, and then they go back to the manufacturer and they refurbish them. They get them just like new again. So they have been double checked again and sewn off on. And so you're getting a really good machine. And guys, we have an unbelievable price on this already at $9,999. But guys, we've got a call-in special for this. So get on the phone right now. If you are that Viking fan out there, this is a bargain. This is the top of the line Viking machine. $9,999 is the normal price. Give us a call right now as we have the Sew Fest pricing. We have Synchrony financing to give you some 0% interest financing. So get on the phone, 800-401-8151. You can go to smplive.tv, click on that product on that page on day 5, and it'll take you right to the product page, and you can read all about it. But again, guys, it's kind of a great accessory packet. It comes with 3 hoops, and you're going to love this machine. So give us a call right now and get yours. All right, guys, we're going to move on in our next presenter. This is the last one of the day, so we're winding down, getting ready to reveal that big winner at the end of the day and whoever won in the contest. So next up, guys, we have the King Quilter 2 sit down is in the house, and we have Carrie Hansen back here. Carrie is a professional quilter and teacher, and we love Carrie, and she is here, and she's going to tell you all about that King Quilter sit down. So take it away, Carrie.
Great. Thanks, Blaine. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I know it's been a long day, the last one of a long week as well. So for those of you who have been here every single day, thank you so much for hanging around. You're going to have to bear with me, as I said on Wednesday, how much I love this machine. So I'm going to tell you again. I've been teaching on the King Quilter long arm machine, and I was super excited when they told me that they made this in a sit-down machine, because this gives people the opportunity to have the quality of this machine and the durability of this machine, but in a sit-down space. So if you don't have space for a long arm machine, you don't have the desire for the big frame, the footprint of this is actually quite nice. It's 32 inches by 36 inches. I think just about everybody has space for something like that in their house or living room or wherever. Also, Blaine will talk about this at the end, but there's also extension tables that are normally in a, you would purchase those separately, but it's part of a package deal for the show special. And they each give you an extra 18 inches. So your 3-inch space turns into a 3-inch. Your 3-foot space turns into a 6-foot space. And then you can pull the extensions down again and bring it back down into your 3-foot space again to store it away if that's what you want to do. Anyway, I love this machine. It's super simple to use. It has all of the great features with stitch regulation and being able to control and adjust your stitch length, as well as control and adjust your machine speed and all of that. But the touchscreen is super simple to use. It's very intuitive. The threading on this machine is also really intuitive. You can see everything. Thread goes right in order. Like I said, I teach on this machine, so I'm super happy with it. Anyway, I'm gonna have you go down kind of over my shoulder here. I'm gonna try my hardest to keep my hand out of the way. It's got a really easy touchscreen in the front to bring your needle down and back up again. I'm gonna pull up my bobbin thread. And here, oh, okay. Well, here we go. I'm not sure what happened. Time out. Blaine, take it away. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what is going on. I need to unplug this and replug it.
All right, so we're going to let you reset that. And so I think they just moved that in there, and they may have jostled it around a little bit. But anyway, we're going to let her do that. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you about the King Quilter and how you can get one of these. And then we'll go back to Carrie and let her show you some of the techniques on it. But again, I think Kennedy's going to put that overlay up there. Again, guys, this is the King Quilter 2 18-inch sit down with that Quilt Vision table. And again, guys, this has the electric eyes built right in the table. So when you are moving the fabric around, it's going to basically judge how fast you are moving it around and adjust to it. And the great thing about this, guys, the price is $5,995, and we have a call-in special on it, and we're going to give you the free table extensions with it. You can see the little thumbnail up there with one of the extension tables. This table has a 36-inch wide surface, and when you add the extensions, they're 18 inches each side. You can make you a 6-foot workspace to do those quilts on. Again, 18-inch throat space on this. And guys, it stitches up to 2,200 stitches per minute. The table also adjusts in height. You can adjust it from a sit-down version from 25.5 inches all the way up to 39.5 inches. So if you wanted to pull it up to stand, it's awesome. I'm 6'3", and I can pull it up high enough that I can sit there and do free motion without having to bend over. So guys, it is fully adjustable for any height person. It does 4-22 precision stitches per inch. So again, really great control of this thing. Also, it has those 2 stitch modes. On the regulation, you can do the precision and the cruise. It has the basting stitch mode with the 5 settings. It has the manual unregulated stitch mode. It's easy to use. That 3.5-inch high resolution touchscreen has a needle up and down control, the responsive foot pedal, easy to change. The needle is so easy to change, and also the bobbin is easy to change. You can't see it, but it's right up under the lip of that table. You can go right in the front of that machine, and it's super easy to take that out. So again, guys, we're going to go back to Carrie. I think she's got this thing ready to roll, and she's going to do a little demonstration on it.
Okay, here we go. Would not be a live show without something going wrong right off the bat. It happens every single time to me. Anyway, that's something I'd never seen before. So I'm going to start off here by showing you the stitch regulation. And what that means is that you tell the machine how many stitches per inch you want. And the stitch regulation is going to make sure you get that consistent stitch length, no matter how fast or slow you're going, which is really nice. So this is you can see if I go slow, the machine is going slow, but I'm still getting really nice, even stitch. And then if I'm going to go faster, it'll keep up with me. It's nice and smooth. It's very consistent. The stitch quality is very, very nice as well. There's also we have a precision mode, which basically means when I stop moving, the needle stops moving. And then we have a cruise mode, which means that when I stop, the needle's going to continue to take a little jogging stitch. So these are the 2 different modes with stitch regulation, and it just gives you some options of how you want to stitch, what feels comfortable for you. I like the cruise or idle mode where you get the needle movement. So I'll show you with that. Actually, I'll actually put it in that mode. How about we do that? So you can see I'm not moving, but the needle still is. It allows me to get really nice, precise points. So I can come up and take a slight little pause exactly where I want the thread to be. And you get that extra 1 or 2 little stitches in there. So again, you can decide, which of these different modes you prefer. I like there are the options because everybody has different preferences. There's also manual mode, which is basically when I put the foot pedal down, the motor is going to run. On your domestic machine, the speed of the motor is based on you controlling that with the foot pedal. With this machine, you just put the foot pedal down and the speed is controlled on the touchscreen. So the speed is nice and consistent, which is really nice. So I'm going to put this one. So you can see that the machine is just going and I'm having to kind of keep up with it. I love manual mode when I'm doing small things like I'm doing right now with these pebbles. I just find it nice and smooth. Normally stay in stitch regulation for most everything else, but for small detailed work like this, I really like the manual mode. So again, it's really nice that you have the option of which type of mode that you want to be in. Again, you can control how many stitches per inch. You can go all the way down to 4 stitches per inch up to 22 stitches per inch. So it gives you a full flexibility on what you're doing in a nice range. I think Blaine mentioned that there's also a basting mode. So you could have a basting stitch of a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, a 1 inch stitch, 2 inch stitch, 4 inch stitch. So again, that allows you to get exactly the base stitch length that you want for the project that you're working on. Something to think about also, I'm going to try and stitch while I'm talking. Let's go that route. But you know, when you're working on a domestic machine, a sit-down machine like this, you have to baste your quilt sandwich together. And so you can either lay it out on the floor and pin it or spray baste it. But the thing that's really nice about the sit-down machine is you can baste it on this machine. So you can actually do something like use pool noodles and roll your quilt up on the pool noodles and then baste straight across your quilt, just back and forth and back and forth. And so you can baste it and then immediately turn around and start quilting on it, which is really nice. If you're a super, super nice person and you really enjoy basting, you could baste your friends' quilts for them too, and I'm sure they'd really love you for that. There's also some other fun features. There's a timer on the machine and an alarm on the machine. So if you want to give yourself, you know, let's say 30 minutes of stitching time and you want to make sure that you're paying attention because you need to pick kids up from school or whatever, excuse me, you can set the timer for that. It's got a bobbin sensor. So when you're getting close to the end of your bobbin, it will give you a little ping to let you know that you're very close to the bobbin. So you can kind of stop what you're doing if you're in the middle of a motif or something like that, or it's a good place to stop and change out your bobbin. Oh, speaking of bobbins, this machine uses an M-class, there we go, we can see that, an M-class bobbin, M as in Mary, which is the same with all long arm machines. I don't know if you can see, these are super big. They hold a ton of thread, which is great. The long arms stitch quickly, and so you want to have that extra big bobbin so you're not constantly running out of bobbin thread. I've also had people ask me about what type of thread you should use on your long arm, and really this machine can use just about anything. I would say as a beginner, kind of the standard would be a 40 or a 50 weight thread, but you could go all the way to 100 weight. You can use metallics. You can use your, I think they call them invisible threads. You can use 100% cotton. You can use poly, rayon, any thread that will go through a high-speed machine is going to work beautifully on this machine as well. So we're going to I want to show you the lighting also. Roger had me turn it down because if it's up too bright, then it kind of messes up the video. But I'm going to show you how bright the light is. So I'm going to turn it off entirely so you can see. Can you see how dark that is? Okay. I'm going to turn on the light that goes underneath the throat, and then I'm going to turn on the light that goes underneath the needle bar. There's a ring around there, so you can see, hopefully you can see on the video how light this is. One thing I love about having control over your lighting is that there are times where you might want to actually reduce your lighting, which I know seems a little counterintuitive because most people are trying to get it as bright as possible. But sometimes if you're working on, let's say, black fabric with black thread, it's hard to see where you've been, and it's easy to kind of run over your previous stitching. So when you reduce the lighting down, not only does it make the video look better, but it gives you some contrast so you can see kind of what's going on. So it's nice to have the flexibility depending on what you're working on. it's sometimes super helpful to reduce the lighting a little bit. There have been times where I actually turn off both lights entirely because I can just see better. So having the flexibility with this machine to be able to do that is really, really nice. I don't know also if Blaine had mentioned that the cover on the table is super slick, so you don't need to purchase an additional overlay for this. You can see if I'm going to go really fast, this just slides around super easy. There's no drag, there's no pull, there's no nothing. And that's already built into the table, which is very nice. So again, I'm just kind of scooching around here, having fun because it's Friday afternoon. Everybody needs to have a little fun on Friday afternoon. Throwing some decorative feathers. Again, I'm going to switch right over to manual real quickly. To fill in the space around my feathers. And I'm doing this just to show you how easy it is to flip back and forth between the different modes on this machine. So now I'm done with my free motion. I'm not my free motion, my manual. I'm going to go right back into the stitch regulation again. I also didn't mention, if you're doing sit-down work like this, I highly recommend using gloves. These here are called Machingers. They happen to be my favorite gloves. They're lightweight and the thread doesn't stick to them, which is really nice. The only time I ever do the sit-down without gloves on is if I'm doing a live demo like this. Otherwise, you'll always see me with gloves or something in my hand. I know they have them in store and online as well. I also really like these palm paddles. These are by Martelli, and again, they have these online. I don't know if you can see them here. They have them online as well as in the store. They've got gripper on the bottom like this, so you can put your hands on them. You just really lightly rest your hands. It takes kind of the pressure off of, like normally you would kind of have more pressure on your hands and maybe a little more strain. This helps a lot. You just put them down and it's super grippy. So I'm going to go ahead and oh, I just realized it's kind of hard to actually see. But if I'm not using the gloves, I'm going to be using these grippers. They also have a gripper ring, which is really nice. But you want something that's going to help you hold on to the fabric. Okay, I think that we're just about out of time. We're a little slow, but we were running over time. So I'm going to send this back to Blaine. He'll give you all the details of the machine. See you guys later.
Hey, thanks, Carrie. Appreciate you coming in and a great demonstration. I mean, my gosh, y'all, how great is she at that free motion? That was just awesome. And the detail that she was doing. And you know, she does the long arm machines, sit down. She's just a master at quilting. So I can see why she teaches here at SMP and does a lot of classes and things. And she's a professional quilter and sells quilts. And so now I understand why everybody wants her. She has her company. It's called Got You Covered Quilting. And so thank you so much for Carrie Hansen for coming on. So guys, hey, that concludes Sew Fest 2022. And so we're at the end of our day and we're going to start giving some stuff away. So guys, we hope that you enjoyed these 5 days of all the education. And you remember we said about, I think we were going to talk about Tuesday. We said, well, you know, we're going to be here on Friday. You go, man, it's over with. How did it go by so fast? So thank y'all for joining in. I know some of y'all have been here from day one, Monday morning, and been with us for every single hour. And anyway, we appreciate the ones that could. We appreciate if you got to watch it at all. And so guys, we got some great prizes we're gonna give away. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna announce our winners of our contest. We had a sewing contest, we had a home decor side, we had a garment side, and y'all already know the 6 people that were the top 3 in each category, but we're gonna tell you who actually got placed. So anyway, that the first category was the home decor category, and in 3rd place, drum roll, was Ella Bly. Congratulations to Ella Bly. And so Ella, you can see that what her home decor project was that she put in there. It's got that tiger on it. So congratulations, Ella. And so Ella, you're going to get that prize package up. You're getting that Brother SE600 sewing and embroidery machine that we're going to give you. All right. So in 3rd place in the garment sewing contest, drum roll.
Drum roll.
Laura Campbell. So Laura Campbell, congratulations. Laura, she had that really awesome backpack that she did, and that was awesome. So Laura is also going to win that Brother SE600 sewing and embroidery machine. So thank you, Laura, for entering that. All right, so we're going to go back to the home decor side, and we're going to announce our 2nd place winner. And so that'll be pretty easy. They're probably going to know as soon as I announce it who got first, won't they? So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and announce after we second who's the 1st place is. What do y'all think? So we're in the home decor side, 2nd place, Denise Looney. So look at that beautiful quilt that she did. That is absolutely gorgeous. So that means our 1st place in home decor was Judith Cooper. Congratulations, Judith.
Yay!
Now y'all look at the detail.
Me too.
When I saw this, I was like, that's probably gonna be the one that wins. It is so detailed, beautiful home decor, collage of fish on there that she did. And guys, that is just incredible. So congratulations, Judith. And congratulations to all 3 of y'all for doing what you did. And out of all the people that entered in the tens of thousands of votes, these were your top 3 in the home decor. So now we're going to go back to the garment. We already announced Laura Campbell as the 3rd place person. So 2nd place in the garment contest is Marie Tallard.
Woo!
And look at that. I guess that's a christening gown, and that is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that, guys. A lot of detailed work on that as well, and beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So congratulations, Marie, on that. And she's going to get a great sewing prize package. And then 1st place in the garment was Laura Palan. So congratulations, Laura Palan. Look at that jacket, the details on that. And she had submitted quite a bit of pictures and things. And guys, great job again. And so thank y'all all for entering our contest.
It's a jacket and quilt.
And the quilt combo.
Yeah,
It's the jacket quilt combo. And just beautiful. And y'all can't see the details, but the quilt in the background actually matches the jacket. The exact same patterns and stuff in that. And she formed that heart. So it's just awesome how she did that. But yeah, they're not getting to see the details like we did in the pictures and the people who voted on it. So thank y'all so much for submitting your projects. That was pretty incredible. And again, we had tens of thousands of votes. So y'all should feel very proud. Not only are y'all going to win your prize package that you're getting, each place, 1st through 3rd, you're going to get a really pretty, beautiful ribbon to put on your projects. And then 1st place in each category, you're going to get that golden scissors trophy. And we absolutely love that trophy. And you should feel proud to get that. And hopefully y'all take some pictures once you get your awards and with your projects, send them in, and we can show them on one of our regular weekly shows. So, but guys, guess what? We're going to also now give away some product. Yes. What do y'all think?
Yes.
So we're going to give away some products. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to give away, Roger's not giving me my notes. Come on, Rockin' Roger. There it is. So our first thing is that True Cut Master Cutting Collection from Grace. And guys, again, y'all saw the demos that Grace did today on that. And all that product is incredible. And we're going to give one lucky viewer one of those. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
It would be my honor. Let's do it.
I think we need a little spin music.
We've got some in the
Oh, okay.
background. I just didn't want it to get our voices.
There we Carolyn Skull. Carolyn Skull's watching today from Facebook. So you are our winner, Carolyn, of that True Cut Master Collection. So Carolyn, how are you going to claim your prize is go to smplive.tv. Once you get to that page, that website, scroll down to the bottom of that page. You'll see claim my prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your prize out to you.
All
right. So the next giveaway we got is going to be a Brother PE800 embroidery machine, and what a great machine, guys. This has a little over $1,000 retail value, and this is a huge popular machine with embroiderers out there. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I am spinning it. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Ooh.
Here we go,
The
counting it down.
suspense.
Alice Stinger Brown. So Alice, congratulations. You're watching today from Facebook. So Alice, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you hit claim your prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. All right, guys, next up, we are going to give the Qnique K132A sewing machine away. And guys, this is their 100th anniversary edition. Qnique has been around for over 100 years. Great quality machine. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I am on it. Ooh, I saw my name on there.
Joyce Jesco. So congratulations, Joyce. She's watching today from YouTube. So Joyce, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down to where it says claim your prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and as soon as we get that information, we'll get your new Qnique sewing machine right out to you. All right, so next up is the OESD Spree membership. And guys, again, great gift from the OESD. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
It would be my pleasure.
Mary Ann
Duplaga.
Duplaga? Okay, so Mary Ann Duplaga watching today from YouTube. Congratulations, Mary Ann. Go to smplive.tv, scroll down where it says claim my prize, hit that, fill out that information, hit submit, and we'll get that shipped out to you as soon as we receive your information. Next up is going to be the Perfect Embroidery Pro Bundle. And again, guys, we are going to give this away. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
You know I gotta spin it.
Audrey Williams. Congratulations, Audrey Williams, watching today from YouTube. So Audrey, go to smplive.tv and just scroll down to the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. All right, our last giveaway we got is going to be a sewing mat from Sewing Machines Plus. And we are going to give one of the mats away. There you go, right there. And guys, we are going to give a lucky viewer. We're going to let you have two. We're going to let you pick your two sizes, two colors. There's 12 to choose from, 4 different sizes. We're going to let you have 2 mats to fit your wall, the machines you have. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
My pleasure. Michelle Aston.
Stay Unique Printwear 2. So Stay Unique Printwear 2 is our winner of the sewing mats. They're watching today from YouTube. So what you need to do to claim your prize is just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out that information, hit submit, and let us know, and most importantly, what the 2 colors of mats you want and what 2 sizes, and we'll get those shipped out to you as soon as we receive that information. All right, guys, so that concludes the giveaway other than the grand prize winners. And guess what? I've got the embroidered quilted bag right here in front of me. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put their names in. Y'all need to zoom in a little bit to me, Kennedy, if you can. So while y'all can see these names that I'm going to put in here, so just keep coming in until y'all say, I can see them. Can y'all see the name? All right. So the first one was our Monday winner. It was Wendy Simpori. So I'm going to fold her up, put it in there. Tuesday's finalist was Miss Zana W. Y'all see her name in there? I'm going to fold it up, put it in there. Wednesday was Pamela Mason. Y'all see that? All right, we're going to fold hers, put it in the bag. Thursday, it was Charlotte Savalia. How you pronounce that? Sales. Charlotte, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name. It's been a long week. Charlotte Sales. So she's in there. All right, we're going to do that. And then today's finalist was Chris Vick. So we got Chris's name right there. So we're going to fold them up. I'm going to get in here. I'm going to just shake them around. Are y'all ready for the winner? Okay. Ron, here's our winner. Kyle, Kennedy, Rockin' Roger.
Oh, no.
I've got it in my hand. Wendy Shimbori is our grand prize winner. So Wendy, you just won a $27,000 Dream Studio giveaway. So congratulations, Wendy. And so Wendy, just need to go to SMP.TV, scroll down to SMPLive.TV, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim your prize. Hit that, fill out the information and send it in. That way they'll get a hold of you and we'll arrange getting all this Dream Studio to you because it is a lot of stuff. There it is, Wendy Shimbori. Congratulations. And so guys, we hope that y'all enjoyed Sew Fest 2022. And guys, next up, you don't want to miss our Cyber Monday show. It's going to be November the 28th, the Monday after Thanksgiving. We're going to have a huge show, 30 different presenters. It's going to be fast-paced all day long with great specials. And then December the 12th through the 16th, we're going to have our countdown to Christmas. So you don't want to miss that. We're going to have a bunch of stuff on there. Jane Klaus is going to help me co-host, and we are going to have some crazy stuff going on for Countdown to Christmas. You don't want to miss it. And then it's going to start, guys. And then we're going to have, don't forget about Scan and Cut University, October the 13th through the 15th. And if there's still room to sign up, we're almost to the deadline on that. But so go ahead and get signed up if you can. And then, guys, I got to say a big shout out and thank you to all the SMP crew for all they do to help y'all get your products, from the warehouse staff shipping to the customer service and the sales team manning the phones, to our live chat agents on the website, to all the team here, Rockin' Roger, Kicking Kennedy, Big Daddy Kyle, and then Deb, Candace Trevino, and Rhonda and Melinda, all in there on the YouTube and Facebook chat. And then a big thanks to all of our sponsors that helped put this on. And then again, to all the presenters that you saw on the show this week. What a great group of people. And again, we couldn't do this if it weren't for you. And thank y'all so much for being SMP customers. And thank you for supporting our shows. And again, guys, we'll see you next time. So tune in next week, all week. We're going to have shows going on. So you want to tune in for that. But we'll see you on the next one. Thank y'all so much.